I am the king of weapons. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 101 Leading. Oh, it's finally started. Matthew, tell me what you think about the game first. Generally speaking, Matthew and Adams are the commentators for Arsenal's big games. Well, how should I put it? You see, there isn't much change in Arsenal's lineup, but in the front court, Robben's position is the most questionable. His position is further back. I think it's to deal with Juventus' muscular midfield. Wenger may be more inclined to counterattack. I think so too. Juventus midfield is definitely better than Arsenal's in terms of average height and strength. It should not be easy for Fabregas to stop them. Arthur has to strengthen the defense in the middle. It has to be like this. That's right, but in this game, who will connect Capello's midfield attack is a problem. Patrick can't replace Nedved yet. He can connect the attacks on the two flanks, especially on the left. I think it's for this reason that Zambrotta was withdrawn to left back to ensure that Mutu has enough physical strength to impact the opponent's flank and assist Ibrahimovic and Trezeguet. That's right. Two tall center forwards are Capello's biggest guarantee. It depends on whether Arsenal can suppress the opponent's crosses. The tempo of both teams on the field was very fast. In the short 2 minutes that Matthew and Adams were talking about, the two sides had already had 4 offensive and defensive transitions. Juventus changed their previous defensive solidity in the game and attacked Arsenal right away. Vieira would not show mercy to his younger brother Fabregas, and frequently cooperated with Emerson to directly attack in the middle. Van Persie had to pull to the midfield to cooperate with Fabregas for interception many times. Arsenal was in a passive position for a period of time at the beginning, and was pressed by the opponent in the half-court for siege. In the 6th minute of the game, Van Persie got the ball in the middle and fell into Juventus's muscle formation. When he wanted to pass it to Yuxin, he was intercepted by Emerson. Juventus immediately launched its own quick counterattack. Camoranesi, who was left behind by Yuxin, rushed out at the first time. After receiving the pass from Emerson in the middle, he quickly rushed to the front of Arsenal's penalty area. Damn, this guy is really lucky. Yuxin quickly passed Silva and chased after Camoranesi, secretly blaming himself in his heart. If he hadn't rushed too fast, he wouldn't have given the opponent a chance to cut into the middle. Camoranesi felt someone approaching quickly behind him, and he didn't dare to be careless. Seeing that he was about to reach the penalty area line, he suddenly paused, followed by a step, and sent the ball directly to his right. Mutu had already changed sides and came here. He quickly received the ball and wanted to get in again, but Yuxin had already appeared in front of him. Mutu tried to make a fake move in front of Yuxin, dodging and changing his body's center of gravity constantly, trying to make the big guy in front of him lose his balance. But Yuxin didn't fall for it. His lower body was much more stable than Mutu's, and with the advantage of strength, the opponent was constantly squeezed out by him. Mutu saw that there was no chance, and his feet shook. He didn't choose to cut in, but just to cross in the middle, and quickly sent the ball to the front of the penalty area. Go Emerson. Emerson, the entire Arsenal defense line has been pushed back very far. Emerson, who followed up, did not choose to stop the ball. The moment he touched the ball, he kicked it directly into the air. There was a loud bang, and exclamations of whoosh and wah rang out as the ball hit the flag. Emerson covered his head and returned to his own half. The ball just missed a little bit. If it was closer, Lehmann would have no way to stop it. Oh my god, I feel that this guy's strength is about the same as Lee. An Arsenal fan sighed when he saw the powerful ball. Damn, Juventus are all rough guys who only know strength. A fan on the other side said with disdain, but his eyes were still full of surprise. Capello saw the ball and hammered his left hand with some regret. This was a good opportunity for them at the beginning of the game, but it was a pity that it did not hit the target. Compared to Capello's side, Wenger seemed much calmer. Seeing the ball, he neither felt lucky to have escaped nor was he dissatisfied with his defense. Instead, he quietly watched the situation on the field without any expression or panic. The Arsenal players on the field also had the same mood as Wenger. In the following confrontation, the Arsenal players all seemed very stable and did not show any impatience, because Wenger had repeatedly emphasized defensive stability in the pre-match training. In this game, Arsenal's competition for the ball with Juventus seemed to be a bit of a loss. Serie A teams originally focus on defense, and the team led by Capello is the best among them. Under his training, Juventus has begun to magnify the impact of muscle confrontation on the outcome of the game. In terms of strength and physical confrontation, Juventus is unmatched even in a concrete defensive league like Serie A, let alone Arsenal. Therefore, Wenger's tactic was to actively give up the attack within a certain period of time at the beginning of the game, let the opponent press forward, let him attack, and then counterattack to play his own speed and technical advantages. Arsenal's players attached great importance to the implementation of Wenger's tactics, and put all their energy on defense at the beginning. Damn, why didn't they pass it? Patrick, break through their defense. Hey, the ball was lost. Juventus fans kept shaking their heads, anxious. Juventus only had the ball, but without Nedved's dispatch in the midfield, their offense could not play the delicate and small cooperation of Arsenal, and it was not so delicate. At the beginning of that period, they could only take the ball back and forth on the periphery of Arsenal, and rarely broke through to the inside of Arsenal, and the offense did not improve at all. Good job, Robin. Yes, that's it. Fight like a man. Van Persie fought with Emerson in the midfield at the beginning of the game, cooperating with Fabregas and Silva. He did the most to block the opponent's attack in the middle. Not only Van Persie, but also Lee Yuxin had a heavy task. As Arsenal's three lines were very tight, there were some gaps on the wing. Lee Yuxin and Haleb also frequently retreated to the depths of the half-court to defend. Compared with the middle, Arsenal could not let the opponent easily kick the ball on the wing. You know, Trezeguet is an air tyrant, and although Ibrahimovic is not outstanding in headers, he is 1.95 meters tall after all, and no one can ignore him. Although Ibrahimovic is not good at heading, his feet are no worse than anyone else. Zebina was blocked by Lee Yuxin when he pressed on the wing, so he quickly passed a ball to Ibrahimovic on the wing. Ibrahimovic skillfully controlled the ball and kept pushing inward. Flamini did not dare to be careless and stuck in position tightly. Ibrahimovic shook his center of gravity, constantly pulling the ball to stop the ball, and the rhythm of dribbling the ball kept changing. He made a series of quick stops and starts, and then suddenly passed by Flamini. Just when Ibrahimovic wanted to pass, a figure appeared in front of him. He felt his body pause and his feet were empty. Lee Yuxin had noticed his breakthrough when he was dribbling the ball, and stole the ball from his feet before he entered the penalty area. After stealing the ball, Lee Yuxin did not stop at all, and went directly behind Ibrahimovic, who could not react in time, rushed out with the ball at the first time, and quickly counterattacked with a ball. Zebina saw Lee Yuxin steal the ball from Ibrahimovic, started, secretly shouted badly, and hurriedly ran back. But Lee Yuxin was like lightning, his speed was too fast, and Zebina's explosive power was not enough. He barely pulled Lee Yuxin's arm, but he changed direction and shook it off, and he couldn't keep up, and was broken by him. Just when Lee Yuxin wanted to rush through the midfield, a huge force suddenly rushed from behind him. Lee Yuxin was not prepared, and he had no time to adjust his pace. He stumbled and fell directly to the ground, sliding more than a meter on the grass. The whistle blew, and Evans, without any hesitation, gave Camoranesi a yellow card for hitting him from behind. Camoranesi shrugged helplessly and shook his head a little aggrieved. In Serie A, such a violation would only result in a warning. Lee Yuxin patted the grass debris on himself and seemed a little dissatisfied. If he had rushed to the ball, the opponent would only have two defenders and a defensive midfielder, and the chance of scoring would be great. What a pity. Zio went in. Pass the ball. Cesc. There's a shot. Oh, just a little bit short. Terry's low shot. Oh, damn, how did Thurm appear there? Foul, it's Zebina again, he hooked Robin from behind again, he should be sent off. Gago, Pav's breakthrough is unstoppable. Zio is following up, shoot. Oh my god, Zio's heavy shot was caught by Buffon, how is this possible? Senk's regretful but passionate commentary made Capello unable to sit still. After Lee Yuxin was knocked down by Camoranesi, Arsenal's attack suddenly became powerful and continued to attack Juventus's wing. On the left, Zambrotta could still fight with Haleb and was not at a disadvantage, but on the right, it was not possible. Whether it was Zebina or Camoranesi, they didn't have many ways to deal with Lee Yuxin and Van Persie's breakthrough. Van Persie made a move on his left whenever he had a chance, while Fabregas kept using the gaps created by his teammates to move forward. Lee Yuxin completely suppressed Zebina on the left, forcing him not to dare to go forward to assist. At this time, Juventus's connection between the midfield and the front court had been cut off by Arsenal. Arsenal's backcourt fight was no weaker than Juventus's. Van Persie even fought with Muta near the bottom line from the front court. Robin more than 30 minutes into the game, Van Persie became the player who appeared most in the entire stadium, and Highbury cheered for him from time to time. Lee Yuxin and Heleb's breakthrough advantage also made it impossible for Juventus to play on the two-wing. Trezeguet and Ibrahimovic had to run to the wing to receive the ball on offense. Juventus's advantage in the first 10 minutes of the game disappeared in an instant. Arsenal's delicate and gorgeous cooperation continued to appear, while Juventus used their bodies to constantly destroy the ball, but they could not keep up with Lee Yuxin and Heleb in speed, and were frequently fooled by Arsenal's wingers. In the 34th minute of the game, Lee Yuxin first dribbled past Camoranesi on the left, and cut in along the left side of Juventus. Zebina did not dare to be careless. As Lee Yuxin advanced, he quickly withdrew his defense to Lee Yuxin's inside line, while Vieira and Thuram also quickly moved towards Lee Yuxin, ready to double-team at any time. Lee Yuxin noticed the change in Juventus defense, and suddenly passed a ball to the side. Flamini followed and drove directly past Camoranesi. And Van Persie had already responded to the left. Flamini passed the ball horizontally, and quickly sent the ball to his feet. Zebina was caught by Van Persie from behind and hurriedly turned around to block. Van Persie didn't stop the ball at all. He turned around and sent it to the middle of the penalty area before Zebina arrived. When Zebina moved, Lee Yuxin had already completed his run. The two changed positions in sync, and Van Persie's ball was also sent. Arsenal's fast attack and defense immediately disrupted Juventus's formation. Thuram saw Lee Yuxin appearing to receive the ball at the edge of the penalty area and was shocked. His tall body like a black iron tower quickly rushed towards Lee Yuxin. When Thuram approached Lee Yuxin, he didn't have any intention of retreating. He directly carried Lee Yuxin out, squeezed his body, and quickly kicked the ball. Lee Yuxin was squeezed away by the opponent before he could make any moves. His chest ached. So far, only Makalil and Gerrard could make Lee Yuxin suffer this. Although Lee Yuxin's body was hit, his footwork did not change. He then pulled and retreated, protecting the ball and trying to reorganize. But Thuram would never let him take the ball away. He squeezed his body and followed up with his right leg, tripping over Lee Yuxin's ankle, and his knee hit Lee Yuxin's back. Lee Yuxin's center of gravity was unstable after being hit, and he staggered. He wanted to stabilize his center of gravity, but Thuram's small action on his ankle prevented this. He tripped and slid away. Damn it! Lee Yuxin felt that his support was unstable, and he cursed secretly, and his mind flashed. Thuram used the same trick again, squeezing with his knee and hooking with his feet. Lee Yuxin didn't support his body anymore and fell to the ground directly. Beep! At this time, the whistle finally sounded. Thuram hit the opponent from behind 3 times and tripped with his feet, but he was still discovered by Evans. How can this be a foul? There is no problem with this action. He lost his center of gravity. This is just normal defense. Thuram originally saw Lee Yuxin fall to the ground, and immediately intercepted the ball and planned to attack, but Evans' whistle made him extremely surprised, and he kept explaining around Evans. Juventus players also followed, because the ball was too deadly, just near the penalty area line, less than 18 meters away from the goal. At this position, whether it was Henry or Lee Yuxin, they were enough to penetrate Buffon's 10 fingers. Great, great. A little nervous, it must go in. It's finally time to score. Damn, so nervous, who's going to take the penalty? Thierry, or Zio? It's fine as long as it goes in, it's fine as long as it goes in. As Lee Yuxin and Henry appeared in front of the ball, all the Arsenal fans' eyes fell on the two of them. They stood up, not daring to breathe too hard, and stared at the two of them closely. The human wall was quickly formed. Henry put his hands on his waist, still standing by the ball, looking leisurely, while Lee Yuxin kept retreating. It seemed that Henry was going to pass the ball to Lee Yuxin, and Lee Yuxin shot directly. Beep! Evans whistled, and Lee Yuxin rushed towards the ball like a tiger. Just as everyone's eyes fell on Lee Yuxin, Henry also directly cut off an arc at the moment the whistle blew. The ball quickly bypassed a Juventus human wall who could not react in time and fell into the goal. It was Henry's signature fast free kick. Lee Yuxin's running and pretending to hit the goal were just illusions. Henry was the protagonist this time. After the ball passed through the wall, It rotated when it was close to the goal and flew quickly to the right side of the goal. Although Buffon was a little distracted, he judged the ball's path correctly, moved sideways quickly, jumped up with all his strength, stretched his body, and pounced on the falling ball with all his strength. But the ball was too fast, and Buffon's judgment was a little slow before that. The ball still managed to avoid Buffon's 10 fingers and quickly entered the goal 1-0. Arsenal took the lead. Chapter 102. A smooth first half. Juventus did not escape this disaster. Capello sighed in frustration. This ball was too thrilling. Wenger waved his hands happily. The rhythm of the previous game was under his control. He was just one goal away. The ball went in. Arsenal's situation was very good. The game continued. Juventus still fought against Arsenal, but it was all thunder and rain. It had no effect. Ibrahimovic almost became a sideline player. When attacking, he kept taking the ball on the left side of Arsenal, who told his two players to press forward. Juventus's attack was not good at all, while Arsenal's counter-attack was still very sharp. Although there were not many shots in the first half, they threatened Buffon's goal every time. The deterrent power was too great. Arsenal's fast pace also made Juventus's players very afraid. They did not dare to carry the ball too much, fearing that they would be counterattacked by the opponent after losing the ball. In the 39th minute of the game, Arsenal's attack was frustrated. Lee Yuxin immediately rushed to Zebina to grab the ball. Zebina hurriedly kicked the ball and tried to pass it to Vieira in the midfield. However, Van Persie, who had returned to the midfield to assist in the defense, slid and quickly took the ball from Vieira's feet, and then immediately passed it to Lee Yuxin, who cut in from the left. Lee Yuxin had already started the moment Van Persie stole the ball. After the ball came, the entire Juventus defense line had not been settled yet, so he could run freely. However, Lee Yuxin just took advantage of the situation and passed the ball diagonally behind him before Thuram arrived. Wenger emphasized speed before the game, so when Van Persie stole the ball, Juventus had not had time to react, and the entire Arsenal offensive line had already started. The same was true for Henry. His speed was not comparable to that of such a muscular man. He appeared behind Thuram like a ghost, and no one could keep up with his speed. Juventus defenders reacted quickly. Cannavaro had already come up to Henry the moment he got the ball, and Thuram and Zebina also followed to help defend. Henry also kept the ball under his feet and knocked it back. Lee Yuxin in the middle also appeared there waiting. The entire Arsenal team completed 3 passes in less than 2 seconds. It was like mercury pouring down the ground. Arsenal's offense fully demonstrated its football style and charm at this moment. Lee Yuxin, who was in an open position, only took one step into the penalty area line. He was completely within his shooting range. In a flash, he had already raised his foot. Everyone, including Buffon, was anxiously thinking that Lee Yuxin was going to shoot, but at the moment of landing, Lee Yuxin's right foot followed with a back-footed diagonal pass. Fabregas also completed his forward run at the moment Lee Yuxin received the ball. When he passed in front of Lee Yuxin, he had already noticed the change in Lee Yuxin's leg shape and changed direction to run. Lee Yuxin's pass landed in front of Fabregas' left foot. Fabregas did not make any adjustments, but supported himself with his right foot and followed up with a low shot with his left foot. Buffon's body was still stiff, and he had no time to react. Just as he moved one step, the ball had already crossed the goal line and entered the lower left corner of the goal. Cesc completed the last step of this incredible cooperation. He scored the first goal. We are leading Juventus at home. A perfect team cooperation, a perfect return. Cesc, well done. Cesc, our midfield genius is back. You are the most handsome. Cesc, hoo-hoo. Juventus, this is just a lesson. Arsenal, we are going to the semi-finals. Highbury boiled with Fabregas' goal, and the cheers completely drowned out Cenc's shouts. A huge Arsenal flag fluttered over Highbury. Thank you, Lee. Cesc, treat me. I've improved after this injury. Great, you can be a striker. After scoring a goal, Fabregas immediately hugged Lee Yuxin, and the Arsenal players quickly hugged each other, celebrating this goal, this perfect team goal. From Van Persie's interception to the ball entering the goal. In less than 4 seconds, Arsenal's attack was completed, and the 4-foot pass was perfect. Henry, Lee Yuxin, and Fabregas in the front court received the ball from their running positions, all in tacit understanding. It was the most perfect cooperation during Arsenal's peak period, as gorgeous as mercury pouring out of the ground. Juventus' defense was completely torn apart by Arsenal's few passes, and even the defense was clumsy and didn't know where to defend. Juventus players looked at Arsenal players celebrating with some disappointment. Vieira also had a bitter smile on his face. It was the goal scorer who replaced him and took him away from Highbury to the Apennine Peninsula. Now he scored a goal at Highbury for the team he represented. Is this fate? Capello also shook his head helplessly. The goal was lost at the wrong time. It happened to be in the 39th minute. It could have been earlier or later. Juventus could not attack at this time. After all, the team's morale was low. If they defended, they would not be willing to give up. Besides, the opponent had 6 or 7 minutes to attack. It was hard to predict what would happen. Compared with Capello's hesitation, Wenger was much more decisive. After the game was restarted, Wenger gestured, "Attack." Arsenal soon launched their offensive, not giving Juventus a chance to breathe. This time it was Haleb's turn. After shaking off Muto on the right, he did not stay at the bottom line, but quickly cut inside. After several dribbling and changing directions, he shook off Emerson and sent the ball to Van Persie in the middle. Van Persie originally planned to pass the ball to Haleb, but Vieira was too strong and could not squeeze through. He could not turn around and had to rely on Vieira to receive the ball. Facing the former captain, Van Persie did not take advantage and was stuck in position by the opponent. However, Van Persie did not entangle too much. Lee Yuxin had already caught up and sent the ball directly to the left with a low pass. Arsenal's two wingers flew together. Lee Yuxin first dribbled and shook the ball, then pulled the ball and changed direction, and quickly rushed to the Juventus penalty area from the side, attracting the attention of Zebina and Camoranesi. Lee Yuxin followed and pushed downward in the opposite direction. Flamini immediately jumped out from behind Lee Yuxin, took a big step, and directly avoided Zebina's interception. He also did not stick to the ball, and quickly found Henry with a low ball. Gago Thierry, pass him, we want to score. Thierry. Arsenal's attack once again tore through the opponent's defense. Henry took the ball on the left and used all his power. He changed direction, shook, and dribbled. In a very short period of time, a series of changes in direction and rhythm made Thuram dizzy. Henry directly shook off Thuram. Seeing Cannavaro coming, Henry did not adjust his pace and dribbled the ball again, causing the opponent to be shaken. At this moment of space, Henry suddenly shot a cold arrow and shot directly. Buffon's sight was blocked by Cannavaro. A low ball came over, Buffon could not react in time, and watched the ball roll to his left. "Oh Thierry, you're so unlucky today. Damn, the goal today is so weird." There was another round of exclamation. Henry's shot hit the far post and rolled out of the bottom line, making Arsenal fans sigh. Juventus escaped again, and Capello finally gave instructions to retreat to defense. Juventus had to push back its three lines. It was finally Arsenal's turn to attack and regain the initiative on the field. Although Juventus played defensively, they could not stop Lee Yuxin and others from breaking through. In the 44th minute of the game, Lee Yuxin dribbled past Zebina again and tore open Juventus's shell on the left. Juventus' left door was wide open. Gago Lee, oh my god. Damn it, he should be the gallows. As Lee Yuxin fell down after Zebina stepped on his ankle fiercely, the roar of cheering on the scene turned into endless rebukes. Beep Evans once again showed the yellow card to the Juventus players, giving it to Zebina. Damn it, he should be sent off. That's the part where Lee was injured before, he did it on purpose. It was a malicious foul. Fortunately, Lee is fine. Lee is finally back. A yellow card was obviously not enough to calm the anger of Arsenal fans, but Lee Yuxin soon came on the court to calm the emotions of Arsenal fans a little. This was just the last moment of the first half, a microcosm of Juventus. They had to use a lot of fouls to stop the excited Arsenal. Zebina was unlucky. There were too many fouls on Lee Yuxin before, and he was caught as a typical example. Beep 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 with Evans' whistle, the first half of the Champions League quarter-final, Arsenal's home game against Juventus ended. Arsenal led the opponent 2-0 with goals from Henry and Fabregas. Capello returned to the locker room as soon as possible, his face terribly gloomy. Wenger was happy to high-five his disciples one by one, and follow them into the locker room. Matthew, what do you think of the first half of this game? Adams asked, looking at Matthew's slightly excited face. Well, this may be a microcosm of the whole game. Juventus can't do anything to Arsenal. Matthew said with certainty. Without Nedved, Capello's team will not attack, which is fatal. Their connection in the midfield and front court is completely unsuccessful. Vieira and Emerson are not organized forwards, and neither of them has shown their offensive side. Camoranesi may be the candidate, but his energy had to be restrained by Zio today. Generally speaking, in the first half, Juventus failed to show the advantage of their double defensive midfielders and was suppressed by the opponent. Neither the offense nor the defense played to their level in the league. Adams was quite regretful. Juventus failed to open up the middle. I think it was largely because of Arsenal's speed. Thierry, Zio, Robin, Holeb and even Cesc were much faster than Juventus players. In addition, Arsenal's delicate cooperation forced Vieira and Emerson to move their positions further back. Arsenal also worked very hard in defense and performed very steadily. These were also the reasons why Juventus fell behind in the first half. Matthew took over Adams' words and analyzed from Arsenal's perspective. Yes, Arsenal performed much better than Juventus in the first half. They were more prepared than Juventus, especially their cooperation. That ball was simply a microcosm of Arsenal's tactics this season. It was so beautiful that Juventus players couldn't even keep up with their eyes. It was really scary. Yet, this is a feature of Arsenal this season. The imagination of young people gives them endless creativity. Lee's pass and Fabregas's insertion are no worse than those of Patrick and Bergkamp back then. They are even more spiritual. The future is really full of fantasy. Matthew looked forward to the playback of the only goal in the first half. Haha, then everyone, let Matthew take a look at this ball first. We will take a break and come back immediately. Not only Matthew was thinking about Arsenal's goal, but Arsenal's players were also thinking about it, and even Wenger was thinking about it, but they all felt it was a pity, because Arsenal had the opportunity to further expand the score, but unfortunately Henry's second shot was just a hair's breadth away. Chapter 103 3-0. Wenger immediately called his players over after returning to the locker room. He said solemnly, "You performed well in the first half, but that's not enough. You could have done better in the first half. You need to play more efficiently. I want you to maintain this momentum in the second half. Go one step further, especially in defense. I want you to be more focused than in the first half and not give the opponent any chance to score. You must know that we are playing away next game. Any goal lost at home is fatal. Therefore, you must be more determined than in the first half and must not lose the ball." Robin performed very well in the first half. In the second half, you must continue to assist the midfield. Do you understand? Wenger glanced at his disciples and praised Van Persie, who tried his best in the first half. "I understand," the Arsenal players replied loudly, especially Van Persie, who valued Wenger's encouragement. In Juventus' dressing room, it was much more depressing. It was Vieira's first time sitting in the away dressing room at Highbury to listen to the coach's instructions. He was somewhat uncomfortable. 8 months ago, he was on the opposite side. Capello didn't know Vieira's feeling. As soon as he arrived in the dressing room, he immediately frowned and looked at his players without relaxing his brows for a moment. "You should understand the significance of this game to us. If we score a goal away from home, we will have great hopes of entering the next round. Therefore, I want you to attack, and keep attacking. In the first half, you didn't respond to each other enough. You were basically using yourself to compete with the entire Arsenal team. In the second half, I want you to cooperate with each other. Don't just go one route. Mobilize them. No matter how fast the opponent is, it can't be faster than the movement of the ball, so that space will appear. Patrick, in the second half, you have to pull to the right more and cooperate with Zebina to defend Zio, and Emerson, you have to press forward more to attack, understand?" Capello quickly explained his arrangements, with a focus on the positioning of Vieira and Emerson. Vieira was mainly responsible for defense, while Emerson was responsible for offense. The 15-minute break was over soon, and the players from both sides quickly returned to the field. Arsenal go forward, defeat them, let them go home and cry goal. Seeing their players come out, Highbury turned into a red and white sea of rage, and the huge guns and flags were constantly waving. At this time, Arsenal fans had satisfied smiles on their faces. In about 50 minutes, the game will be over. Beep, a whistle sounded, and the game resumed. Juventus kicked off. After the start of the second half, Juventus really strengthened the mutual response, trying to make the offense more organized. At the same time, Emerson's position was forward and he got more balls. Arsenal still implemented the tactics of the first half, defending in the middle, attracting the opponent's key attacks, and at the same time making a fuss on the side. However, Arsenal's offense was blocked by Juventus at the beginning of the second half, especially on Lee Yuxin's side. Vieira and Camoranesi almost locked Lee Yuxin's breakthrough route. Lee Yuxin had to use his speed to break the blockade of the two people. Fortunately, after a short period of adaptation, Lee Yuxin finally became powerful. In the 51st minute of the game, Silva intercepted Emerson's attack and sent the ball to the middle. Fabregas followed with a low pass and sent it directly to the high-speed Lee Yuxin. Lee Yuxin half-turned his body, knocked it easily, turned his body, and did not continue to rush forward, but cut inward in the opposite direction and directly shook off Camoranesi's defense. After one, Lee Yuxin did not stop and continued to rush forward, but Vieira had already arrived at this time, and Lee Yuxin was quickly entangled by him. Lee Yuxin saw Vieira in front of him, and did not stop, but flicked the ball with his right foot, and then suddenly stopped again, and his feet quickly buckled, then twisted his waist and abdomen, and flicked with his left foot, trying to change direction and pass Vieira. But Vieira was not fooled, his lower body was very stable, and when Lee Yuxin changed direction, he quickly blocked his right side to prevent him from driving from the outside. As he was moving, Lee Yuxin made another move, his body swaying continuously, and he pulled the ball under his feet and moved it again. Vieira subconsciously moved his position again, and his center of gravity could not keep up with Lee Yuxin's changing rhythm. At this moment, Lee Yuxin braked urgently, flicked his left foot, and his body was as soft as dough, twisting directly from his right side. Vieira wanted to pull Lee Yuxin again, but his center of gravity changed too quickly, and he couldn't stand firmly at all. He couldn't resist Lee Yuxin, and was directly squeezed by Lee Yuxin and lost his position. In a flash, he was passed by Lee Yuxin. But after Lee Yuxin passed Vieira, Camoranesi also arrived and entangled with him again, but Lee Yuxin did not entangle but sent the ball to Van Persie's feet. Cannavaro entangled Van Persie at the first time. Van Persie had no chance, and sent the ball to Fabregas' feet behind him and reorganized. But just as Fabregas stopped the ball, Vieira intercepted it. Juventus started to attack, and Vieira passed the ball to Camoranesi. Flamini scrambled for the ball and poked it out of the sideline. The two sides kept wasting time in this tug-of-war. As the game progressed, Juventus's offense still didn't improve much. Although they strengthened their mutual response and moved Emerson forward, they didn't solve the problem of passing the fatal ball in the positional battle. Instead, Trezeguet came up and kept responding to Emerson. They lacked a midfielder in the middle, and Juventus became more and more passive. Capello became more and more anxious on the sidelines, but there was nothing he could do. Not only in offense, but also in defense, Juventus was getting more and more tired. Because Emerson was in a forward position, Vieira focused on Lee Yuxin. In this way, Halep and Fabregas were relatively free, and they frequently formed shock waves on the right and the center. Lee Yuxin also gradually adapted to the sudden high intensity and fast defense, which made Juventus lose their temper. In the 56th minute of the game, Lee Yuxin, who was in a good mood, and Flamini jointly intercepted Ibrahimovic's ball, and then quickly advanced and ran all the way. Go 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 goalie. Whenever Lee Yuxin performed a long-distance attack at Highbury, like Henry, it would immediately cause countless resonances in Highbury, and the rumbling sound was like a volcano brewing, waiting for the final explosion. Oh my god, it was like a tiger passing by, a terrible man. Watching Lee Yuxin passing by her, Sarah explained in amazement. It's this man again, such a terrible speed, such a terrible explosive power, faster than Thierry. The center of gravity of the entire stadium was suddenly involved in Lee Yuxin, and everyone's eyes fell on Lee Yuxin. Damn it, stop him, stop him. Don't let him pass, don't let him pass. Countless Juventus fans screamed at the top of their lungs, hoping that their team could stop a beast from plundering them. The complicated screams did not affect Lee Yuxin's speed at all. Camoranesi was also beside Lee Yuxin at this time, but he did not dare to hide him directly from behind like in the first half, because that would undoubtedly be another yellow card and he would have to leave the field. He had to get close to Lee Yuxin and keep entangled with him, hoping that his teammates could rush back to defend. But Lee Yuxin did not give him a chance. Like a horse that had broken free from its reins, he rushed to his destination. At the moment when Camoranesi pulled his arm, Lee Yuxin suddenly changed direction, quickly walked to the outside line, and then sprinted again. Before Camoranesi could grab Li Yuxin's right arm, Li Yuxin threw him away. His steps were also messed up by Li Yuxin. He staggered and subconsciously tried to catch Li Yuxin, but Li Yuxin was too fast and he couldn't hold him. Li Yuxin dragged him out and he fell heavily on the grass, just like Li Yuxin did in the first half, but this time it was him. After passing Camoranesi in the center circle, Li Yuxin quickly adjusted his pace and rushed directly to the front of Juventus' penalty area. Zebina was still chasing Li Yuxin, and before that, he was at least 3 positions in front of Li Yuxin, but Li Yuxin was like a fully started Ferrari, and was forced past by Li Yuxin in the first attempt. If Camoranesi hadn't slightly delayed Li Yuxin's speed, the distance between the two would have only been farther and farther, and it would have been impossible to get close to Li Yuxin like now. Li Yuxin also appeared behind him, Zebina approached, and in the inside, Vieira was also returning to defense, and Thuram in front of him also blocked him. Li Yuxin soon fell into a 3-man double team situation. At this time, Henry, Van Persie, Emerson, Cannavaro, and Zambrotta had all rushed into Juventus' half. It had become a chase game. It all depended on who could reach the destination in the end. Arsenal's trident faced the blockade of 5 Juventus players. Seeing Thuram coming, Li Yuxin did not pause at all. He made the last move. At the moment of approaching Thuram, the two people moved closer. Li Yuxin suddenly pulled the ball and passed it sideways. At this time, Henry appeared in front of the penalty area and shot. Buffon's attention was attracted by Li Yuxin, and the ball went in, 3-0. Henry and Van Persie rushed to Li Yuxin's side immediately. Henry threw himself on Li Yuxin, while Van Persie patted Li Yuxin's shoulders heavily. The two laughed and chattered about the ball. A magical man, a man who can charm everyone. It's incredible. Li can make everyone fascinated by him and excited about his football. It's so beautiful. A great goal. Fans, I think this goal will exist in everyone's mind. Seeing the whole process of this goal on the spot, the beautiful anchor felt that every cell in her body was excited. She looked at the domineering figure with a flushed face. It's incredible. Is this the Premier League player? Damn it, why wasn't I born in London, so I could see Li every day? Incredible, too incredible. It would be great if we had a player like this. Another Ronnie. Too awesome, Li Yuxin. Real man, invincible. Arsenal has great hope this year. All the fans who watched the Champions League live broadcast were exclaiming, feeling incredible about Li Yuxin's long-distance goal. After seeing this goal, Capello was stunned for a long time, took off his glasses, and shook his head one after another. For the first time, he felt confused in his head. Just like this, one person played half of the team. Capello was a little unbelievable. Anger, amazement, helplessness are really mixed feelings. Wenger didn't have so many emotions, only joy. He rushed to the sidelines at the first time, waving his arms excitedly. This goal basically determined the result of the game. As long as they kept the ball, everything was enough. Patad hugged the players on the Arsenal bench and cheered for this goal. Highbury was already in great joy. Arsenal, who scored a goal, played more freely, while Juventus was still in a difficult situation. Capello took Mutu off and replaced him with Chiellini, using his defensive ability to allow Emerson to focus more on offense. At the same time, Trezeguet, who had done nothing throughout the game, was taken off and replaced with Sarraita, hoping that this famous lucky player could use his scoring ability in big games to help the team, and also use his weight to impact Arsenal's defense. Time was fast, and it was about to enter the last 15 minutes. Juventus launched a fierce attack and had a chance to quickly push the ball into Arsenal's half. Ibrahimovic had also pulled to the middle at this time, acting as a front midfielder, and the two wings kept cutting in and knocking horizontally. Capello hoped to finally tear apart Arsenal's defense in the middle. Well done, that's it, let them eat grass, Arsenal, Highbury will never fall. Although Juventus launched a fierce attack in the last period, Arsenal's defense was still quite solid. The whole team tried their best to defend, and even Henry was fighting with the opponent in the midfield. The whole Highbury was roaring, cheering for the Arsenal players non-stop, like a mountain torrent tsunami for a long time. Chapter 104, Victory and Trouble. While Arsenal was consolidating their defense, they also began to attack. Juventus played in the middle, while Arsenal played on the wing. In the 79th minute of the game, Touré rushed forward with the ball and sent it to Silva in the middle. After Silva, Fabregas and Hweb passed the ball several times in the midfield. Fabregas suddenly shook off Emerson and rushed forward with the ball. Vieira quickly blocked Fabregas' position, leaned on his tall body, quickly lowered Fabregas' speed, mixed with him, and quickly used his right foot to smash the ball. Fabregas was entangled by Vieira, and without delaying time, he stepped on the ball and quickly passed the ball to Van Persie in front. Van Persie dribbled the ball in front, and immediately moved his feet, skillfully controlling the ball, shaking left and right, and quickly dribbled the ball into the penalty area. Thuram tried to dribble the ball several times but was dodged by Van Persie. Instead, he was killed into the penalty area. He dared not retreat anymore. Thuram leaned forward quickly, and his body was like a mountain in front of Van Persie. Van Persie changed direction twice, changing the rhythm. The opponent did not fall for it. Juventus players had already caught up with him. Seeing that there was no chance, he immediately knocked to the left and quickly moved to the lower left. Liu, who was pulled over, appeared on the ball path with confidence. Seeing that Juventus defended the ball but not the players, he had a flash of thought with Van Persie. While receiving the ball, he gently moved the ball with the outside of his left foot without stopping. His body was running, but the ball had changed its path and flew quickly to his left. Van Persie had already appeared in that position. He moved his right foot smoothly and then took advantage of the situation to start immediately. Before that, Camoranesi and Zebina defended Yuxin, Thuram guarded Persie, and the two changed positions, while Juventus looked at the ball instead of the players. In a flash, Yuxin and Van Persie cooperated twice, and Juventus' defense was emptied again. At this time, Cannavaro had been pulled empty by Henry. Vieira's reaction was fast enough, but he had just returned to the middle, and Van Persie had already started, directly forming a half-single knife, with his left foot raised. Buffon had also stood in the near corner, and saw Van Persie appear on his right side, raising his foot to shoot, without any thoughts in his head, and subconsciously jumped. Go Robin, it's and shoot, damn it goal, Terry's follow-up shot scored for us, King scored the fourth goal for us, we are 4 goals ahead of Juventus in the Champions League, cheers, we are going to enter the Champions League semi-finals King. The huge roar shook the grass in the stadium, and Highbury instantly turned into a volcano crater, with passion like flames everywhere. Henry spread his upper arms flat, shrugged his shoulders, shouted and rushed to his fans, celebrating the goal. When Van Persie's shot was subconsciously blocked by Buffon, the ball just fell at Henry's feet. How could Henry miss this great gift? With an easy rub, the ball flew directly over Buffon's head and into the net. Capello was completely disappointed, and the game was completely defeated. Wenger kept clapping, with a smile on his face. The rest was defense, and everything was fine. Robin, papa. Wenger replaced Van Persie in the 81st minute, and the whole audience burst into warm applause. Although Van Persie did not score in this game, he did instigate the first goal and indirectly assisted the fourth goal. His attraction and defense in the middle are also crucial. Almost all of Arsenal's articles have the shadow of Van Persie, but the price is also very high. Van Persie finally got cramps. Adebayor, Pires, Bergkamp, Wenger replaced 3 players in a row, and tried his best to let the 3 who had rested well participate in the defense. Beep with Evans 2 short and 1 long whistle. The quarter-final of the UEFA Champions League in the 2005 season, Arsenal's home game against Juventus ended. With 4 goals from Fabregas, Yuxin and Henry, Arsenal won a big victory. With a 4-goal advantage, they are preparing for the next game against Juventus, and one foot has already stepped into the semi-finals. Wenger and Capello just shook hands politely, then entered the field to celebrate the victory with their disciples, and also to find that figure. Vieira hugged his Arsenal teammates one by one. When he saw Wenger, Vieira smiled and took the initiative to hug the tall and thin old man. Vieira's respect for Wenger far exceeded his hatred for the club. Patrick, let's get together later. Okay, let's go to that bar again. The beer there is quite memorable. How about it? Haha, is it the beer that is memorable, or the beauty? Haha. Call David and Thuram together. No problem. Henry and Pires left Highbury with Vieira and Trezeguet. The English media was very excited, but Yuxin was in trouble. After bragging with his teammates, Yuxin left Highbury. Wenger took Fabregas and Van Persie to the press room, and Yuxin had nothing to do. Hi, Lee here. With a gentle call, the graceful figure stood at the corner of the street and waved to Yuxin. Slowly, Lee Yuxin parked the Jaguar on the street and reluctantly opened the door. Lee, why don't you welcome me? Sarah blinked her big eyes and stared at Lee Yuxin with dissatisfaction. Haha, how dare I? If I offend you, I guess I will be scolded to death in the article. I know, but you still ask? Lee Yuxin smiled hypocritically. Big eyelashes, big eyes and blinking, are you not afraid of the wind? Lee Yuxin curled his lips, did not answer, quickly started the car, and drove towards the reserved restaurant. What's the matter with you? Haha, yes. Sarah chuckled, seeing Lee Yuxin's depressed expression. She winked at him proudly. Her big eyes were very charming, her small waist was twisted, and her breasts were round and sexy. Hey, people are divided into groups, and the friends of fairies are also fairies. Lee Yuxin followed them in helplessly, not knowing what relationship they had with him. At the dining table, hi, Sesk, what are you busy with? Lee Yuxin quickly called Fabregas. Hey, Lee, we just wanted to call you over. We just arrived at Bond Street. Come and have some coffee. Fabregas's tone was slightly excited. He was in a good mood today because he was named the best player. Wait a minute, I have something to do, Sesk. A Madrid media wants to interview you and make a special feature for you. It will be used when you are selected for the Spanish national team to go to Germany in the future. Lee Yuxin quickly told him about his own affairs. Well, is it the two mouthpiece newspapers in Madrid? Fabregas pondered for a while, obviously hesitating. No, it's the national TV station. They seem to be making a large program for the World Cup. Consider it. All Spanish players who have the opportunity to be selected will appear on this program. Lee Yuxin helped Sarah explain. After all, Fabregas was born in Catalonia and was only 19 years old. He didn't have much experience and might have more ideas in his mind. Okay, you guys come together. I'm just afraid they'll ask some sensitive questions. It's okay, I also hope to go to Germany. Fabregas finally nodded. No problem, wait for me, I'll be there right away. Lee Yuxin hung up the phone quickly, watching the two fairies still laughing and talking over there, their eyes drifting to him from time to time. Hey, Sarah, I'm sorry. Lee Yuxin looked at Sarah with some guilt. It's okay, Cesc was born in Catalonia, and it's difficult for him to accept our exclusive interview in Madrid, Lee, but thank you anyway. Although Sarah was disappointed, she could understand. This time Sarah came to London to broadcast the game live, and also to interview Fabregas, who has risen this season and is the most popular among the young Spanish players. But because Fabregas is not a big name, and he is far away in the UK, he has never had any contact before. Spain has no close relationship in London, and there is also the Catalan factor in it. Sarah found Lee Yuxin, hoping that he could help her contact him. Lee, thank you this time, otherwise Cesc would not have agreed to the interview so easily. Sarah waved goodbye to Fabregas, got on the car as she wished, and thanked Lee Yuxin who sent her. Haha, that's not necessary. Didn't you help Qiaoji last time? Lee Yuxin ignored the two friends who were winking at him, smiled and shook his head, and concentrated on driving. However, the corners of his mouth were still twitching. When he thought about being beaten by Fabregas and Van Persie again, he felt a little distressed. Thousands of pounds were gone again. Who knew that Van Persie also accompanied Bayo Sheila shopping and was plotted against by the two? Haha, anyway, Cesc came from Barcelona, and it is still difficult for him to accept exclusive reports from Madrid. When I go to Spain again, I will treat you to a meal to thank you. Sarah also completed the main task of this trip to the UK, and was in a good mood. Haha, if you really want to thank me, don't bother me. Lee Yuxin didn't want to have anything to do with this woman anymore. Although Sarah was beautiful, she was too cunning and troublesome. Besides, she would be Casila's wife in the future. That's fine, but... Sarah dragged her chin and looked at Lee Yuxin with a gossipy face. Hey, Sarah, you are actually very beautiful when you are not a bitch. Look, there are fish. Oh, haha, I was wrong. Here we are. Lee Yuxin saw her smug look and couldn't help but want to hide her. Suddenly, he saw her murderous look, so he quickly closed his mouth, smiled awkwardly, and quickly turned to the hotel where Sarah was staying. Yet, with a click, Lee Yuxin was completely stunned. Hey, he was kissed by a woman. Lee, you look so handsome today. Be careful when you go back, she said softly. Seeing Lee Yuxin was stunned by her kiss, she dragged Lee Yuxin's chin with her right hand with some pride, gave him an ambiguous instruction, and got out of the car. I'm being teased. Chapter 105. The opportunity has come. The trouble is over. London's family brother, watch the game? What's wrong? Damn, Chelsea scored a goal. No, you're too noisy. Question mark? That's good, that's good? That's it, defend them, defend them? Beep beep beep. Question mark? Great, Birmingham did a great job. Lee Yuxin celebrated at home? After watching the game, do you have anything to say? Kill Villa very good, I don't need to tell you this time, you should know what to do. Wenger saw that the Arsenal players were like wolf cubs who had been hungry for 3 days, howling and humming, and he was very satisfied. Understood, take down Villa. The Arsenal players all opened their eyes wide and answered with high morale. Chelsea was tied by Birmingham away, and now only leads Arsenal by 6 points, but Arsenal has played 2 fewer games than them, and the match with Portsmouth in the 31st round was postponed. In addition to today's home game, Arsenal's 2 opponents are not strong. As long as they beat the opponent and Chelsea continues to lose, they can surpass Chelsea by 1 point. After a season, how can Arsenal's players not be excited? Well, keep your confidence, but I don't want to see any players leave the field early. Go ahead. Wenger nodded with satisfaction. Seeing the excited eyes of his disciples, he was worried that they would be too excited and overtake them, so he reminded them. Home Arsenal, welcome to our invincible home. Highbury, now please invite our invincible warriors to enter the field. Arsenal forward, take down the opponent. We want to win. Overtake them. Overtake them. Overtake. Obviously the news of Chelsea's loss of points gave them hope of winning the championship. They shouted the slogan of overtake and instantly detonated Highbury. The huge cannon flag was raised high, covering the sky and the sun. Beep, the whistle sounded. Time was up. Atkinson quickly blew the game. Arsenal's formation returned to 442. Because of Chelsea's unexpected loss of points, Wenger temporarily adjusted the list. Except for Van Persie, all the main players went out. Lehmann, Ebao, Toure, Senderos, Flamini, Lee Yuxin, Fabregas, Gilberto, Silva, Pires, Henry, Adabert. Question mark. Aston Villa also used the 4-4-2 formation, with the following players: Sorensen, De La Cruz, Aaron Hughes, Ridgewell, Bauma, Hendry, McCann, Steve Davis, Barry, Kevin Phillips, Luke Moore. Question mark. At the beginning of the game, Arsenal took advantage of the momentum of defeating Juventus in the Champions League and quickly controlled the rhythm on the field, catching up with Chelsea and giving them more reasons to attack. Go. Tear them apart, beat them, interceive. With confidence and motivation, Arsenal quickly pressed Aston Villa within 35 meters of the half-court, and wave after wave of attacks became more and more intense with the cheers of Arsenal fans. Question mark. In the 5th minute of the game, Lee Yuxin kicked the ball from the right, and Adabert swung the ball hard. With a dull bang, it hit the crossbar, causing countless sighs at Highbury. Question mark. In the 9th minute, Lee Yuxin dribbled past Bauma and entered the penalty area. He crossed the ball before Barry and Davis, but unfortunately the ball was cleared by Ridgewell. Question mark. After attacking Aston Villa for nearly 20 minutes, Arsenal fans finally got a chance to cheer. Question mark. In the 19th minute of the game, Lee Yuxin took the ball from the right and advanced high into the opponent's half. Seeing Barry and Davis double-teaming him, Lee Yuxin's speed suddenly increased again and he approached Barry in an instant. Question mark. Barry saw Lee Yuxin's speed rushing up again, and he didn't dare to be careless. He hurriedly stuck to the outside and planned to clamp Lee Yuxin with McCann. Question mark. Lee Yuxin had predicted the opponent's action. At the moment he approached Barry, he suddenly raised his toes, and the ball quickly rose from the ground, flew directly over the head of the stunned Barry, and fell behind him. Question mark. At the moment when he was stunned, Lee Yuxin squeezed his body, blocked with his big hands, and quickly got rid of Barry's entanglement. With a hook of his foot, he regained control of the ball and rushed to the front of Villa's penalty area. Question mark. Davis didn't expect his teammate to be passed so easily, and hurriedly chased and defended, and Bauma didn't dare to be careless, and quickly came over, and the entire left side of Aston Villa was restrained by Lee Yuxin. Question mark. Lee Yuxin didn't rush forward blindly. With a glance, he quickly found an empty space, passed the ball to his right foot, and pushed it easily, diagonally behind Bauma. Question mark. Ebao, who was performing better and better, rushed over it the first time, without any pause, lifted his right foot, and directly hoisted the ball into the penalty area. The ball was fast and powerful. When the ball was close to the goal, Sorensen didn't dare to take it hard because of the excessive power, and he rushed forward with both hands. Henry also reached the ball path, but Sorensen's dive was faster than him and he opened the ball directly, but it just landed on Henry's body and bounced to Henry's feet. Henry pushed the ball sharply and the ball quickly passed through Sorensen's body. Damn Ridgewell, there's a chance, Adebayo, oh my god GL, incredible, but Adebayo still scored for us, we are ahead, we can win and catch up with Chelsea. After several chaotic explanations, Cenk finally shouted out the familiar long sound as he wished. Oh, my god, it's so exciting, damn, it finally went and God bless, Arsenal will win. The fans at the scene were also like a roller coaster, anxious as the ball rolled back and forth in front of the goal. Henry's small angle shot avoided Sorensen's body, but was barely cleared by Ridgewell in front of the goal line. The flying ball was grabbed by Adebayo, 4 yards in front of the goal, close at hand, but his header hit the crossbar. Just when everyone thought the empty goal would not go in, the falling ball hit Ridgewell's head and bounced into the net. Arsenal took the lead at an expected time and in an unexpected way. Wenger finally breathed a sigh of relief. No matter how the goal was scored, as long as the goal was scored, everything else would be easy. After scoring a goal, Arsenal's offensive became even more crazy, and the offensive was like a tide, wave after wave, pressing Aston Villa to breathe. Beautiful. Grab, and good job. Adebayo celebrated and hugged his players one by one to celebrate the goal. After scoring a goal, Arsenal's offensive was even more fierce, wave after wave, like a tide, endless, pressing Aston Villa to the point of being unable to breathe, and pressing Aston Villa's head coach O'Leary's face to become increasingly dark. Aston Villa's offense was not good, but their defense was also not strong. In the 25th minute of the game, Lee Yuxin stole the ball from Phillips in the backcourt, and after turning his body, a figure appeared, and a long rainbow-like arc was sent directly to the front court. Henry's start was almost at the same level as the instep of the last defender of Aston Villa, and he rushed out, kicked his big foot, quickly took off the ball, and rushed out, forming a single knife. Sorensen rushed out at the first time, trying to intercept Henry. Henry kicked the ball with his toes, and a lob shot directly dropped the ball into the goal, leaving Sorensen sighing at the ball. Terry, our king, our captain, scored another goal for us. Thanks to his goal and Zio for the pass. They are the best partners and the best weapon for us to capture the city. Captain, you played beautifully. Haha, Zio, this pass was really appropriate. Henry and Lee Yuxin came to the stands to praise each other and accepted the cheers of Arsenal fans together. Cenk's cheers this time were just a warm-up. Next, in the 39th minute of the game, it was Henry's turn to pass the ball to Lee Yuxin. Pires on the left side passed the ball to Henry, who was coming up. Henry protected the ball at the arc and suddenly picked the ball while moving, directly sending the ball to the position between Ridgewell and Bouma. Lee Yuxin appeared at that position in a telepathic manner. After unloading the ball, he quickly shook off Bauma's pursuit and blocked him. It was another single shot. Then he pushed the ball with his foot and quickly penetrated Sorensen's body and went into the lower left corner of the goal. Zio, scored again. This is his 28th goal. Incredible player. Highbury, cheer for our genius, Zio? Zio? Arsenal opened up completely in this game. Although Fabregas and Ebao were replaced by Diaby and Jiruo due to injuries, Diaby, who replaced him, headed the ball in the 56th minute and changed the score to 4-0. In the 67th minute, Lee Yuxin sent the ball to the middle in the right side under the double team of 3 people, and Henry shot the ball, 5-0. Van Persie, who replaced Henry in the 75th minute, used his gorgeous personal pass to suddenly shoot a cold arrow in the minute to lock the score 2. Beep with 2 short and 1 long whistles from Meters Atkinson. The 32nd round of the English Premier League season, Arsenal's home game against Aston Villa, ended. With Henry's double goal, Lee Yuxin, Adebayo, Van Persie, and Diaby's goals, Arsenal defeated Aston Villa and ranked second in the standings with 1 game less and a difference of 3 points. Wenger showed the tolerance of the winner in the final handshake as he wished, patted the arm of O'Leary, whose face had changed, and nodded with a smile. Chapter 106 Rest and Reflection. Brother, Yang Guiyang is obsessed with data again. Today, there are 4 squirrel fish. They are made by Sister Shuashuo and the others. This dish has color, fragrance, taste, shape, and what is even more interesting is the sound. When the fried mandarin fish that looks like a squirrel is served, it is immediately poured with steaming hot marinade, and it squeaks and calls like a real squirrel. Authentic squirrel mandarin fish is a traditional specialty in Suzhou area, and it has always been listed as a top-quality delicacy at banquets in various parts of Jiangnan. It is said that as early as when Emperor Qianlong went to Jiangnan, Suzhou had squirrel carp, and Qianlong had tasted it. Later, it developed into squirrel mandarin fish. There is a record about squirrel fish in the Qin dynasty's Dazzling. Take seasonal fish, remove the bones from the belly, drag a yolk, fry until yellow, and make it squirrel style. Oil and soy sauce. Seasonal fish should be seasonal flower fish, that is, mandarin fish. This record indirectly proves that the legend of squirrel carp in Suzhou during the Qianlong period is possible. Because many dishes in Dazzling are from the Qianlong and Jiaqing periods of the Qin dynasty. Secondly, it can be explained that today's squirrel mandarin fish is developed on the basis of squirrel fish. The difference is that the ancient squirrel fish is egg yolk paste, while today's squirrel fish is patted dry starch. The ancient squirrel fish was fried and then fried with oil and soy sauce, while today it is directly poured with a prepared marinade after frying. In addition, today's squirrel fish is more realistic in shape and tastes sweet and sour, which are difficult to match with the ancient squirrel fish. Method 1 Ingredients 200 grams of mandarin fish, 2 grams of cooking wine, 10 grams of pine nuts, a little pepper, 10 grams of tomato sauce, 500 grams of vegetable oil, 40 grams of wet starch, actual consumption 50 grams, appropriate amount of salt, and 15 grams of vinegar. Production steps 1. Remove the scales, gills, fins and internal organs of the mandarin fish, remove the skin on the head, wash it, cut off the fish head, spread it out and flatten it. Use a knife to cut off the fish bones on the back of the fish, do not cut the belly of the fish, leaving about 1 rein of spine at the tail. After removing the bones of the mandarin fish, spread it out with the skin facing down, and cut it into flower cuts with an oblique knife. The knife should be 4 or 5 deep into the meat. Do not cut the fish skin. Make a cut at the tail and pull the tail out from the cut too. Sprinkle salt, pepper, cooking wine and wet starch, a little, on the fish body and spread it evenly. 3. Put the wok on the fire, heat it up and pour in vegetable oil. Heat the oil to 70%, dip the mandarin fish in a little starch, put it in the oil pan and fry it for a few minutes, then dip the fish head in starch, put it in the oil pan and fry it until it turns golden brown, remove it, put it on the fish plate with a flower cut side facing up, and put the fish head on it. 4. Put the pine nuts in the oil pan, remove them after they are cooked, and put them in a small bowl. 5. Leave a little oil in the wok, add a little clear soup, add salt, sugar, tomato sauce, vinegar, boil, thicken with wet starch, add a little hot oil and stir well, pour it on the fish, sprinkle with pine nuts. Method 2 Ingredients 1 Fresh mandarin fish, weighing about 750 grams, 30 grams of cooked shrimp, 20 grams each of cooked bamboo shoots and soaked mushrooms, 15 green peas, 25 grams of Shaoxing wine, 11 grams each of refined salt and green onion, 200 grams of soft white sugar, 100 grams each of white vinegar, tomato sauce, and fresh soup, 2.5 grams of minced garlic, 60 grams of dry starch, 35 grams of wet starch, 15 grams of sesame oil, and 1,500 grams of cooked lard, about 200 grams consumed. Production steps 1. Remove the scales and gills of the mandarin fish, cut open the abdomen to remove the internal organs, and wash it. Cut the fish head at an angle at the level of the pectoral fin, split it lengthwise from the chin of the fish head, flatten it gently with a blade of a knife, and slice it along both sides of the spine to the tail. Do not cut off the fish tail, cut off the spine, and slice off the chest spine. Then cut the fish meat straight, about 1 centimeter apart, and then cut it obliquely, 3 cm apart, deep to the fish skin. Do not break the skin, forming diamond-shaped knife patterns. Then put 15 grams of Shaoxing wine and 1 gram of refined salt in a bowl and mix them well. Apply them on the fish head and fish meat, then roll them with dry starch, Lift the fish tail with your hands and shake off the remaining starch. 2. Put the tomato sauce in a bowl, add the fresh soup, sugar, vinegar, 10 grams of wine, 10 grams of salt, and wet starch, and stir to make a sauce. 3. Put the lard in a wok on high heat and heat it to 80% hot. Roll up the 2 pieces of fish meat and lift the fish tail into a squirrel shape. Then hold the fish neck with one hand and hold the other end with chopsticks in the other hand. Put it in the oil pan and fry it until it is light yellow. When the oil temperature rises to 80% hot, put it in and fry it again until it is golden yellow. Put it on a plate and put the fish head on it to form a squirrel shape. Leave a little oil in the pot, stir-fry the scallion segments until fragrant, then add minced garlic, bamboo shoots, diced mushrooms, and peas and stir-fry until cooked. Pour in the sauce, and add 75 grams of cooked lard and cooked shrimps. Stir-fry evenly, pour in sesame oil, and pour it on the fish. Notes: 1. Only fresh mandarin fish can be used for cooking to make the meat tender and delicious. 2. The knife skills should be delicate so that the dish looks like a squirrel. 3. The sauce should be both sweet and sour, and thin and thick to make the fish tasty. Method 3. Ingredients preparation: mandarin fish, shrimp, winter bamboo shoots, dried mushrooms, snow peas, salt, garlic, cooking wine, balsamic vinegar, sesame oil, starch, tomato sauce, lard, sugar, coriander, and stock. Production steps: 1. Cut the fish diagonally at the pectoral fin, split it open at the chin, pat it lightly into a slightly flat shape with a knife, and then use a knife to slice it from head to tail along both sides of the spine of the fish. The tail cannot be sliced or cut off. Remove the head and spine, and cut off the breast and 2 pieces of fish meat, called fish leaves. 2. Put the fish leaf skin down on the chopping board, slice off the breast spine, and then evenly score the fish leaves with a knife, and then score diagonally to the fish skin to make small diamond-shaped cuts on the fish meat. 3. Put tomato sauce, broth, sugar and vinegar, cooking wine, refined salt and water starch in a bowl, mix into a sauce for later use. Put lard in the pan, heat it to 80% hot, lift the fish tail from the left back, slowly put it into the pan, then put the fish head into the pan and fry it, and keep using a spoon to scoop hot oil onto the fish tail so that the fish leaves are evenly heated, and remove it when it is fried to light yellow. 4. While frying the fish, heat another wok on high heat, add 60 grams of cooked lard, add the kernels after the oil is hot, and pour into a colander after it is cooked. 5. Leave a little oil in the original wok, add the coriander segments and stir-fry them slightly, then remove them, then add the minced garlic, bamboo shoots, mushrooms, and peas and stir-fry until cooked, add the seasoning sauce, add cooked lard, 45 grams, sesame oil, and shrimps and stir-fry until cooked, then pour it on the fish. Method 4. Main ingredients: mandarin fish, pine nuts, peas. Accessories: tomato sauce, salt, sugar, white vinegar, water starch. 1. Cut the head of the mandarin fish and cut the fish body into flowers. See the picture for details. Soak it in salt water for 5 minutes after cutting to remove the fishy smell and make the cut fish meat, that is the squirrel hair, more stylish. Set aside the cornstarch. 2. Cut the fish body into flowers. 3. Peel the pine nuts, buy some from the snack shop, and blanch the peas. 4. Take out the soaked mandarin fish, drain the water, put it in the cornstarch and evenly coat it with cornstarch, and don't miss the gaps. Finally, tap off the excess cornstarch. 5. Heat the oil in the pan, add the mandarin fish and fry it over high heat until golden brown and take it out. When putting it in, hold the fish tail, so that it can be quickly shaped and curled up. 6. When the mandarin fish is fried in the pan, use another pan, leave a little base oil, add tomato sauce and fry until the oil turns red. Pour an appropriate amount of water, add a little salt, more sugar, appropriate amount of white vinegar, and water starch to mix well. 7. Put the fried mandarin fish on a plate, pour the sweet and sour sauce on it, sprinkle with cooked peas and pine nuts. Nutritional value: mandarin fish, also known as aohu fish and gyayu, belongs to the family of fish in taxonomy. Aohu fish is the most precious fish among the 3 flowers and 5 luo. 1. Mandarin fish contains protein, fat, a small amount of vitamins, calcium, potassium, magnesium, selenium and other nutrients. The meat is delicious and tender, and it is very easy to digest. For children, the elderly, the weak, and those with poor spleen and stomach digestion, eating mandarin fish can not only replenish the body, but also do not have to worry about digestion difficulties too. Eating mandarin fish has the effect of tuberculosis, that is, it is beneficial to the recovery of tuberculosis patients. 3. Mandarin fish meat is not high in calories and rich in antioxidants. It is an excellent choice for ladies who are greedy for delicious food, want beauty but are afraid of obesity. Serving guide: nutritional ingredients. Calories: 10,243.74 kcal. Potassium: 3,074.12 mg. Cholesterol: 1,860 mg. Phosphorus: 1,723.35 mg. Fat: 1,037.04 grams. Sodium: 807.73 mg. Calcium: 559.33 mg. Carotene: 442.2 micrograms. Vitamin A: 433.19 micrograms. Magnesium: 332.91 mg. Selenium: 202.52 micrograms. Protein: 158.94 grams. Vitamin E: 61.57 mg. Niacin: 49.24 mg. Carbohydrates: 25.01 grams. Vitamin C: 15.1 mg. Zinc: 13.55 mg. Iron: 10.84 mg. Dietary fiber: 2.49 grams. Manganese: 1.45 mg. Copper: 1.04 mg. Vitamin B2: 0.97 mg. Vitamin B1: 0.47 mg. Iodine: 0.09 micrograms. Vitamin B6: 0 mg. After listening to Yang Yang's introduction, Li Yuxin was overwhelmed. This fish can't be eaten too much? 4 methods were used to make 4 fish for him. At this time, Nana and Shuashuo all asked in unison, "Yuxin, try the fish." Li Yuxin was full today. He finally got rid of a few women. He was thinking in the room again. Even without him, Arsenal would still reach the final of the Champions League. And in that final in history, in that game in history, didn't Lehmann know what the consequences would be if he lost one person in less than 20 minutes in such a final? But at that moment, he didn't think of anything else. He just wanted to not lose the ball. He had to stop it from moving forward, and then he reached out and grabbed the two's ankle. In fact, even after the game, basically everyone thought that this red card was undisputed. The argument was just that in order to ensure the smoothness of the final, the ball was judged to have been scored. After all, Gilly followed up and scored the ball into the empty goal, and at the same time gave Lehmann a yellow card warning. This approach is more appropriate. And he had to find a way to change all this, and talk to Lehmann when he had time. Li Yuxin didn't expect that his words would really work later, and the next league would depend on whether Chelsea can hold on. Chapter 107, The War of Words. Not only Li Yuxin was thinking and confused, but Arsenal was also the same, but the turmoil came from outside. Arsenal's 6-0 victory over Aston Villa caught up with Chelsea, which immediately attracted many media to report. Since this round happened to be April 1st, April Fool's Day, the Daily Mail used the title April Fool's Day. Jose played big to lament Chelsea's unexpected loss of points. And then, O'Leary's words made all the media like seeing a bloody shark. After the game, O'Leary lamented, "Today's game is a tribulation for us. We challenged a team that could win the treble away. We tried our best today. Arsenal is now at a leading level over other teams, and they control the game. We have no more ways. O'Leary, we compete with the treble champions." After the game, Sky Sports wrote his words into an article as soon as possible. Although O'Leary's words are an excuse for his big defeat, it is undeniable that Arsenal has become unstoppable now. They beat Juventus by 3 goals, beat Everton, and are 2 points behind Chelsea with 1 game less. Arsenal deserves such speculation. O'Leary's casual words have caused many media to predict and track, and gradually spread. April Fool's Day, a true story. The Mirror systematically analyzed Arsenal's current state and their opponents in the next 2 months, and the result is that Arsenal is likely to win the Premier League, Champions League, and FA Cup in the next 2 months. After Manchester United, it will be another Premier League triple crown, or even a 5-time champion, because Arsenal has already won the Community Shield and League Cup. Not only the Mirror, but even BBC commentators said after commenting on the game that Arsenal can already be a team of the same level as Barcelona, which has killed gods and Buddhas this season. The only weakness is that Arsenal's too young composition is somewhat unreassuring. There are also many people who do not think that it is the right time to talk about Arsenal winning the treble. Arsenal football legend Wright wrote in his column, "This season, Arsenal can be called great no matter what their final results are. It is worth praising the difficulties they have overcome this season. The injuries in the back line and the departure of Patrick did not knock down Arsenal, but instead allowed a group of young people in Arsenal to stand out. However, it is very difficult for Arsenal to complete the 3 consecutive championships. At least I am still worried about whether Cesc and others can withstand the final pressure. It is exciting to advance on 3 fronts, but it also means that you have to play 6 or 7 more games than others, especially since Chelsea no longer has the pressure of the Champions League and their league opponents are weaker than Arsenal." Arthur is wary of Leverkusen in 01. They were very close to the treble, but in the end they were all eliminated in the championship competition. Therefore, I think Arthur should now consider whether to choose a game to rotate most of the players, especially Arsenal's backline. They have played too many games and Arsenal may lose them at the last moment. Another Arsenal legend, Graham, seemed quite confident in Wenger. In an interview with The Times, he said, "Arthur is a great coach. In the past, he achieved great success with his technical, speed, tough and sturdy football philosophy. Arsenal also won the league championship undefeated in the season. In the past, I disagreed with Arthur's excessive use of young people. That meant rebuilding the team's philosophy, cultivating their will and confidence. Even Patrick's departure, I felt that this was the passing of Arsenal's tough style. Fortunately, Arsenal has solved the problem of the excessive use of young people. People like Lee, Robin, Cesc have become the best players. Moreover, the presence of Lee and Robin has kept Arsenal's tough and sturdy style in the past. They are not only excellent in technology and awareness, but more importantly, they are like lions, tightly grasping all victories. I am not saying that Thierry and Robert's style is not suitable for leading this team. On the contrary, they have brought a temperament different from other Premier League teams to this team. They make Arsenal different." UCE books are provided free of charge this season. Arthur has well maintained the elegance and splendor of Thierry and the tenacity and toughness of Patrick. Arsenal can go further this season, even better than their unbeaten season. Not only Arsenal's past players, but also current players were blocked by reporters, and the inquirers were clamoring for the treble vision. Van Persie, who had just come out of the training ground, was caught by the reporter of the Daily Star before he had time to get on the car. "Robin, do you think you will bring the other 3 trophies to Basra in the next 2 months? I believe I can. You know, our current team is great and we are full of desire. I also hope that the team will go to the end, and I believe I can help." When Van Persie heard the treble, he was full of confidence. Since winning the Community Shield, he has had a bold idea with Lee Yuxin and Fabregas, and now it is getting closer and closer to this idea. "Oh, so which championship do you think is the most suspenseful for Arsenal now?" "Well, I think it's the league. It's much more difficult for us than Chelsea." Van Persie shrugged and said helplessly. Not only Van Persie, but also Flamini, Fabregas, Diaby, Haleb and others were also blocked by the Premier League reporters. These young players of Arsenal all seemed to be particularly confident. During this period, Arsenal was the only one that stood out, which made these young people full of confidence. At the same time, Wenger was also asked about Arsenal's direction in the next 2 months. The Daily Telegraph asked directly in an interview, "Arthur, now Arsenal is advancing on 3 fronts. Have you ever thought about achieving the same results as Sir Arthur at the end of the season? Manchester United won the FA Cup, Champions League and Premier League in 1999. I have thought about it, but I am more cautious. The competition in football is getting more and more intense now. To achieve such a result, it depends on your control of the league. You must ensure that you have only 1 or 1.5 opponents in the league from the beginning of the season. Leverkusen in 2001 taught us a big lesson. It is not appropriate to talk about this now. There are 4 teams in the Premier League from the beginning of the season. We are even chasing Chelsea. We must ensure that we can get it and do it well from the bottom." "You mean, Arsenal doesn't have the strength to play on 3 fronts now? Are you going to give up the FA Cup?" "No, I never question my players and the team. At Arsenal, they are always full of desire for victory. As we often say in training, we come together for victory. The FA Cup is also part of our victory. We can't give up this great game. We can only play every game seriously. Therefore, we pay more attention to the next game, put our energy into the game, and don't make mistakes. No one knows the future." Speaking of confidence, Wenger will not discourage the team at this critical juncture, and he will also give the players appropriate encouragement. As the optimistic news from Arsenal came out, the Premier League reporters who are good at hype did not let go of Arsenal's opponents. Martin Joel just left his house with a small bag and humming a little song, and was immediately blocked by the reporter of The Sun, who had been waiting for half a day. "Coach Martin, please tell me, do you think Arsenal can win the treble?" Martin had been reading newspapers that praised Arsenal for winning Everton, defeating Juventus with 3 swords, and slaughtering Aston with 6 goals. He was already unhappy with the news, and the hype of the treble was even more disdainful. When he heard this, he quickly adjusted his relaxed face and said seriously, "I don't know why Arsenal's players are so optimistic. Maybe they are used to winning and have caught up with Chelsea in the league, but what I want to say is that there is still 1 game left, and it won't be easy for them. Tottenham will try their best to improve our league ranking at Highbury. Of course, this season, our team. Well, thank you for accepting our interview. We will tell them not to disturb you from your work." The reporter from The Sun got what he wanted, so he didn't have time to listen to his nagging. Stamford still had to go. "Martin, Triple Crown? We don't agree. Highbury? You have no chance." Martin's words were quickly used by The Sun to add fuel to the fire, and the fire burned more and more. "Didier, Robin said that they have caught up with you and are heading for the goal of the treble. What do you think of Arsenal's performance during this period? Since the Community Shield, Van Persie and Drogba have been at odds with each other. The ambitious Drogba is not lacking in confidence. Seeing Van Persie's confident look, he is even more dissatisfied." Hearing the question from the Daily Star reporter, he said with a dark face, "It's okay. It's mainly because we made some mistakes and gave them some opportunities. However, we are still above them. It's a pity that we have already played against them this season and cannot directly get points. In the remaining games, we will do our best and will not give them any more chances. Of course, they will come back from Italy and play Manchester United first." Drogba finally gloated over Arsenal's schedule of playing Juventus and Manchester United in 4 days. "Drogba, we will not give Arsenal any more chances. I hope Juventus and Manchester United can beat them." As a current member of Manchester United, the only team in the history of the Premier League to win the treble, Rooney, a young man who has also performed well this season, was also asked about the much-discussed topic of Arsenal's treble. "Wayne, do you think Arsenal can replicate the magic of Manchester United in 1999? Wayne, what do you think of Arsenal's outstanding performance this season?" Although Lee Yuxin took the initiative to invite him to the party last time, Rooney would not flatter his rivals who hated his team. He said with a stern face, "I never think that there is any team in the Premier League that can replicate our past performance. In that team, we have many unparalleled players, such as Beckham, Giggs, Neville, Suck, etc. Arsenal is too young now. I think they can't withstand the pressure and will definitely collapse in the end." Speaking of the young Arsenal players, Rooney looked like he had forgotten that he was less than 21 years old. "As for their record, it looks good, but they have to lose at least 1 more game this month, and we are ready to teach them an unforgettable lesson at Old Trafford." At the end, Rooney frowned, looking angry. As one of Manchester United's emerging twin stars, Ronaldo also escaped. When asked about Arsenal and Lee Yuxin in an interview with The Guardian, Cristiano Ronaldo, who had just gotten into shape, raised his head and said, "It's crazy that they want to win the treble. I don't think they have the strength to achieve it this season. Chelsea has a much greater chance than them in the league, and Barcelona also has an advantage over them in the Champions League. Similarly, in the final FA Cup, whether it is Liverpool or Chelsea, they will definitely not make the same mistakes we made in the past and will definitely be able to play their own games. As for Arsenal, I wish them good luck. Perhaps it would be a wise choice for them to go all out to win the FA Cup. As for Lee, I think he should take a break, because Arsenal can't do without him. Arsenal is a team that values flamboyance and needs a tougher player. Apart from his rough dribbling, I can't think of anything else Arsenal has that can compete with others." Cristiano Ronaldo seemed to be madly hating Arsenal and Lee Yuxin, and spoke with disdain and a sarcastic tone. Wenger did not give any more explanations about the speculations about Arsenal this season. He sensed that the media in the Premier League was fanning the flames again. In the subsequent training, all closed training was implemented. At the same time, Arsenal players were required to keep their mouths shut as soon as possible and not to accept media interviews. They were fully prepared for the second round of the match against Juventus. However, the tree wants to be quiet but the wind does not stop. Mourinho, who has been arguing with the British media recently because of Chelsea's declining performance, was not idle either. He specially accepted an exclusive interview with ESPN. Jose, Chelsea's performance has declined in the last few league games. What is the reason? Decline? No, I can only say that we just took a nap accidentally and will wake up soon. At least in terms of points, we are still first, and once we wake up, we will devour all opponents. The Magic Bird shrugged, raised the corner of his mouth, and looked at the host confidently. So what about Arsenal? They are only 2 points behind with 1 game less. What do you think of the competition between you? I don't think it's a competition between us, because we have already played against them this season. Our opponents are the remaining 6 teams. Of course, the premise is that Arsenal can make it to the FA Cup. In that case, they will have another chance to play another game with us in Cardiff. Our players can't wait. Mourinho didn't care about Arsenal's record, and finally said the last sentence viciously. So, you don't think they can win the treble? Well, you can say that, but I don't think there will be any problem for them to get into the Stade de France. I also hope they go to Wales, where I'll be waiting for him. In the league, they won't be our opponents, although they are the closest to us, but I'm more optimistic about Manchester United and Tottenham, especially Manchester United. They just didn't perform well at the beginning of the season, but now they have caught up, and at Old Trafford, Manchester United will definitely give Arsenal, who are exhausted and even full of injuries after the expedition to Italy, an unforgettable memory. Coach Alex is definitely the best coach among the 19 Premier League teams, and he's even one of the best in other leagues. As for Arthur, apart from his unusual preference for young players, I think he is no different from an ordinary coach. Mourinho spoke such a long speech with great difficulty. He didn't need the other party to remind him, and he didn't even drink a sip of water. He finished it in one breath, with the ups and downs of his tone, like an encouragement on the battlefield. On this side, Mourinho was talking with a dry mouth, but on the other side, Ferguson, Wenger's biggest rival so far, seemed particularly relaxed. When being interviewed by The Times, the old Sir Alex habitually touched his rosacea and adjusted his glasses. He said slowly, I know that many people are talking about the possibility of Arsenal winning the treble this season, but I think it is unnecessary. I have experienced it once. You can't imagine how much pressure it puts on the team, the coach, and the players. They may not be able to hold on. Therefore, I personally think it is better to give Arthur a relaxed external environment, at least before he goes to Italy. If you ask me whether Arsenal can win those honors, I would say why not? This time Arsenal is no worse than any great team in the past. At least I see the similarities between them and my team. Now is the time to show their final results. Although they are young and may make mistakes, I believe they can adjust in time. Don't underestimate them. They have done many things that other players cannot do. Therefore, don't question them, just watch them do it. That's all I have to say. As for the next round of games, I think it will be better after they beat Juventus. My team is ready. Ferguson suddenly cheered up his old rivals, defended them, and even believed that they could win the treble. He seemed amiable, which was too abnormal, causing reporters to speculate. When reporters arrived at Old Trafford, they were thinking that maybe Arsenal would really win the treble. Even Ferguson praised Arsenal and said it was similar to his own team. After forming their own ideas, reporters began to study Arsenal's past statistics and even compared the players of Manchester United in 1999. Chapter 108, The War of Words, 2, Expedition to Turin. It's really abominable, these two foxes. Wenger frowned in displeasure as he looked at Mourinho's rebellious eyes and Ferguson's honest expression in the newspaper. After the two big guys' open and secret attacks, the outside world paid more and more attention to Arsenal. According to the boring investigation of The Sun, since Arsenal defeated Aston Villa 6-0, within 3 days, the news about Arsenal has been searched on the internet for more than 2 million times. Haha, okay, Arthur, we have encountered these methods before, but they are just a little bigger. Just calm the young people's minds. Pat entered the office and saw Wenger reading the newspaper with a sad face. He smiled and reminded him. But compared to these, the situation in the team worries me more. In the past few days, although they are still serious in training and don't slack off, once they are free, they are a little absent-minded. They are not as noisy as usual. It's scary. Is it because of too much pressure from the outside world? Pat said what he was most worried about. In the past few days, The laughter of Lee Yuxin and others was missing from the training ground in Kearney, and Pat and others were indeed a little uncomfortable. It's okay. I have talked to Lee and Robin, and he is in good condition during training. The rest will be left to him. I had a premonition that Lee would be in such a situation several times before, and this time I was right. Alice. Wenger sighed helplessly. Well, let's go. Wenger took a deep breath and nodded. Although Marino and Ferguson tried their best to use newspapers to interfere with Arsenal's players, he believed that his team would not lose 5 goals in Italy, not to mention that he was more confident in his attack. Okay, guys, sit down, we are going out. Arsenal players quickly boarded the bus, drove out of Highbury, and rushed to the airport. Take down Abel, forward, Arsenal, we are the greatest expeditionary force. As Arsenal's bus left Highbury Stadium, thousands of Arsenal fans who came to see them off shouted various slogans, followed the bus with great momentum, and followed Arsenal to Italy. After 3 days of closed training, Arsenal went to Italy a day early to prepare for the second round of the Champions League match against Juventus. Arthur, can you take Seskin with you? Are there injuries okay? Arthur, can you play conservative defense in this game? Arthur, please. As the Arsenal players got off the bus and headed for the airport, they were immediately surrounded and intercepted by the swarming British media. Various problems emerged one after another, and there was a brief chaos at the London airport until a large number of security personnel maintained it, and they left smoothly. There was no way. At this time, Arsenal was the only English team left in the Champions League. In addition, with 4 goals in hand, the hope of advancing was very high. How could they not go out? The flight from London to Turin was very fast. In less than 2 hours, all Arsenal personnel arrived at Caselle International Airport. As soon as they got out of the passage, a large number of reporters arrived immediately. Coach Arthur, in this game, have you ever thought about being overturned? I think we can advance to the next round. Coach Arthur, will you continue to be conservative in this game? It depends on the situation of the game. Coach Arthur, Patrick can't play in this game, will you make adjustments in the midfield because of him? It depends on the situation. Thierry, do you think David will score in this game? We will try our best to avoid it. Do you think Thuram will keep an eye on you? We have won and lost on the field. Lee, what do you think of the city of Turin? It's very beautiful, a place for leisure. Our Italian girls beautiful. Yes, there are many beauties. What impression do you have of Juventus? A very strong opponent. Which Italian beauty do you like the most? Too many, like Canales, she is very beautiful. Who, Lee, here we come Lee, beat Juventus. Come to our Milan city. Come to Italy and conquer. My hero, you are finally here. I love you Lee, come to Inter Milan, here you will enjoy the sweetest love. Lee Yuxin was depressed and happy. What depressed him was that when he asked others, they were all about football, but when he asked himself, they were all gossip, or they had ulterior motives. Lee Yuxin quickly said a few words. What made him happy was that after he came here, there were so many fans who came to welcome him, nearly 1,000 people, but most of them were Inter Milan fans, holding the slogan of Beat Juventus and many slogans of poaching, which was particularly eye-catching. But it is no wonder that in recent years, the conflict between Juventus and Inter Milan has become more and more intense. In the past few years, Juventus's Holy Alliance has pitted Inter Milan. The games between the two teams are known as the Italian National Derby. Italy likes handsome men and beautiful women, and the popularity of the handsome Lee Yuxin is definitely higher than that of Henry and others. Especially in the hearts of Inter Milan fans, they are eager to have their own Keka, who has his elegance but more powerful than him. Lee Yuxin signed a few names, and then he and his teammates, escorted by security personnel, quickly boarded the bus and headed for the Olympic Art Hotel. With the arrival of Arsenal, the whole of Turin and Italy have become more and more lively about this game. Even England and London have not given up their attention to this game after Arsenal's expedition to Italy, and sent a large number of reporters to follow up the report. With Fabregas and Ebao following the team to Italy, and the news that Piero could not play, no one except a few Juventus diehards was optimistic that the Italian team could make a comeback. The absence of Zebina and Camoranesi means that Capello can only rely on Mucci to pass the ball to the two center forwards, and Vieira's absence has lowered Juventus' defense, putting more pressure on Emerson and Nedved. Now the outside world is speculating how many goals Capello can recover, and even whether he can maintain a draw. After all, in recent years, Arsenal's record in Italy has been good, with 2 wins, 1 draw and 1 loss, including a 5-1 victory over Inter Milan, but the only loss was a 0-1 loss to Juventus, which is very interesting. In any case, Arsenal finally arrived and began to adapt to the training on the field, while Juventus was also preparing for it. Although the hope was slim, they did not think that Arsenal could easily beat them. Yang Gang, you are the best, don't let your brother worry, okay? Go to eat and sleep later, okay? Otherwise, your brother will worry and can't sleep. Bayo Sheila, you are the best, don't make me worry, okay? Go to eat and sleep later, okay? Otherwise, I will worry and can't sleep. Another similar speech sounded. Van Persie also leaned on the bed, with a warm face, admonishing, pregnant women are generally sleepy, Bayo Sheila is no exception. The two people found that the other party was saying similar words to themselves, and they felt very unhappy. They glared at each other fiercely. Where their eyes touched, there was a tragic and shocking scene. They immediately turned their heads and said, "Hey," and continued to disgust people. Oh my god, these two guys are so disgusting. I can't stand it, these two guys deserve to live in the same room. Too disgusting. Too cold. Damn, I have a good hand of cards. Fabregas, Flamini, Song and others who were playing cards on the side were in trouble. They trembled and left the room with contempt. Diaby finally got a good hand of cards, but they also messed it up. Oh my god, if you want me to say this, kill me. Yeah, men should be more generous. That's right, how can you spend time on this? Yeah, that makes sense. By the way, I have something to go out for a while. Well, I'm going to the bathroom. Go ahead, I'll go back to the room first. Several men boasted contemptuously and separated. Hey, Kara, have you eaten? No. Ahem. Well, Kara, remember to eat well, your health is important, otherwise I will worry about whether you can sleep. What? You just arrived at the restaurant, honey, have you eaten? A roast chicken? Honey, you have a good appetite. Lee Yuxin and Van Persie were two ripples, stirring up countless waves. The idle Arsenal players had been confined by Wenger a long time ago, so they had to call and text home desperately. Now the Arsenal players are in a relaxed mood, not greatly affected by the outside world's flattery during this period. If they are affected, they are also full of confidence. Young people may be immature, but sometimes they are fearless and passionate. What's wrong? You look like you have failed. He raised his mobile phone, with a sweet face. Van Persie has a wife, a house and a child, and he is in a good mood. Seeing Lee Yuxin's sad face, he happily shared his happiness with Lee Yuxin, adding to his pain. Go to hell. Lee Yuxin felt even more blocked in his heart when he saw his cocky look. Okay, Lee, you deserve it. Seriously, what are you going to do? Which of those women are you going to choose? Van Persie couldn't understand it either. After so long, it seemed that the number of Lee Yuxin's lovers had only increased. He was worried about his brother. Look at those playboys in the football world. But the flowers have fallen, and some have even become playboys who live for the moment. He was really afraid that Lee Yuxin would end up in such a situation. Hey, Robin, will you stay in the club forever? Lee Yuxin looked at Van Persie's concerned eyes, sighed helplessly, looked at Van Persie, and suddenly asked a question. Well, I think I will. Didn't we say we would make history here? I won a championship here in person, and I will win other championships. With you, Cesc, Theo, Gareth, Song, Matthew and others, it won't be long before everything is possible for us. Haha, we have just started this season, haha. Speaking of this, Van Persie seemed particularly excited. Here, he found everything he wanted: football, brothers, honor, happiness, a wife and a child to be born. He longed for everything to continue. Lee, what about you? You said we would make history together, didn't you, buddy? Van Persie finished chattering and looked at Lee Yuxin with hope. Among all his teammates, he valued Lee Yuxin the most, even more important than his on-field mentor Bergkamp. Haha, buddy, we will never really fight on the field. Lee Yuxin smiled and gave Van Persie an ambiguous answer. Haha, I don't want to be your opponent either. I'm afraid I will kill you. Those women will fight me to death, but I don't have your abilities. Van Persie nodded and teased Lee Yuxin half-jokingly. Haha. The two didn't know that a few years later, they would still play against each other in different jerseys. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, It means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 109: The War is Coming. Kakuka. The game is approaching, and Capello has also held a pre-match press conference. Fabio, in this game, how big do you think Juventus's chances of advancing are? As soon as he came up, the reporter from Gazzetta dello Sport immediately raised a question. Although it was a question, his tone was more questioning. Well, I think if we play well in this game, maybe we can win, but this game will be the most difficult game for Juventus in the past few years. I hope that the whole team, including me, can use all our abilities to win. In my heart, Juventus's hope of advancing has always been 100%. In this game, if Arsenal scores a goal, it means that you have to score 5 goals to win. In this game, will you defend or attack first? This question is also of concern to the outside world. No matter what, Capello will face this choice. We have proved in the past that we are a team with both offensive and defensive capabilities, so I am not worried about this problem as long as we play at our own pace. Then what impact will the absence of Vieira and Piero have on Juventus? Yes, in this round of games, we can't bring out all our strength against Arsenal. Patrick and Del are important members, but we can't use them in this game, so we must find other ways and play a different game. This is their impact on us. What measures will you take against Lee in this game? Juventus is not afraid of any player, but this is how the game is. Some geniuses will be given special attention, and we will try our best to calm him down. Capello adjusted his glasses and answered a variety of questions from the media today one by one, without giving them any doubts. He had a poker expression on his face and looked particularly serious. He understood that dealing with these media challenges is sometimes more important than the game. Pavel, in this game, which Arsenal player do you think is the biggest threat to you? I think it will be Lee. I have watched several Arsenal games and it is hard to imagine that he is so young. We will do our best to stop him, but I think it will not be easy. Nedved was as humble as ever. So in the game against Arsenal, which aspect do you think Juventus should strengthen, offense or defense? Well, it is difficult to choose. It depends on the coach's arrangement. But I prefer offense. After all, we are 3 goals behind the opponent. It is difficult to score 3 goals against the opponent in the first half. Nedved shrugged and said helplessly. Then do you think Emerson can withstand the impact of Lee and others alone? My teammates will do their best to help him. The game is not a one-person game, and so will I. Nedved emphasized more on Juventus as a whole. Whether it is offense or defense, although there will be emphasis, it will not give up. Ibrahimovic, do you have the confidence to win this game? After asking the modest and cautious Nedved, the Italian's eyes fell on the loudmouthed Ibrahimovic. No, nothing. We have encountered many difficulties in the past, and we have overcome them. Our goal is not only to win the Serie A championship, but also the Champions League. We deserve such a championship level. Ibrahimovic seemed full of confidence. At this time, he was still full of ambition and high spirits when talking about the Champions League. He didn't know that he would be the most famous soft in the future Champions League. But you are already 3 goals behind. How do you think you can advance? Score goals. We have to score more goals than them. This is the way. We are ready for a counterattack. Here, we will make them fail. But at Highbury, you and David both had no chances, and even only shot 3 times, didn't you? That was at Highbury. This is Alpi. I will tell you how different I will be here. Do you think you can change the game? Why not? Maybe you think I'm arrogant, but I have a confidence, and I will prove that I have the strength. Then what do you think of Lee? This tournament, he is the biggest candidate for the best player and the Golden Globe. Maybe he will make you change your mind. He is an outstanding player, but he is too young. We will let him know that the game is not as simple as he thinks. After the game, you will see the difference between him and me. The arrogant Ibrahimovic finally declared his war, but he didn't see Capello's dark face. Nedved also bit his head secretly. He really didn't know what to say to his arrogant teammate. He had talent and strength, but unfortunately, his mental ability was not up to his height. Kakuka Arthur, will you defend with all your strength in this game? The reporter of Turin Sports Daily asked first. Looking at the progress of the game, Juventus is a very strong opponent. The game process is also very complicated. I can't make a judgment, but I don't rule out this style of play. Wenger's kung fu in dealing with the media is perfect, without any flaws. Then will Fabregas and Ebao be able to play? Well, it's possible, but they may only play for a while, depending on their physical condition. You already have 3 goals in hand. Will you rotate in the next game against Manchester United? No, we want to go all out to win this game. Juventus' strength cannot let us be too casual. Is Arsenal strong enough to deal with the Champions League in a league? Is Arsenal already going for the treble? No, my lineup is only for this game. In fact, our bench is weaker than other teams. We have too many injuries, but Juventus is a European champion level team that we have to face. We can only go all out, that's all. As for the treble, that is everyone's goal, but it is not what I can think of. At least now, the only thing that can be determined is that we want to enter the next round. Question mark? Facing all kinds of tricky questions from the Italian media, Wenger also behaved calmly and was not at all troubled by their questions. He fought back one by one. Since Wenger couldn't make a breakthrough, he looked for Lee, and there were many questions and scandals. Lee, can you score a goal in this game? Haha, I don't know, I really don't know, the game is too complicated, but in the game, I will do my best to help the team win, maybe with a goal, an assist, or even nothing. How do you feel about playing in Italy? Not bad, the environment here is very good, but the stadium is not the same as ours, it took me a lot of time to adapt. Lee Yuxin was very unhappy with the stadium of the Turin municipal government. It was worse than some of the home stadiums of the English Championship, and even modeled, but there was no way. The owner of the stadium in Italy is not the user, and as a result, no one is willing to repair it, and it's almost the same as patching it up. So, do you think there are more beautiful women in Italy or in the UK? Knowing that you were lustful, a gossip media in Italy immediately asked. Fuck, what a turn. Well, sorry, I've been to many places in the UK, and I only came to Turin, Italy, and stayed for 1 day, so I have seen more beautiful women in the UK. Lee Yuxin cleverly avoided this question. If they said that there were more beautiful women in Italy, they would probably chop themselves up when they go back. Then are you willing to come to Italy to make an objective comparison? Double cannon, damn, the gossip media is not ruthless. Well, I am very willing to come to Italy. After all, this is a holy place for vacation. Of course, I play football, not statistics, so I can't compare. Lee Yuxin quickly avoided these traps. So are you going to Italy to play football in the future, or to go on vacation to see the beauties in Italy? He threw it out more sharply. I come to play football and to go on vacation to see beauties. I believe we will meet Italian teams in Europe. This is a holy place for vacation. If there's a chance, I will bring my girlfriend to play. Can you tell us, who is she? The one who loves me and the one I love. Lee Yuxin answered shamelessly and brazenly. Lee Yuxin's series of witty answers also won rounds of applause from reporters. After all, in the impression of people here, it is really rare for an 18-year-old young man to be able to answer various trap questions from the media so freely and cleverly. Go back, Englishman. This is not a place for you to come. We will beat you. 4-0. Our Warriors will beat you back to London. As Arsenal players entered the Alpi Stadium, Juventus fans held up their homemade banners, trying to put some pressure on the visiting team. However, it was obvious that Italian fans were not as rude as those British men. If they were, they would have started cursing long ago. Therefore, Arsenal players easily entered the Alpi Stadium. Here we come, go in. Starting soon at this time, various media outlets also entered their broadcast booths to adjust the signal. The Alpi Stadium was already full of people. Pavel, beat them, we want a reversal. Fabio, 7-0, we want 7-0. Juventus land iae domen init impo arte comil tempo sigia il soliapu repiov, sive diamo tutula, midelafinonim in exp, supreparalaban era, mane tibian exp. Lee Yuxin and his teammates entered the Alpi Stadium to warm up. The whole stadium was already submerged in black and white. Although there was a runway between the stadium and the stands, the cheers of more than 70,000 people still made Lee Yuxin feel insignificant. When Juventus fans saw their players coming out, they immediately burst into passion, shouting various slogans and holding banners to cheer for their players. The 3-goal deficit in the away game did not dampen their passion. In history, their team had made many comebacks. In the Champions League of the 2003-2004 season, they even beat Olympiacos by 7 goals, creating the biggest score in the Champions League so far. Although Olympiacos cannot be compared with Arsenal, it does not affect their hopes for their team at all. They sang their team song loudly with great momentum. "Hi, Canales, Christina, welcome to the slow motion scene." "Wow," said Massimo, the host of Slow Motion. As soon as Bordy introduced the two beautiful guests, both the audience and the fans in front of the TV were excited and amazed. Both Canales, the godmother of Inter Milan, and Christina, the new godmother of Juventus, enjoyed high popularity in Italy. This match between Juventus and Arsenal attracted the attention of countless Italian fans. The Italian media, which has always been associated with football and beauty, will not miss any way to attract the fans' attention. Since Arsenal is not an Italian team, after much deliberation, they had to find the popular Canales to take charge. On the one hand, she enjoys the title of godmother of Serie A and is very popular in the hearts of Italian fans. On the other hand, Lee Yuxin has many fans in Italy. In addition to Arsenal, the closest relationship with Lee Yuxin is Inter Milan. Moratti personally invited Lee Yuxin to join last time, which caused a huge sensation in the international football world. Moreover, a season is about to end. Moratti has already said that he will invest €100 million to strengthen the team in the future. He loves Lee Yuxin deeply and is destined to fight in the summer. Similarly, Lee Yuxin casually said at the airport that Canales is the most beautiful woman in Italy in his opinion, which made the reputation of the Italian gossip queen go beyond Italy. At the same time, after breaking up with Vieri, it seems that this woman's emotional life has become a little monotonous, and Italy is a little uncomfortable. Canales, it is said that Lee expressed his affection at the airport. "Will you support him in this game?" Bordy asked curiously. "I like all winners, but I don't watch many of his games. I wish him good luck, but he is really handsome, more handsome than Kaka." Canales looked elegant and sexy in a pink V-neck dress and long hair. The beauty seemed a little cautious, and looked at the black-haired player in a yellow jersey on the screen with curiosity. In the past, she would not have paid attention to this game at all, nor would she pay attention to this genius who was said to be comparable to Ronaldo. However, as Inter Milan pursued him crazily over the season, she gradually paid attention to this player who had just risen for a year, and also watched some of his games and acknowledged his skills. Coupled with his words, a woman's vanity made her pay some attention to Lee Yuxin. "So, Christina, what about you? Your team is facing a huge challenge today. How will you motivate them?" Bordy saw that Canales didn't talk much today, so he took the initiative to hand the topic over to Christina. "You know, this emerging Juventus godmother continues to express her loyalty to the team. No matter what, as long as Juventus can advance to the next round, I am willing to take off my clothes to celebrate for them." "Wow, God, that's great. I support Juventus." Wimp waist, so exciting. As soon as Christina spoke, all the male animals swallowed their saliva. "Haha, will it be here, Christina?" Bordy asked expectantly. "If the radio station doesn't refuse, I am willing." Christina blinked boldly and smiled charmingly. "Oh my God, let's start quickly. Don't change the channel, don't change the channel." "Great, it would be great if Canales came too." Another heavy artillery was fired, and the ratings of Slow Motion soared. "Canales, what about you? Which team do you support in this game? Arsenal or Juventus?" Bordy picked a topic with satisfaction and turned to Canales. "Well, I don't know. There is no Inter Milan in this game, so it is difficult for me to choose." Canales shrugged her shoulders and gave a reasonable reason. "Well, I hope you have a clear choice at halftime, but I see Arsenal more. Of course, I am more looking forward to Juventus." "Haha, let's go into the scene together." Bardison glanced at Christina meaningfully, then directed the camera to the scene. "In this game, you must play cautiously. Just like last time, intercept with all your strength in the middle. On the wing, Lee and Pav, you must play with your speed and pay attention to the passes they make to Ibrahimovic and Trezeguet. Do you understand?" Wenger simply emphasized the core of his tactics. In this game, he played counterattacks just like in the last game, and he believed that this tactic would only become more and more successful because the opponent had to press forward. "Understood," the Arsenal players replied with great momentum. Before this game, they had been cooperating with that tactic for 6 or 7 days, and everything was ready. "Pavel, in this game, you must play on the wing, pass the ball, and press forward boldly. Mewtwo, you must use your speed to connect your side, and Zimbrata and Emerson must lock behind you too. Ibrahimovic, you have to be closer to the midfield this time. In this game, you are not only a striker but also a passer. In this game, you must get your game moving. I don't want to see you being suppressed by the opponent on the court again. Do you hear me clearly? Capello quickly emphasized his tactical intentions, and finally glanced at his disciples with a hint of sternness. The demands of Juventus fans are not limited to domestic championships. At this time, their desire for the championship far exceeds that of the Serie A championship. Understood. The players of the two teams quickly entered the aisle and no longer had any conversation. No one could afford to lose this game. If Arsenal were to be overturned, it would probably be drowned in the media's bombardment. Juventus also did not want to watch their opponents celebrate entering the next round here at home. Players from both sides were waiting for the German referee Van der Vaart to start. Chapter 110 Fierce Attack and Defense. Alpi, we are the greatest home ground. This is our strongest fortress. Defeat them and give us the greatest reversal. Pavel, kill Arsenal like you killed Bremen. Van der Leyen led the players of the two teams into the stadium, and Alpi was instantly ignited. In this game, the Alpi Stadium was packed, far from the number of matches that could be achieved in ordinary Serie A games. In this way, even with a runway in the middle, it still felt like the stadium had turned into a huge beast, roaring endlessly. Henry and Nedved started to guess the coin under Van der Leyen's chairmanship, and the names of both sides appeared on major broadcasting stations around the world. Arsenal, like the Real Madrid round, adopted a 451 formation, with the following names: Lehmann Ebau, Touré, Senderos, Flamini Ljungberg, Fabregas, Gilberto, Leroy Sheen, Van Persie Henry. Juventus used a 442 formation with a balanced attack and defense, including Buffon, Zimbrata, Thuram, Cannavaro, Chiellini, Mutu, Emerson, Gian Akita, Nedved, Trezeguet, and Ibrahimovic. Vieira sat helplessly in the stands, missing the second round of the match against his old club. Juventus's lack of players in the front court was not much worse than Arsenal's backcourt. Beep, a harsh whistle sounded, Henry passed a ball to Fabregas, and Arsenal took the lead in attacking. It's finally started. Beat them, Juventus. We have to look at Christina. It's finally started. I don't know if Arsenal can make history. Come on, Lee Yuxin, damn, thinking about the treble, I'm so excited. As Arsenal started to attack, this focused battle quickly entered the rhythm, and the players of both sides opened up at once. Juventus didn't need to test it all. Their purpose was very clear, that is, to attack and attack continuously. Trezeguet and Ibrahimovic were like two tigers out of the cage, and they quickly pounced on the Arsenal midfielder who had the ball. After Fabregas got the ball, he immediately sent the ball to Lee Yuxin's feet. Arsenal set up on both sides, and Silva cautiously dragged back. Lee Yuxin had just stopped the ball when he was immediately covered by a huge figure. It was Ibrahimovic who was boasting before the game. Seeing Ibrahimovic coming, Lee Yuxin did not choose to pass the ball. He flicked his feet and pulled, quickly controlled the ball, and rushed directly, without paying any attention to the opponent. When Lee Yuxin approached Ibrahimovic, he did not rush hard, but suddenly pulled the ball back, followed by his body retreating, and quickly broke through from his right side. Ibrahimovic also noticed Lee Yuxin's fake move, and his body came up and blocked Lee Yuxin's breakthrough route. Lee Yuxin found that the opponent's center of gravity was moving so fast that he was about to get involved with him. He flicked the inner instep of his right foot and sent the ball directly to his left foot. Then he pulled, paused, turned, and burst into force. Before Ibrahimovic could react, he killed from his right side. Ibrahimovic had no way to deal with it. After moving his center of gravity twice, Lee Yuxin had already grabbed his position and watched him rush past him. After Lee Yuxin passed Ibrahimovic, Emerson had also arrived. He moved his body forward without stopping the ball. He flicked the outer instep of his left foot and sent the ball directly to Van Persie on the left. At this time, he accelerated and rushed directly from between Ibrahimovic and Emerson. After Van Persie got the ball, he didn't even turn his body, but directly knocked it horizontally. Lee Yuxin rushed out and quickly got the ball. He took advantage of the situation and shook off the interception of Emerson and Ibrahimovic. He strode and killed directly to the front of Juventus' penalty area. How could Gian Akita dare to let go of Lee Yuxin in this place? He hurriedly blocked it. Lee Yuxin ignored the opponent's interception and directly passed the ball to Henry's feet in the penalty area. Henry and Thuram were still fighting, leaning on each other, quickly stepped on the ball, pulled the ball back, turned his body, and faced the rim directly. Just when everyone thought he was going to break through, Henry turned around and knocked the ball directly to the middle with his heel. It was still Lee Yuxin. Janikita pulled and pushed to stop Lee Yuxin from getting the ball, but Lee Yuxin did not lose his center of gravity and took the ball to his right foot. In a flash, the offensive line of Lee Yuxin, Van Persie, Lee Yuxin, Henry, Lee Yuxin was completed in an instant, and Lee Yuxin appeared near the penalty area line of Juventus. Janikita was unable to hold his position and watched Lee Yuxin control the ball and shake him off. Damn it, stop him. Fill in, fill in. Oh my god, that kid is here again. Seeing Lee Yuxin taking the ball in this place, Juventus defense immediately closed in. Cannavaro and Chiellini immediately blocked Lee Yuxin and quickly filled in the position. The entire Alpi Stadium was already in fear. No one could ignore Lee Yuxin's heavy artillery. Facing the defense of two players, Lee Yuxin dunked to the right and shook to the left. He rushed forward in a hurry, then pulled and shook off the double team of two people. When the center of gravity of the two of them swayed, his body suddenly squeezed past Chiellini, dodging a gap. With a glance, a glimmer of light appeared. At the moment when Lee Yuxin passed Chiellini, he had already swung his right leg, not giving anyone a chance. His long arms were still swinging, and at the moment when he was leaning forward, his right foot firmly rolled on the right side of the ball. With a ground attack, the ball stuck to the grass and rushed through the crowd, heading for the lower left corner of the goal. Gagago, Lee passed by, don't everyone, before they recovered from the moment Lee Yuxin passed by, found that Lee Yuxin had already finished shooting, and Chiellini didn't even turn around. The whole stadium was roaring in an instant. Buffon's side was still on the fight between Cannavaro and Chiellini. The next moment, the ball had already flown over. Buffon hurriedly moved, but the ball was too fast. Buffon tried his best to fall to the ground to block it. Unfortunately, the ball had already flown over before he had time to stretch his body. Oh, God is with you. Huh? Damn it. It was so thrilling. Lee is really a terrible player. I hope he doesn't come, but to our team. Seeing Lee Yuxin kicking the grass in disappointment on the field, Juventus fans were scared and broke out in a cold sweat. They finally knew why Lee's name became so famous in just a few months. No one would forget such a genius. Oh, everyone exclaimed in disbelief, watching the ball hit the billboard and roll on the runway. The replay of that moment on the big screen made Juventus fans feel a little lucky. The shot was completely close to the post and flew out, which was extremely thrilling. Oh my god, it's incredible. Arsenal created such an opportunity just after the game started. It seems that Wenger may not be as conservative as the formation he set up in this game. There is probably no team in Europe that can shrink so many talented players in the half court. Capello's team is not easy to play. The commentator of Sky Sports Italy couldn't help but worry about Juventus. Capello, who was standing on the sidelines at this time, frowned even more deeply. He knew very well that this goal was a warning from the Arsenal players to their own players. They had the ability to score a goal, which put pressure on the players on the field. Thinking of this, Capello felt a little frustrated, but he knew that he had to convey a very clear message now. He quickly gestured to Nedved and then looked at the Arsenal coaching bench. Wenger seemed very confident. From himself to the players, they had been looking forward to this game for a long time and would never allow the team to have any accidents. The goal just now was just to show his attitude and also to give the opponent a psychological burden. Lee did a good job in bringing the game into the rhythm he wanted. Thinking of this, Wenger's mouth showed a hint of pride. Although the ball did not go in, the effect was not bad at all. Wenger couldn't help but glance at the Juventus coaching bench. The two coaches looked at each other and understood each other's thoughts. The game started from the first minute, whether it was the players on the field or the coaches on the sidelines. After Juventus escaped, they did not intend to stop playing. Instead, they continued to make trouble on the sidelines. Juventus, go ahead Pavel, tear them apart. As Juventus continued to attack for a while at the beginning, the whole Alp began to roar. In the third minute of the game, Nedved suddenly cut inside to the middle and sent a straight pass to Touré's back. Fortunately, Trezeguet was offside. Then Emerson stole the ball from Van Persie and sent it directly to the front court. Muta followed up with a cross, but Silva, who was chasing back, shoveled it out of the baseline. Nedved's corner kick was also headed out by Touré. In the 7th minute, Zimbrata suddenly inserted and passed the ball to the front of the penalty area. Nedved's shot was just a little higher than the crossbar. Juventus's crazy attack continued, not only on the wing. In the 9th minute, Ibrahimovic broke into the penalty area and shot low. Fortunately, Lehmann reacted well and caught the ball directly. In the 13th minute, Senderos intercepted Nedved's through pass in the penalty area before Trezeguet. Although Juventus's attack was very fierce, Arsenal's defense was well organized and did not give the opponent an absolute chance. At the same time, Arsenal's own attack was also very threatening. In the 4th minute, Lee Yuxin made a two-pass cooperation with Flamini on the left. He started quickly and quickly used his speed to get rid of Emerson's defense. After dribbling into the penalty area, he passed the ball to Van Persie. Van Persie sent the ball directly to the middle without stopping the ball. Henry's outflanking was intercepted by Thuram. In the 8th minute, Fabregas and Ljungberg made a wonderful cooperation. Ljungberg shot at a small angle on the right side of the penalty area, but unfortunately missed. The tempo of both sides was very fast. With Nedved's connection and impact, Juventus quickly suppressed Arsenal on the field and attacked wildly around Arsenal's half. On the other hand, except for the occasional show of strength, Arsenal was not in a hurry at other times. The counter-attack was impressive and did not let the game become one-sided. We want to score goals, beat them, interceive, goal, goal, goal. As more than 20 minutes passed, Juventus fans saw that their team had not scored yet, and the shouting became louder, but there were also sporadic boos, because on the field, they could not see any signs of their team scoring goals, and the anxiety and dissatisfaction became heavier. Over there, there's someone behind me, there's someone behind me. Capello was also anxious at this time, pacing back and forth. When he saw his players passing the ball or making mistakes in their running, he immediately shouted. Seeing Arsenal's defense becoming more and more confident, Capello felt more and more uneasy. The opponent's counterattack was like a sort of Mercurius hanging over his head. Wenger was sitting on the Diaoyerte. As long as his defense line was stable, he would wait for his team to make a fatal blow. But the football field has always been strange. In the 27th minute of the game, Ibrahimovic took the ball outside the penalty area and started his breakthrough. He had already boasted about this game, but he hadn't fulfilled it yet. He was already holding back a lot of anger in his heart. In addition, Arsenal's sticky defense also made the fire in the heart of this big man even stronger. Ho, 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 ho. The entire Alpi stadium was still roaring, noisy, and shouts and boos filled the sky. Ibrahimovic skillfully controlled the ball on the right side of the penalty area, and quickly got rid of Silva's defense with a pull, a dribble, and a shake, avoiding Fabregas's interception. He twisted his body and quickly pulled the ball, directly passing Touré, dodging an angle. The ball was still in the air, and Ibrahimovic did not choose to pass the ball, and then volleyed with his left foot. Lehmann, who was always paying attention to Ibrahimovic, also noticed his shot, and quickly flew to his right. Lehmann quickly took the ball and immediately kicked it out of Lee Yuxin, and immediately launched a counterattack after receiving the ball. Chapter 111 The Great Emperor vs. Iron Man. Emerson saw Lee Yuxin's move and quickly blocked his inner side. He had been fighting with Lee Yuxin for so long, and he knew how fast Lee Yuxin was. Lee Yuxin noticed his move, and when he approached, he suddenly paused, then pulled his feet, quickly shifted his center of gravity, and passed the ball to his left foot. But Emerson's reaction was not slow. He immediately paused and stopped his pace. He quickly twisted his body and quickly stood in front of Lee Yuxin. Lee Yuxin ignored his move. After pulling the ball, he slammed the ball and slammed the ball. In an instant, Lee Yuxin's body kept shaking and moving closer. Finally, he pushed his left foot and rushed past. Emerson had just regained his center of gravity, but Lee Yuxin's next series of dazzling moves made him at a loss. It was too fast, and his center of gravity was already shaking uncontrollably. There was no other way. Emerson had a flash of thought and could only gamble on his luck. He strode forward and stole the ball directly. But Emerson was still too slow. When Lee Yuxin finished his last move, Emerson was directly left behind. The last interception did not even reach Lee Yuxin's left leg. He just stepped on the empty grass. When he looked back, it was already out of reach. After Lee Yuxin shook off Emerson, he ran away and quickly cut inside to Juventus' penalty area. Giannichita was the first to make up for the defense. Ibrahimovic, Mutu and others quickly chased after him. Henry, Van Persie and others also started in an instant. The rhythm of offense and defense quickly increased with Lee Yuxin's high-speed advancement, and Juventus's defense line was forced to retract. Giannikita was closest to Lee Yuxin, so he was the first to rush over to block. Lee Yuxin, who started at full speed, had no intention of passing the ball. Seeing Giannikita appear in front of him, he moved his body to the side, followed the ball horizontally, and constantly attracted the opponent's center of gravity to move. Suddenly, he flicked to the left and the ball fell to his left foot. Giannikita's body was connected by Lee Yuxin's series of actions. Lee Yuxin suddenly changed direction, and he couldn't adjust at all. He had to take action and tried to stop Lee Yuxin. But Lee Yuxin looked thin, but his strength and lower body were no worse than any strong center forward, and he was even more flexible. In the fight, he still firmly controlled the ball under his feet. The whole process took less than 2 seconds. Seeing that Lee Yuxin was about to pass Giannikita again, Ibrahimovic finally caught up and hurriedly blocked Lee Yuxin's left side, intending to work with his teammates to keep Lee Yuxin. Just as Ibrahimovic was rushing up, Lee Yuxin suddenly poked with his left foot, and the ball passed through Ibrahimovic's crotch. Then he twisted his waist and abdomen, and shook off Giannikita's pull with more force, and drilled through Ibrahimovic's right side, who was unable to react, making the double teaming of the two people useless. Lee Yuxin rushed out and took the ball, continued to dribble forward, and killed into the opponent's penalty area. Stop him, don't let him pass. The entire LP stadium at this time, the Juventus players saw Lee Yuxin rushing into their own penalty area alone, and they were very anxious. The opponent was like a wild horse that had escaped the reins, they said, unstoppable. Seeing him rushing at full speed, everyone thought of defending at the first time. But when Cannavaro came over, Lee Yuxin suddenly braked his rhythm, followed by a pass, and sent the ball directly to the left. Van Persie passed Zambrotta, who was paying close attention to Lee Yuxin, from behind, and took advantage of the situation to lead and pull, quickly started, and went deep into the penalty area. The entire Juventus defense line was in chaos, but Juventus was after all a top team in Serie A, and its defensive strength was one of the best. When Van Persie broke into the penalty area, Thuram had already made up for it and quickly blocked the upper line. Van Persie did not choose to shoot at all. After attracting the opponent's defense, he pushed the ball directly to the middle. Henry, who was in position, touched the ball before Nedved, who was returning to defense, but he was surrounded by Juventus players. The Emperor did not clumsily take the ball down, so he was directly surrounded by Juventus. The ball rolled quickly, and Henry followed the path of the ball with the outside of his right foot, followed by a back foot push shot, hitting the far end of the goal. Buffon, who was paying full attention, noticed the ball and saw Henry suddenly shoot a cold arrow, quickly fell to the ground, and blocked the angle. Pop! The ball bounced off the post and went into the net. Henry's superstar nature killed his old master. When Henry's handsome smile appeared on the big screen after scoring a goal, Italian fans were also attracted, of course, excluding Juventus fans, who now wished that Machine Gun would hit Henry. That ray of confidence also made the world recognize the world's top shooter again, and was shaken by his style on the field. Studio Cristina, I think Juventus is in a difficult situation now. Canales looked at Zioja with her big eyes, her eyes twinkling and becoming more camouflaged. I think Juventus can score another 6 goals. Cristina, who was so proud in the first half, finally stopped getting hard. Regardless of whether these beauties really love football, they are not stupid. After watching the first half of the game, Cristina knew that her team seemed powerless. Haha, I hope your wish can come true. Seeing Cristina's uncertain tone, Canales comforted her with a hint of pride. It seems that the game has become turbulent again. Canales, Cristina, are you willing to change your favorite team for this game? Bordi looked at them meaningfully. I believe Juventus will make it to the end. When Cristina heard this, she immediately expressed her firm support for Juventus. Well, I think maybe Arsenal has a bigger advantage. Although Canales spoke modestly, his eyes were full of confidence. Not only Canales was optimistic about Arsenal, even Capello was shaken. At the end of the game, the opponents scored a goal. Even though they were leading 2-1, they were 2-5 behind in 2 rounds. They had to score 6 goals in the second half and not concede any goals in order to advance. However, facing Arsenal, who had already played up their morale, all this was a bit difficult. Juventus was finished. If Arsenal could be reversed, Wenger could just hang up his seal and leave. But after Juventus kicked off, they immediately launched a counterattack. After Emerson got the ball, he immediately passed a ball to his right and gave it to Nedved. After Nedved got the ball, he immediately rushed at full speed. Ljungberg came over to intercept, but his body was not dominant, so he was squeezed past him and cut inside to the middle. Silva quickly made up his position and entangled with Nedved, blocking his way forward without letting him. Nedved didn't force it, and quickly passed a ball to Giannikita to reorganize. Juventus's attack speed was not very fast, and steady was their rhythm. Giannikita took a few steps, and seeing that there was no chance, he passed a ball to Nedved again. After Nedved got the ball, he suddenly turned his body and cut into the middle again, followed by a pass, and passed a ball to Emerson. Emerson didn't stop the ball, and passed it to Mutu diagonally before Zioja intercepted it. After Mutu got the ball, he started quickly, flicked the ball continuously, and prepared to rush to the middle. Flamini kept a close eye on his position and didn't give him any chance to break through. Mutu was still flicking the ball, but his body suddenly turned and changed direction, and he got ahead of the outside. Flamini reacted a little slowly, but he still tried his best to chase and block. Mutu grabbed the position, followed by a high ball and passed it directly to the middle. Zlatan, David as the ball fell into Arsenal's penalty area, the entire Alpi Stadium was calling for their two center forwards. Senderos tightly held Ibrahimovic's waist, while Toure tightly circled in front of Trezeguet. Ebao, Zioja and others had already rushed into the penalty area, trying to grab the ball. In the chaotic penalty area, Senderos was the first to emerge and vigorously headed the ball out of the penalty area, and the alarm was lifted. Tap tap tap, a rapid sound. Nedved suddenly rushed over and met the ball. With a bang, after Nedved got the ball, he shot without any adjustment, and with a swish, Pavel, the whole stadium exploded, and Juventus shouted Nedved's name, boiling. Lehmann had no way to deal with this unreasonable shot. Time, speed, strength, and angle did not give Lehmann any chance. Pavel scored for us. Juventus will never admit defeat. Lee Yuxin was speechless looking at this Czech Iron Man. Juventus's superstar also shined. Chapter 112, A Bloody Battle. Steady down, don't panic. The Arsenal players were stunned. In the following game, they made frequent mistakes. Wenger stood on the sidelines and kept shouting. It was his turn to play the same scene as Capello in the first half. Emerson, you stole the ball again, stole it again. It's our turn to attack. Mutu, rush up Juventus, score another one. On the contrary, Juventus seemed to be very good in both defense and offense. On defense, they frequently forced Arsenal players to make mistakes. On offense, they were no longer disorganized and seemed more patient. The entire Alpi Stadium was filled with cheers as they attacked with a wave of... On the field, Juventus had an absolute advantage at the moment, so they must take this opportunity to create as many killing opportunities as possible, especially Ibrahimovic. In the 37th minute of the game, Ibrahimovic got the ball near the right side of the Arsenal penalty area and scored with a long shot. The unruly Ibrahimovic once again showed his talent. Nedved passed the ball to Ibrahimovic, who retreated outside to receive the ball. After receiving the ball, Ibrahimovic made a fake move to turn from his left side, which deceived Fabregas's body weight to the side. Then he used his left foot to push the ball to the right, and at the same time, his body turned to the right. Fabregas, who found that he was deceived, rushed back and rushed forward, intending to collide with Ibrahimovic. At this time, Ibrahimovic, who had completed the turn, swung his left foot and kicked the ball directly. Shoot! When Fabregas collided with him, the ball had already been kicked towards the goal by Ibrahimovic. His collision did not have any interference effect. The ball drew an arc in the air, bypassed the central defender Toure, who was blocking the front, and flew straight to the goal. After seeing the ball go around Toure, Valdez leaped up and dove to the side. But his hand didn't touch the ball. The ball drew a very exaggerated arc in the air, bypassed his hand, and then hit the goal post, and then bounced into the goal from the inside of the goal post. The ball went in again. Even if they can't show up, Juventus will never let Arsenal have an easy time. The first half ended with a score of 1-2. However, when Capello entered the locker room, he saw the frustrated expressions of Juventus players and quickly threw his negative emotions out of his mind. He looked at his players one by one without expression. The locker room was silent for more than a minute. After focusing the eyes of all his players on himself, Capello spoke. In the first half, you did a good job. We have recovered 2 goals, which is much better than before the game. We are ahead of them here. Now we have no way out. No matter how unwilling you are, we only have the next 45 minutes left, the only time, the time of fighting, the time of life and death. Therefore, during this period of time, I don't want to see any negative factors in it. No matter your performance on the field or your inner thoughts, everything can only move forward. Score goals. This is your only way out. It is very difficult, but very important. It is your only way to save yourself. Show your will. They are just young people. Through confrontation you must make them understand that this is Alpi. Don't let them get the ball easily anymore. You must seize the opportunity. You must show your pace throughout the field, just like in the first half. Force them to be nervous. Make them make mistakes. Understand. Capello's tone became faster and faster, like a horn, blowing the final attack signal. The firm confidence in his eyes made it impossible to question and refute. His voice became louder and louder. Capello wanted to use the iron will of his team to break down Arsenal's defense. Understood. All the Juventus players listened to their boss' words, saw his burning eyes, and nodded heavily in agreement. Okay, now pay attention. I want you all to remember our arrangements for the second half. You have no pressure in this game. Don't worry about some unexpected situations on the field. All you have to do is to play the game with all your heart, just like what you did at the last moment of the first half. Keep the rhythm of this game. You just need to play your defense and offense well. Everything will go according to the established plan. Cesc, Thierry, in the next game, you must always keep the rhythm of the game on the field. Silva, they will definitely attack in the second half. You must defend well. Lee, Robin, Frey, you must play a defensive counterattack. You must stay stable. No matter what changes the opponent makes, just stay stable and grasp your own way. Do you understand? Wenger emphasized the importance of self in the locker room, and then immediately made the key arrangements for the second half. I heard it clearly. Arsenal's players have let go of their mentality. The last goal in the first half made them completely let go of their mentality. After all, the bad luck in the first half has passed. The team is still in the final moment. With one shot, all the pressure is thrown on the opponent. Oh, time is up, they are coming out. It seems that Juventus is not in a good situation in this game. Maybe, but Fabio will not give up so easily. Arsenal has won more than half of the victory by playing their own rhythm. The 15-minute break will soon pass, and the players of both sides will enter the stadium one after another. The broadcast stations around the world have passed the expert commentary time and quickly handed over the pictures to the scene. Reversal, reversal, let the Londoners cry, let Lee's goal go to hell, score 3 more goals, score 3 more goals. The Alpi Stadium is still boiling. Although they hate Henry's goal very much, they hope that their team can do better and score a few more goals. Hearing the noisy sound of the entire stadium, sharp and piercing, Lee Yuxin is more excited. The only thought is to make the place completely quiet. Dale whistled, and Ibrahimovic quickly knocked the ball to the back and handed it to Nedved. After Nedved got the ball, he immediately cut inside and advanced quickly. Emerson and Zambrata also quickly guarded him. Juventus launched an attack from the beginning, and Nedved fell to the right, facing Lee Yuxin. With a dull bang, Lee Yuxin's right shoulder collided with Nedved's body again, and his running body staggered to a stop. Nedved did not take advantage. Although he did not fall to the ground, he could no longer control the ball. The last step was too big and rolled directly out of the baseline. This was the 5th time the two people confronted each other directly. Neither of them could overwhelm the other. Van der Vaart's whistle kept sounding. At the beginning of the second half, Juventus's attack was very fierce, with a high rhythm and high confrontation. It was basically an expanded version of Italy's concrete defense. In terms of offense, it was also concrete. Mixed together, Arsenal's game confrontation pressure suddenly increased. The two sides were caught in a huge meat grinder on the field. Juventus played a power battle, but Arsenal came out of the highly competitive Premier League. After a brief panic at the beginning, they stabilized the situation and began to compete with Juventus for the ball on the field. Oh, my God, Fabregas fell to the ground again. Damn, Ibrahimovic fouled. Lee pulled someone, he pulled someone. Oh, Robin's tackle, the British gave a card. The game was deadlocked in the mutual pulling and falling to the ground. Capello could no longer suppress his emotions. He thought that he had strengthened the confrontation of the game and would cause Arsenal to be in chaos. Unexpectedly, Arsenal's players would fight so fiercely. Now the time has reached 56 minutes, and it is getting more and more urgent for Juventus. Capello somewhat underestimated the young players of Arsenal. This season, the hardships encountered by Arsenal are definitely rare. Basically, all teams know that after Arsenal gave up Vera, they will specifically fight a muscle war with Arsenal, especially Chelsea, Bolton, Liverpool and other teams. Arsenal is very experienced in dealing with such a style of play. Damn it, send him off, send Leo off. That Dutchman pulled someone. Kill them. Pavel, tear their defense. Juventus, go forward. Goal. With a continuous strength and physical confrontation between the two sides on the field, the entire Alpi Stadium has been in chaos, with waves of noise, cheers and protests interlaced and roared, and huge sound waves swept the entire stadium, but no one cared, because they were completely attracted by the high confrontation of the game. After the game entered the 50th minute, the game had gone beyond Capello's expectations and Wenger's ideas. Arsenal was unable to play their own rhythm, but they were not destroyed by Juventus's muscular formation. They were anxious, extremely anxious. Damn it, pass the ball, press on, Capello yelled at Sarraida to pass the ball. In the 58th minute of the game, Capello couldn't wait any longer and immediately removed Gian Ikeda and replaced Sarraida with three forwards, hoping to break through Arsenal's defense. If it weren't for the absence of Piero and Vieira, Capello wouldn't have to be so stretched to use his troops, even if Camoranesi was there. Unfortunately, the carelessness in the first round all broke out in this game. At this time, Wenger also made adjustments, quickly removing Ljungberg and replacing him with Haleb. Juventus's three midfielders were enough for the energetic Haleb to play. The two sides began to strangle. Press forward, grab it, wings. Capello couldn't sit still anymore. The situation on the field was getting more and more serious. The game entered a tense state. Both teams wanted to score a goal. Juventus was eager to catch up, while Arsenal wanted to withstand the opponent's crazy grab and hit the vital point to end the game. The high-consumption confrontation continued. It depended on which team could hold on. The physical energy of both sides was constantly consumed. It was almost a battle of will. However, compared with the calmness gradually shown by the Arsenal players, the mentality of the Juventus players was a little unbalanced. There was really not much time left, and their actions became more and more violent. In the 62nd, 64th and 65th minutes of the game, Nedved, Emerson and Thuram were given cards by Van der Vaart for deliberate fouls, and then they controlled the situation. However, Arsenal also paid the price of Silva's injury and Diaby came on the bench. The situation on the field was becoming more and more favorable for Arsenal. Arsenal gradually began to play smoothly on the field and was able to form an effective offensive chain. They were just one step away from killing Juventus. Everyone's eyes fell on Lee Yuxin at this time. They were already used to the crazy performance of this player. Damn, here we go again. I'm done. Lee Yuxin looked at Nedved, the Iron Man, in front of him with great depression. Such a high-intensity game made even himself feel a little tired, but the Czech man in front of him seemed to have nothing to do. Wherever he was, he would appear there, causing Lee Yuxin to be ineffective in attack during this period. After Lee Yuxin dribbled the ball, he was intercepted by Nedved, but he did not entangle with him. This man was no worse than Gerrard and others in confrontation, and even had more experience and a stronger will. He could not waste endless time in confrontation with him. Lee Yuxin quickly passed a ball to Fabregas and then quickly moved forward. After Fabregas received the ball, he turned his body, moved his feet, and rushed forward with the ball against Trezeguet's defense. However, before Fabregas could take a few steps, the sturdy Sarraida caught up. Fabregas stopped and dribbled the ball quickly to the right. Ebao, who came up to assist, did not stop the ball at all, and then passed it directly to Haleb. Haleb was facing Mutu and pretended to move forward to receive the ball, but after the ball came over, Haleb suddenly grabbed it and then ran back smartly. Ebao deliberately increased the power of the ball. Mutu was shaken by Haleb and didn't pay attention, so he let the ball pass directly. After Haleb cleverly dodged Mutu, he took the ball and rushed directly to Chiellini's defense area. Facing this young player, Haleb changed his speed, took 2 steps and 1 trip, then shook, changed direction instantly, quickly connected, and then cut in directly. Chiellini's physical energy consumption during this period was really serious. Juventus' right side had to contain Yuxin, and Nedved was more focused on the middle. The sideline attack suddenly fell to the ground, and Chiellini had to press forward and run back and forth. When Halep rushed over like lightning, Chiellini had not yet landed in a good position, and the opponent shook and changed direction to pass him. He watched the opponent rush into the penalty area. Damn it, stop him. Don't let him in again. Defense. Cannavaro, steal the ball, steal the ball. The hearts of Juventus fans were instantly raised to their throats. They didn't expect that the new Arsenal players had such a strong breakthrough ability. The two sideline players who had already consumed a lot of physical energy were eaten before they could react. They were very anxious and shouted loudly. After Halep came in, Henry was already in the middle. Fabregas, Yuxin, and even Van Persie at the far end had already rushed into the Juventus penalty area. Arsenal's attacking group rushed forward, ready for the final blow at any time, with the trigger pulled at any time. Juventus players also hurried back to the penalty area, staring at every Arsenal attacking player. Juventus players have become nervous. Cannavaro, come out quickly. Emerson, don't let him go in again. Seeing Halep's breakthrough, Capello was helpless in his heart, but still held out hope, roaring at his players to stop the ball. Go. Pav, pass them Sinks crazy shouting led all the hopes of Arsenal fans. Stop him, don't let him get past. Intercept the ball, and the Alpi Stadium trembled with Halep's breakthrough. Sorry, one update today. Chapter 113 ending. Halep quickly rushed into the Juventus penalty area, and everyone's eyes fell on him. Emerson, who rushed back, had already seized the inside line. Halep's breakthrough route became smaller, but there was still space, which still did not reassure Juventus fans. Halep suddenly slowed down and did not entangle too much. At this time, Fabregas and Henry were already in the middle. Halep's position did not allow him to handle the ball at will. Knowing this, Halep directly pushed outwards, and quickly dodged the gap. Without making any choices, he prepared to kick the ball directly. Emerson did not expect Halep to kick the ball so quickly. In his opinion, the opponent could easily break through and form a single knife, so he leaned forward and prepared to block it again, but the opponent shook him and directly gave up the space. As Emerson made way, Halep had more space, so he kicked the ball high. After Emerson saw the ball, he jumped up, but he was still too slow, and watched the ball fly over his head. Oh, God! Damn it, head it out quickly. Buffon, take it off. Thierry. Head it in, Cesc. As the ball arced, the whole Alpi Stadium was shaken. Fabregas was in front, and Henry was behind, jumping up directly, while Cannavaro, Thuram, Nedved, and Ibrahimovic also jumped up vigorously to fight for the ball to clear. With a pop, Henry's bald head headed the ball first, and everyone fell down, nervously watching Buffon move quickly on the left side of the penalty area. Henry's back touch landed accurately at the feet of Van Persie, who was ready to shoot, but Zambrotta didn't give him any chance at all, and immediately came over to block his angle. At the same time, he held his waist to prevent him from exerting force. Van Persie lost the angle to shoot, and just when he was about to exert force to start, he was hit on the waist, and his movements immediately slowed down, but the ball was exposed. Zambrotta instantly kicked out to poke the ball away, but Van Persie was faster than him, leaning on the opponent and knocking directly backwards. Van Persie didn't need to look, he knew there must be someone behind him. Yuxin. When Van Persie cut inside, Yuxin had already exchanged positions with him, and pulled directly to the sideline, noticed Van Persie's movements, and rushed down quickly. But Van Persie's pass was wrong. Due to the confrontation with Zambrotta, Van Persie's center of gravity was unstable and he couldn't control the angle well. He passed the ball directly to the bottom line and was about to go out. Yuxin saw that the ball did not come in the expected route, and was shocked. He rushed down and intercepted the ball. Snap, it stopped just barely, and the ball was stepped on the sideline by Yuxin. Damn it, it's out of bounds. Our ball, that's our ball. SHHHHHHH. Give it back to us. He's too fast. Hurry up and block it. Danger. Juventus fans were shocked to see Yuxin intercept the ball. There was no one defending Yuxin anymore, and Juventus' goal was still in danger. For this reason, boos were heard everywhere, and they hoped that the referee would give them a justice. However, Lee Yuxin did not hear the whistle, and ignored the endless boos and the big white hands in front of him. He turned his body directly, pulled gently, and did not choose to pass or break through. He directly lifted his left foot to the side of his body. The inner arch of his foot rubbed the bottom of the ball directly, and another arc was circulated. The ball flew up with a huge rotation, 0-degree angle, still 0-degree angle. Zambrata had no time to block it, and even just squeezed past Van Persie. Lee Yuxin's ball had already flown over his head and flew directly to the goal. Damn it. Is this going to end? Boufwa, pass it out quickly, oh my god, 0-degree angle again. It should be possible to go in this time. Go in the penalty area of Juventus fell silent. Except for Boufwa, who was retreating quickly, no one jumped. The arc was too big and the speed of the ball was too fast. It was like a sharp blade, soaring into the sky and falling down. It was not their turn to clear the siege. With a click, seeing the ball getting closer and closer to the goal and unable to catch up, Boufwa pushed hard, jumped up, and pounced sideways, stretching his right hand as hard as he could, trying to block the ball flying towards the corner. With a crisp swish, the high-spinning ball quickly stopped under the friction of the net. Yelly. Got our London genius Lung, our guardian Lee Yuxin's goal completely made Arsenal fans boil. Regardless of men and women, they cheered out their thoughts at the first time, then stood shoulder to shoulder, jumped, and shouted Lee. The roar, the majestic momentum, the powerful tone, all the cameras were attracted by their celebration. Genius shot, 0-degree angle, incredible man, incredible goal, 2-2, we are going to advance at this time. Sank's cheers were a beat slower. He had a thunderous shout. Scoring a goal finally made up for the bad luck in the first half. Lee Yuxin rushed to the stands of Arsenal and his own fans who came from afar, opened his arms, held his head high, and looked at them cheering and jumping with a domineering face. Oh my god, how did he do it? Vieri? Baston. Monster, I don't want to see him play against our team anymore, Juventus. Fans were desperate. This goal completely destroyed their hope of advancing. Capello took a deep breath and shook his head helplessly. He was relaxed and even his anger disappeared. He knew very well that with 20 minutes left, facing the sharp attack of Arsenal, it would be too difficult to chase 4 goals. Well done. Wenger shouted excitedly and hugged Pat. The smile on his face never faded. After letting go of Pat, he kept clapping. It was rare to see him so happy. Hoo-hoo, genius, really genius. Lee scored an unimaginable goal, which is a copy of Vieri. Classic, too classic. Oh, I still regret the ball in the first half. I didn't expect Lee to really do it. Oh my god, what was he thinking? He could pass the ball, he could break through. Wow, luckily it went in. I have to say Lee Zhen is a very competitive kid. Is this ball a response to the crossbar in the first half? All the commentators were shocked by this ball. They never expected that Lee Yuxin would end the attack in this way. In their opinion, the level of risk of that goal was too high. After all, the opponent's goalkeeper and defender were in their respective positions. But it was precisely because of this that Lee Yuxin's goal was particularly shocking, a classic, and even unrepeatable. Canales, what do you think of this ball? Bardi looked at the ball and suddenly asked Canales. Both of them were goals scored from the baseline. Obviously, Vieri's goal against Atletico Madrid was closer to Lee Yuxin's goal this time. Well, very good, a wonderful goal. I think he can achieve the same achievements as Vieri. After seeing Lee Yuxin's goal, Canales' mind was shaken, and suddenly it was as if he saw Vieri, but when he saw the unfamiliar jersey, he realized that he was distracted, and answered Bardi's question absent-mindedly. Hey, what a magical player. I'm afraid our wish can't be realized, right, Christina? Bardi asked while looking at the Juventus godmother, with a look of regret. The game is not over yet, I believe Juventus still has a chance. Christina has to continue to support. Then if the game ends like this, what will you do to comfort the fans? Well, let me think about it. How about launching a photo album? Although Canales participated in their love discussion one by one, most of his thoughts fell on the figure in front of the screen, the figure that was about to soar into the sky. There was no chance in the game. After the restart, Arsenal firmly occupied the situation on the field, and the time turn came step by step. Beep beep beep. Van der Vaart's too short and one long whistle sounded amid the boos. Juventus was powerless to turn the tide at the last moment, and was even besieged by Arsenal in half the court. Ibrahimovic and Nedved were successively sent off with red cards for tackles from behind. Juventus lost both players in the game. However, Arsenal successively withdrew Henry and Fabregas, and did not actively attack again, but just controlled the situation on the field and failed to score a goal. The game ended 2-2. It's finally over. I thought Juventus couldn't even maintain a draw, just like at Highbury, where they conceded 4 goals. It was a bad night for Italian football today. Fabio Carissa, the commentator of Sky Sports Italy, looked at Capello with a hint of dissatisfaction. Apparently, Capello's draw did not satisfy the Italians, especially the Juventus fans, who even started to pursue the old account of the defeat at Highbury. Italy still has AC Milan, but I think Arsenal will become everyone's nightmare. The teamwork of this team is too amazing. Sergio Brio, who is a defender of Juventus, saw more of the defensive side of Juventus. Juventus' performance was okay, but Arsenal's performance was dominant. Let's take a look at the statistics after the game. Shots 9-17, shots on target 4-10, ball possession 43-57, corner kicks 12-14, free kicks 16-20, fouls 25-18. God, I can't read it anymore. Arsenal's advantage is too big, especially in the middle and late stages of the second half. They almost completely suppressed Juventus. They adapted to Juventus's muscular formation, and Capello made a mistake. Italian football expert Di Marzio quickly got the statistics of the game, looked at a set of data, and finally put it down with some helplessness. Juventus fell into disadvantage in all aspects. Sergio, Di Marzio, tell us about this game. What do you think of the difference between Juventus's first and second half? I have seen Juventus's data in the first half, and they were not that different. Fabio's style of play in the second half is questionable. The ball possession was nearly 10 percentage points worse. He at least could not give up possession of the ball. After all, it was Juventus that was behind. Carissa also put down the comparison of the data of the two teams in the first and second half, and was very dissatisfied with Juventus' performance in the second half. From the data, it is obviously like this. In the first half, Fabio let the players do more on the two wingers, using the two centers in the middle to track defenders as their bridgehead, to provide support and launch a secondary attack. Although they scored 2 goals, I think this tactic was not successful. Just like at Highbury, Arsenal's wing was no worse than Juventus's. Even on Lee's wing, they were completely controlled. Whether it was Van Persie or Lee, the impact on Mutu and Zambrotta made them have no energy to press forward, so Emerson rarely approached them today. On the left, Giannikita only helped the team a little in defense. Nedved was a bright spot for them. Unfortunately, Trezeguet and Ibrahimovic did not have a dominant performance and created a greater threat, wasting several passes of Nedved. In the first half, Fabio and Wenger's wing competition was obviously ineffective. Those 2 goals were largely lucky. Although Juventus once suppressed Arsenal on the field, they quickly stabilized their position under the leadership of veterans such as Henry and Ljungberg. Ibrahimovic's carelessness allowed Lee to fully demonstrate his breakthrough and heavy bombardment that was more impactful than Henry, and the game turned around in an instant. In fact, I think that from the beginning, Fabio would be better at physical confrontation with Arsenal. After all, in the end, both teams had consumed a lot of physical energy, and it was obviously advantageous for Juventus to play at home. And Fabio's choice of that tactic was obviously inappropriate. Wenger obviously knew his idea and played a 451 formation, which made his team's advantages more obvious. The effect was very direct in the second half. Di Marzio focused on analyzing Juventus' situation in the first half. Obviously, he had some reservations about Juventus' tactics in the first half. I think that goal had a huge impact on Juventus. Not only did it collapse Juventus' defense line, but it also made their efforts go to waste. This was too difficult. Obviously, in the second half, Fabio's tactics were to completely lose Arsenal in physical confrontation and let them return to the chaotic situation in the first half. However, they underestimated the young people of Arsenal. Although Nedved's right shift tied up Lee's energy, it also delayed the game time, and they lost the opportunity to score faster. Ibrahimovic, Trezeguet, Mutu and others were unable to save the team. Instead, they allowed the opponent's players to stabilize the situation and lost possession of the ball. The psychological quality of Arsenal's young players is not as easy to be destroyed as the outside world imagines. In the second half, I think the only highlight of Juventus's defense. They withstood several attacks from Arsenal despite serious physical exhaustion. It was very good. Lee's goal is difficult to replicate. Almost everyone was in the penalty area, and there were even 3 or 4 people near the small penalty area. But this is genius, there is no reason. Sergio finally made the final judgment on Juventus' performance on the field and shrugged helplessly. Maybe, I now hope that AC Milan will not meet Arsenal, a team full of desire for victory and talented team. Their growth is too terrible. Calisa recalled the process of the game, and was not only worried about the only Serie A team, but also the probability of 50%, which was too high. Haha, have you forgotten that the other one is Barcelona? I think I would rather see Arsenal here next time, because Barcelona is not only strong in attack, but also much more mature than Arsenal, and Arsenal has many players worthy of our attention. I really want them to come to Italy. Di Marzio stared at Lee Yuxin. Obviously he was interested in Lee Yuxin. Haha, I think all teams will be very busy in the summer, but it depends on the players' wishes. Sergio was thinking in his mind and suggested that Juventus take Lee Yuxin. Well, our commentary today ends here. Calisa made the final decision, and the fantasy of the two fell into reality. Congratulations, Arthur, you performed very well in this round today. We will have a chance next year, and I wish you good luck. Capello's mentality finally recovered at the last moment. He shook hands with Wenger with a smile and spoke with pearls of wisdom. Haha, thank you, I think my team will be more mature next year. Wenger accepted his challenge optimistically. After the game, Lee Yuxin asked the referee for the ball, took photos with the fans, signed autographs, and then went into the locker room with his teammates. Oh, so cool. Give it to me, I'll have another bite. So cool, we finally made it to the semi-finals, so great, so great. Lee, you did a great job today, that 0-degree angle was so beautiful. Yeah, the little guy is also very good, but at least I made up for it. He don't take pictures randomly, Ebow, it's too disgusting. It's okay, touch it and learn from experience next time. Talk of experience. Back in the locker room, Arsenal's players were already in chaos, with champagne spilled all over the floor. As the main contributor to Arsenal's promotion, Lee Yuxin was naturally the focus of their fun. Arthur, we're in the semi-finals. The overjoyed Pat suddenly said to Wenger, with a sigh. Yeah, we've never come so far. Wenger pursed his lips, also deeply touched. For Arsenal, European wars are an eternal pain. Although in England, the continuity and stability of European wars are the best among other teams, and even in qualifying for the group, no other team can compare, but the results are much worse. Before that, the farthest was only the quarterfinals, even that invincible team was the same. Now they have finally passed this hurdle, how can they not be excited? Okay, let them take a shower, and let Lee and Cesc go to the press room with me later. Wenjing watched his disciples celebrate for a while, then looked at the time. It was getting late and they had to hurry back, so he asked Pat to remind them and left the locker room. Chapter 114 Post-match turmoil. After exchanging jerseys with Nedved, Lee Yuxin went home to take a short rest. Arsenal will not have time to rest in the next few days, because in 3 days, they will go to Old Trafford to challenge Manchester United. They cannot afford to make mistakes. Therefore, Wenger only gave the Arsenal players who rushed back overnight a morning to rest, and they immediately started training. Here. As soon as they entered the press room, Wenger and his 3 friends followed Capello into the press room, but found that reporters were already surrounding them. Capello brought his favorite midfielder Emerson into the field. Whether it was Ibrahimovic and others in the front field or Zambrata and others in the back field, they would definitely be criticized after today. There was no need to add to the trouble. Nedved's red card was also a problem. Fabio, in this game, you were completely at a disadvantage on the field. Was it because you were not well prepared? Tactical errors. Gazzetta dello Sport questioned it at the first time. I don't think we were unprepared. In fact, my players work very hard. I said before the game that we would try our best in this game, and the score of our game was 2-2, so we did not lose. As for falling behind, that was because we wanted to win with all our strength, and the opponent was good at controlling the ball, which allowed them to organize calmly. Is the lack of forward support the reason for your elimination in this series? No, it's just that we didn't see some opportunities. You can't measure a player with 1 or 2 games. If there is a problem, we will know it quickly and adjust it. In fact, we have been performing very well. You were completely controlled by the opponent in the midfield. Emerson, can you tell me why? The game was difficult, but I don't think we lost the midfield. On the contrary, most of the time, we were fighting with the opponent near the midfield. That's it. Why couldn't Juventus hit the opponent's defense at the last moment? Fabio, why did you say you wanted to change tactics in the second half? Fabio, will being eliminated from the Champions League affect your coaching? The fans booed you. Are you angry? For all kinds of things, Capello was almost swallowed up by the media's saliva. Lee Yuxin finally witnessed this crazy media bombardment, especially in a life-and-death battle, or losing at home. It was absolutely unbearable, especially for the Giants. Even a victory and then being eliminated might be better for the Giants. Lee, what do you think of Italian football? Lee Yuxin answered. Compared with Wenger and Fabregas's ease, Turin Sports Daily started with a heavy taste. Well, compared with the high-tempo changes and high-speed offense and defense in the Premier League, I think Italian football is more about defense. Today Juventus defense caused us a lot of trouble. They made us lose a lot of opportunities. This game was difficult. Lee Yuxin tried hard to talk about the game. In the game, you scored the second goal, which was very similar to Vieri's goal against Atletico Madrid. Was it to show others that you are as good as him? Fuck you, don't blink your green bean eyes. It's annoying to look at you. Lee Yuxin took a deep look at the man with a somewhat obscene smile, and felt very unhappy in his heart. What's the problem? Well, it would be a lie to say that I don't want to be such an outstanding player, but it was a coincidence. At that time, I only thought about scoring goals to make up for the regret in the first half. After all, being able to be like Vieri is exciting, so I tried again, but I succeeded in the end, and the result was very good. Lee Yuxin thought about it and answered honestly and modestly. After the game, you took the used ball. Did you give the goal to Canales in your mind? The reporter smiled even more obscenely, blinking his green eyes more frequently, looking at Lee Yuxin with an expression of I know you. No, that's not true. How could it be possible? I'm sorry, in fact, I don't know her at all, and this goal was not given to her. Lee Yuxin never thought that he would be linked to Canales by the media, and hurriedly denied it. He didn't want to suffer any more losses, and this woman was also a tough character. Lee Yuxin didn't want to get into trouble again. Oh. Lee, do you like her and care about her topic? With a tone of understanding, a gossip reporter immediately threw out a sharp question at the end. Obviously, Lee Yuxin's reaction was too big in the eyes of others, not only the reporters below, but even Fabregas blinked at Lee Yuxin, curiously indicating whether this was true. Wenger's face was very ugly. He didn't want his team to have too many scandals, especially about Lee Yuxin. I don't know what this has to do with Canales, because I was going to give the ball to Yang Gang, and all my goals this month will be given to her. After a moment of silence, Lee Yuxin glanced at the time and suddenly said these words. This. Everyone looked at Lee Yuxin in shock, and the waves were surging. Wenger's face turned black in an instant. He really underestimated the ability of his disciple to make waves. Fabregas was stunned for a moment, shook his head, and looked at Lee Yuxin with sympathy, but at the same time privately gave Lee Yuxin a middle finger. And Lee Yuxin, this honest child, was surrounded by reporters. Their time was loud and resounded throughout the colony training ground. What are you doing? Why are you gathering here? Why don't you go to training? Pat's voice immediately overwhelmed them. Oh, time's up. Let's go. Arsenal's players quickly scattered. Hey, Pat, go and announce the news that we are going to have closed training. Wenger shook his head helplessly. Look at it more open-mindedly, Arthur. This is also good, it can make them concentrate more on the training ground. Pat half-jokingly comforted. Think about the ball and your movements at all times. Run at full speed. Remember the feeling when you pass the ball. Lee, shoot. Yes, that's it, stay excited. Hurry up, pass the ball. Lee, run. Lee, you have to press back when you defend, and concentrate. Lee, pay attention to your position with Cesc. Seeing Wenger staring at him with a dark face, Lee Yuxin had no choice but to follow his words and complete the movement seriously. Okay, go and rest. Finally, it was time for Pat to announce the rest time, and Lee Yuxin could finally relax his body. "Arthur, are you too strict with Lee?" Pat reminded. "Hey, if he could feel tired, at least he wouldn't have so much energy off the court and cause so many things." Wenger sighed helplessly and said, "Haha, if he was tired, I'm afraid you wouldn't have to let him be so versatile on the court." Pat could see Wenger's thoughts. "Yet, I can't control his time off the field. I have to make sure he focuses on football in training and in games, so that he can form a habit in his life. Otherwise, the temptation outside will be too great. Well, I'll also let Colin keep track of his physical condition at all times." "That's good." Wenger nodded. He was also afraid of training Lee Yuxin too hard. After all, no one is made of iron. Preparing for Manchester United. Chapter 115 Pre-match contest. Location, Stamford Stadium. Characters, Mourinho, Noggin reporter. "Alex is a great coach, I never deny it. I know he and Arthur have played against each other many times, and he won every time. I think this time is no exception. You know, it was at Old Trafford. Their home record this season is far better than their away record. So Jose, are you willing to be a Manchester United fan for once?" BBC immediately asked. "If Manchester United beat Arsenal, I think they will be qualified to attract fans. After all, Arsenal just came back from Italy. I think Manchester United has a big advantage." Mourinho shrugged and did not answer directly. "So who do you think will be the focus of this game?" "Without a doubt, it's Cristiano and Rooney. Their growth this season is really amazing. I think they can perform as well as my players. I wish them good luck." Uncle Moo rarely praised his opponent and was quite optimistic about the young people of Manchester United. Why not Lee? Lee, maybe before this, he performed better than them, even better than most people, but a talented player will always explode at the right time. I think there is no reason for Cristiano and Rooney to lose to Lee in front of such an excellent player. As for Lee, I want to say that he has been disturbed too much by off-field factors during this period. Many people are more interested in which woman he will be with, rather than his opinion of Manchester United. I think Arthur failed to guide Lee correctly, which is really fatal. Jose, if Manchester United beats Arsenal, I am willing to be a Manchester United fan. BBC Rooney and Cristiano will be better than Lee. Mirror Arthur's indulgences wasting Lee's talent. Daily Mail. The focus of the 33rd round of the Premier League, Manchester United's home game against Arsenal, was first lit by Mourinho. With the comments and exaggerations of various commentators, the rumors about Lee Yuxin were finally suppressed temporarily, and replaced by a large number of reports about this game. Reporters also went out to interview the head coaches, players and celebrities of both sides. "Alex, what do you think of what Jose said? Can Manchester United stop Arsenal?" A large number of reporters poured into the press conference at Old Trafford. "Well, I hope what he said is true, but in my opinion, this game is just a game between Manchester United and Arsenal. As for the others, they are not within my consideration. Manchester United is now 10 points behind Chelsea and 8 points behind Arsenal. This is the actual situation. The initiative of the league is no longer in our hands. But Liverpool is only 1 point behind us now, which is what we can control. Now I just want to win this game and widen the gap with Liverpool." Ferguson knew that there were only 5 rounds left in the league. It was a joke to talk about the league championship at this time. The key point was to play the game seriously. "So how big do you think Manchester United's chances of winning are?" "All I want to say is that we will go all out at home, and we don't have such a dense schedule of games, which is unfortunate for our entire season, but we are very lucky for this game. Arsenal have considered many more issues than we do. They have to play 6 games in the next 21 days, which is our advantage. In fact, our strength is about the same as Arsenal. Under normal circumstances, we have 50%, plus our home advantage, which is 65%. What's more, we go all out. I think our advantage in winning is obvious. That's it." Ferguson smiled and adjusted his glasses. He believed that Wenger's attention would not be focused on this game for the most part because Arsenal did not have that much energy. But Arsenal have to catch up with Chelsea after all. Maybe they will try their best to fight against you. Maybe. I know Arthur is a very cautious coach. The initiative of this game is in our hands. I will try my best to let my players play the best in this game, just like the game against Chelsea. Ferguson didn't care about the speculation of the reporters at all, and his tone was a little fierce. He just wanted to use these words to disturb Wenger's confidence. As the only Premier League triple champion, Ferguson knew Wenger's distress at this time. Wenger definitely didn't want his team to run out of bullets in a game, but seeing that the opportunity to reach the top was right in front of him, he was unwilling to give up, not to mention that there was still a tiger in front of him. If he stopped, he would definitely be eaten to pieces. Such a contradictory psychology is easy to break. Ferguson's words really hit Wenger's heart. Looking at Arsenal's next schedule, Wenger's brows did not relax at all. Arsenal's next schedule is quite difficult. There are 2 games in 3 days, namely Portsmouth on the 13th, West Bromwich Albion on the 15th, Villarreal on the 20th, and Tottenham on the 22nd. Especially in the last 2 games, they are tough battles. However, when being interviewed before the game, Wenger would not put these questions in front of the media. "Arthur, will you choose to rotate in the game against Manchester United?" The reporter of Daily Mail asked a question that everyone was concerned about right away. "I will let the players who are in good form play. This game means a lot to us. If we win this game, we have a good chance of climbing to the top of the standings and throwing pressure on Chelsea. Therefore, I will make sure that our players on the field will try their best." Alex has said that they will try their best to win this game. Aren't you afraid that your players will be too exhausted in this game and affect the next game? In every game, we try our best, but the results are different. I don't think it has much to do with the players. The important thing is that we want to win. So will Lee and Thierry be in the starting lineup? They are in good shape. If possible, I will let them play. Wenger gave an ambiguous answer. What do you think about Jose's views on Lee? The reporter from The Sun is too good at picking things. Lee is my player. I know his physical condition very well. Maybe not having a player as outstanding as Lee is a kind of jealousy for anyone. Wenger said with a hint of sarcasm. There are a lot of gossips about Lee recently. What do you think? It's really bad. I know that many people are tracking Lee's itinerary. This will have a great impact on my players. We are a team and we have our own tasks, so I hope that those irrelevant reporters will not interfere with our team too much. This is my opinion. Wenger looked at the reporters below helplessly with a little dissatisfaction. During this period, not only were Arsenal players' cars followed, but even Wenger was secretly photographed. Compared to Wenger and Ferguson's relatively gentle words, the players of both teams were not so polite. Cristiano, what do you think of the next game against Arsenal? How much do you think you have a chance of winning? Do you think you will be choked by a glass of water? Ronaldo looked at the reporter of The Guardian with a defiant expression. So, in this game, can you predict the score of both sides? I hope to win by more than 3 goals. They must be very tired now. I think this game is the time to tell the players of Arsenal that not everything will go as they wish. We will let them leave Old Trafford in disgrace. Ronaldo was full of fighting spirit. So about Lee, do you want him to play? He may be rotated. I think defeating an Arsenal team with Lee can be called a victory. I want Lee to play in this game to prove our strength. I hope Lee will not use rest as an excuse to avoid playing against us. I will get back the first 2 defeats from him. Ronaldo directly issued a letter of challenge, his eyes burning. Will you be nervous in this game? Do you care about the missed penalty? I want to say sorry to all the fans who support our team for that penalty. I admit that I still can't get over it, but it only makes me want to beat them even more. I want to score in this game. When mentioning the penalty, Ronaldo was immediately like a chicken blood, with a hint of cruelty in his tone. It was because of the missed penalty that he was criticized. The outside world has always believed that the gap between him and Lee is getting bigger and bigger, and he may not be able to get out of Lee's shadow. In this game, he must prove himself no matter what. Okay, thank you for accepting our interview. The reporter got the materials he wanted as he wished, and immediately let Ronaldo go, waiting for his own fire. During this period, Rooney always went out early and came back late, staying in the training ground very late every day. Tomorrow is a game against Arsenal, and Rooney did not leave Old Trafford until after 8 o'clock in the evening. But he still couldn't escape the pursuit of reporters. Wayne, we will play against Arsenal soon. Are you afraid of losing for the 3rd time this season? There won't be a 3rd defeat. In this game, we have to completely put an end to the opponent's invincibility. At the beginning of this season, many people thought that Lee would be the second you in the future, but now many people expect you to be the second Lee. Are you disappointed by this gap? Lee and I are different players. There is no comparison. He's him and I am me. The important thing is that I don't think I want to be like Lee, surrounded by a bunch of women every day. This statement is a bit ridiculous. Rooney, with a big fat face, first pinched Lee Yuxin's weak spot, and then looked at the wretched Sun reporter with an unhappy face. If hitting people is not illegal, he doesn't mind giving him a few punches. This season, as young people, do you envy the achievements of Lee, Robin and others? Well, I am eager to succeed. At the beginning of the season, we didn't do well, but this is not the real gap between me and them, nor is it the gap between our team and Arsenal. It can only be said that they are more cautious. During the season, we have realized our mistakes of not being serious enough. Therefore, we have performed very well during this period, and we will prove that we are also very good. Even if he didn't want to admit it, when he saw Lee Yuxin and others attacking the reputation of the treble, Rooney's heart was full of envy and jealousy. He couldn't avoid it, so Rooney had to change the subject. Who said that Rooney is a fierce Zhang Fei with a beard? After interviewing the two hottest new stars in Manchester United, the media also let go of interviews with several Arsenal players. For them, setting a fire is easier than putting it out. Lee, Cristiano said that defeating you is as easy as drinking a glass of water. What do you think? Lee Yuxin just stopped for a while and signed autographs with several fans, and was intercepted by reporters outside Carney. Really? We don't supply drinking water. We are Arsenal, specializing in delivering artillery shells. I think they will knock their teeth out. Lee Yuxin was relieved when he heard that the question was about the game. However, he would not be scared when he heard Ronaldo's arrogant words. Cristiano said that Manchester United will win you by more than 3 goals in this game. What do you think? He said it. Fortunately, it was not the scoreboard. I think you will know how to see it after the game. Wayne said that you are surrounded by a bunch of women. Sir, can you give me your opinion? I don't want to always say what someone said. Twice is enough, and 3 times, Lee Yuxin interrupted the reporter's question very rudely. He really thinks he is an idiot. What's more, it is news about his own gossip. Lee Yuxin will not answer stupidly. Oh, then Lee, will you play in this game? The reporter was also very sensible. He knew that it was difficult to get an interview with Lee Yuxin, so he always had to accommodate him, and he wanted to interview him several more times. Now he knew that the Sun had basically been rejected by Lee Yuxin. Well, I don't know. It depends on the coach's arrangement. Lee Yuxin shrugged. So far, Wenger has not given a starting lineup. This is the first time. Arsenal will face a dense schedule next. Do you think Arsenal will give up 1 or 2 games, such as this one? Impossible. You know, we are very close to victory now. No matter which game we play, we will not let it lose its meaning. Then facing the 3-line battle, do you think Arsenal can make it to the end? Are the physical fitness of Arsenal players enough to cope with such a high-intensity schedule? Hearing Lee Yuxin's decisive tone, the Daily Mail followed with a sharp question. Everyone knows that Arsenal has a weak foundation. It can be said that among all the giants, the physical condition of the players and the substitutes are the worst. There are such problems almost every season and they are all paid attention to by the media. Therefore, this reporter seized this issue and made efforts. Why not? This season, so far, we have done very well. We have suffered far more injuries than other teams. Some people also say that our players are too young, but we have always been at the forefront of the league. This is the fact. No matter what, no one can use their own logic to measure the situation of another person at the time. Whether right or wrong, the fact is that you are just a spectator, not the protagonist. It's that simple. Lee Yuxin said with a hint of confidence and disdain. Not everyone is Kong Ming, not to mention after the fact. Lee Yuxin hit the Daily Mail hard, not giving him time to ask about his private affairs, and immediately got in the car and left Carney. Robin, what do you think of Ronaldo's remarks? As Lee Yuxin's good partner, Van Persie also had to come out to receive guests. He has said it many times, and the content is the same every time, we are very strong. I never doubted that he would say this. In fact, they are indeed very strong, but we are better than them. Van Persie said with a disdainful tone. So this game will be like Wayne said, will your unbeaten myth end? I don't think we will be defeated by them. In fact, they haven't defeated us this season. Will physical fitness be a disadvantage for you? No, we have made a lot of adjustments. Although there is an impact, it will not restrict our performance. In this game, Ronaldo has said that he will score. What about you? This season, I have scored more goals than him. This is a fact. Van Persie answered with confidence. Fortunately, he didn't know Ronaldo's achievements in La Liga. You know, no one dares to say this in the Premier League. See Ronaldo, Manchester United wants to beat Arsenal by 3 goals. I want to beat Lee myself. Rooney, Lee is different and can't be compared with me. Van Persie, Ronaldo is an egomaniac. Lee, we want to blow up Old Trafford. Arsenal's bus to Manchester United has not yet set off. The whole of Britain is fighting for them. The words about the young people of the two teams have been spread out and crushed by them, and then reassembled. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 116, Watching from the Sidelines. Teacher, I want to play in this game. After the morning training, Lee Yuxin soon found something wrong, because he was arranged to play against the main players, accompanied by Henry, Fabregas and Van Persie. Lee Yuxin immediately understood that he might be rotated, but Lee Yuxin was not tired at all. Before he was ready to leave, he asked Wenger for a fight. Lee, you have played too many games recently, I'm afraid. Wenger saw Lee Yuxin's eyes and looked at his examination data. He was also a little tempted, but when he thought that he had basically no rest, Manchester United would definitely target him in this game, he was afraid that his beloved disciple would be accidentally injured in the final sprint stage, so he was still hesitant. Well, Arthur, I think Lee is fine, but you still have to be careful. Terry really should take a rest. Pat looked at Lee Yuxin, nodded to Wenger, and helped him make up his mind. Lee, take a rest, but I will let you play as a substitute. Well, go and get ready. Wenger looked at the list of his players and nodded in agreement. Yes, boss, I won't let you down. I'm leaving first. Lee Yuxin nodded after hearing Wenger's promise and immediately assured him. Seeing that they seemed to have something to say, he hurried away. I don't know if my decision for this game is right. For the first time, Wenger doubted his own deployment of troops, but there was no way. Arsenal's upcoming schedule was too tight. It happened to be the World Cup year, and the entire club's schedule had to be compressed, leaving less time. Moreover, Arsenal had such serious injuries. Facing a strong enemy who was determined to fight, Wenger had to take risks. Okay, Arthur, don't worry. With Lee on the court, our advantage will be better. Pat understood the thoughts of his longtime partner and comforted him a few words. Well, let's go. I think they are waiting for us now. Wenger nodded and rushed to meet the team with Pat to set off for Old Trafford. Arsenal, Arsenal, Arsenal. As the bus slowly drove out of the Colney training ground, the fans who had been waiting outside for several hours immediately burst into a massive shout, following their team to Manchester City. Here they come, here they come. At this time, the outside of Old Trafford was already surrounded by reporters, and the arrival of Arsenal immediately caused a sensation. Who, damn it, he gave us the middle finger. Does he know where this is? This is Old Trafford. He is provoking us here, he dares to provoke us here. Kill him, kill him. What are you booing for? Don't provoke others if you don't have the strength. Jealousy is useless. Manchester United people, just watch how Lee deals with you. Do you want to fight? Teach the Londoners a lesson. Fuck you. Am I afraid of you? Do you want to miss the game? There is no TV in prison. Don't you want to enter the stadium? Lee Yuxin's action undoubtedly aroused the indignation of Manchester United fans. They crowded and wanted to rush over. All kinds of debris flew everywhere. There were boos everywhere. The scene was in chaos. What was even more terrifying was that the Arsenal fans could not bear to see their beloved players being ridiculed by Manchester United fans, and immediately fought back. The balls of both sides were noisy and huddled together. Fortunately, the English Football Association had foresight and arranged a large number of security personnel. They were also experienced. After a few threatening scoldings, they pulled the fans of both sides apart and maintained order, but there was still a lot of noise and quarreling. Dear fans, Arsenal players have entered Old Trafford. Now there is less than an hour before the start of the game. Just now, Lee seemed to be angered by Manchester United fans and made a provocative gesture towards them, almost causing a fight between the fans of both sides. The reporter of Sky Sports knows how to grasp people's psychology and quickly captured the crowd of Manchester United fans, hoping to get the slogan. Soon, a concise slogan appeared in front of the TV: vulgar, barbaric, rude, clown. This is Lee's best partner. Oh my god, how did he make this card? It's crazy. Damn, that man is disgusting. This is the real vulgarity. Lee is not related to that woman, he cares a lot. It seems that Lee is really angry. I hate Manchester United so much I will never watch their games again. That slogan immediately caused a sensation around the world. With Lee Yuxin's middle finger, it was reprinted crazily by the media and discussed about Lee Yuxin. Oh my god, it's crazy. It seems that except for the game against Tottenham, we rarely see Lee react to fans like this. It seems that the slanderous behavior of Manchester United fans has annoyed Lee and made him do an uncalm action. I think Lee will show 100% of his ability in this game. In the commentary room, Matthew made an implicit defense for Lee Yuxin's action. After all, if the English Football Association is more severe, this action may result in a suspension. Yet, haha. With Matthew, Adams is of course indispensable. However, these have nothing to do with us for now. Although we will see what will happen later, let's take a look at the starting lineups of both teams. Adams. Well, let me first introduce Manchester United's starting lineup. They will continue to use the 4-4-2 formation. The starting lineup is goalkeeper Van der Sar, there is no doubt about that. The defense line is their strongest combination: Gary Neville, Ferdinand, Vidic, and Sylvester. In the midfield, Alex has made a small change. The right midfielder is Ronaldo, and the central midfielder is Giggs. These two are fine. There is also a central midfielder, O'Shea. I think Alex wants to strengthen the defense. The left midfielder is Korean Park Ji-sung, who may use his unremitting efforts to pressure Arsenal's backcourt. The two forwards are still Van Nistelrooy and Rooney. Okay, then let's take a look at Arsenal. It is also a 442 formation. The starting lineup: goalkeeper Lehmann is fine, right back, Ebao, two central defenders, Toure and Senderos, left back Flamini. This is the only reliable lineup Arsenal has so far. In the midfield, the right midfielder is Haleb, the two central midfielders are Pires and Silva. Well, there is no problem with the experience of the two players, but the impact will be discounted to a certain extent. After all, Pires has physical problems. The left midfielder is Bale. What about Lee? Forward line: Robin, Adebayor. Oh, where is Thierry? No way, it's crazy not to play Thierry and Lee in this game. It's really incomprehensible what Arthur is planning. This is against Manchester United. Does Arthur really think that such a group of players can win? Matthew looked at Arsenal's starting lineup in confusion, with a look of astonishment on his face. You know, Wenger originally wanted to remove Lee Yuxin, and then what did he think? Haha, it seems that Matthew has some opinions on Arsenal's starting lineup, so tell me. Adams quickly pushed the time to the pre-match introduction. Well, Arsenal's offense in the front court will be affected to a certain extent in this game. After all, Thierry's containment is not comparable to Adebayor, and Arsenal's offense may be discounted 3 times. The most important thing is, when Arsenal is stuck in a fruitless offense, who will lead Arsenal out? Now it seems that Arthur is under pressure from Robin, but Robin may be able to handle such a big scene. This is a test for Robin. Another thing is Arsenal's physical fitness. They just came back from Italy 3 days ago. Perhaps this is the biggest test for Arsenal. Perhaps the absence of Thierry, Fabregas and Lees is due to this aspect. In the second half, Arthur's substitution will be crucial. Matthew quickly finished his views on Arsenal's game. Well, yes, compared to Arsenal who have returned from the expedition, Manchester United has a great advantage. They are well rested and are playing at home. I think defeating Arsenal is the only thing they can accept. However, Arsenal has created many miracles this season. Liverpool was overturned by Arsenal in a similar way before. The difference is that they are on the road. Manchester United should be wary of Arsenal's tenacity in this game. In the midfield, Ronaldo's containment of Lee may change the direction of the normal game, and the direct dialogue between Giggs and Pires, the two former left-wing kings of the two teams, is also worth looking forward to. Manchester United's midfield is very targeted, that is, to defend closely. The role of the Korean and O'Shea may make Manchester United's defense smoother throughout the game. Whether Rooney and Van Nistelrooy can play together is the key to whether they can break through Arsenal's defense. After all, Arsenal's defense has not made any big mistakes. Adams also briefly introduced several key points of Manchester United. Well, alright, Both sides are already warming up. Let's go to the game. The screen quickly cuts to the grand Old Trafford scene. Hoo. We are the most powerful Manchester United. Defeat them and let them know who is the Premier League overlord. Manchester United. A wave of the crazy Red Devils fans created the most powerful pressure, venting their most blazing passion. As soon as he stepped into the field, the roar of more than 70,000 people, Lee Yuxin immediately felt the whole ground shaking. The dense crowds of people really gave people a heart-throbbing feeling. The home stadium of more than 70,000 people was already full. No one wanted to miss such a game. The red ocean drowned everything, and the small group of Arsenal fans seemed particularly quiet compared to the madness of Manchester United fans. Both teams were warming up to adapt to the field, waiting for the arrival of the game. However, Lee, your action just now was very arrogant. Lee, you shouldn't do that. Neville stared at Lee Yuxin with a hint of rebelliousness. As the captain of Manchester United, he would never allow any opponent to be arrogant in front of him, even if he raised his middle finger outside the court. Haha, is that so? I don't think so. Lee Yuxin stared at the other party in the same way. Because of his own reasons, Avril was scolded for no reason, and Lee Yuxin was extremely unhappy. I'll let you know whose home court this is. Rooney glared at Lee Yuxin and raised his fist to Lee Yuxin with a fierce look. I'll also let you know that no matter where you are, strength is the most important. Lee Yuxin sneered. Lee, remember that I will definitely score a goal earlier than you in this game. Ronaldo directly said what he wanted to say most in his heart. It was very simple, that is, to defeat Lee Yuxin and prove himself. As for the rest, Ronaldo just kept it on his lips. This is the Premier League, not a place where you can just show off your skills. Van Persie replied. He had long disliked the arrogant Ronaldo, and Van Persie also replied. Okay, Lee, I'll tell you on the court, be polite, let's go, the game is about to start. Neville originally just wanted to come over and tell Lee Yuxin how bad his action was, but seeing that the two sides were talking more and more like a verbal battle, he lost interest, threw down a few words, and left with his players. Robin, do you feel like we've arrived in the underworld? Seeing that most of the people had left, Lee Yuxin suddenly looked at Van Persie and asked a question. What are you thinking about? Please, be professional, you're a football player, warm up. Van Persie glared at him and concentrated on dribbling the ball. Okay, come in. The warm-up time of more than 10 minutes was over, and Pat quickly called back the Arsenal players. Gareth, you have a heavy task in this game. Not only do you have to connect the front, but you also have to contain Ronaldo and Giggs. Don't let them get close to Flamini easily. Cristiano, in this game, I want you to give full play to your personal technical advantages. I don't want to see Lee alone pressing into a half. Robert, make timely insertions, don't hesitate, try to reach the inside of Manchester United. Silva, you have to pay attention to your response with Toure and others. Ryan, Giggs, O'Shea, control the middle, you must pinch the middle, don't let their central defenders press forward easily. Pav, your breakthrough is crucial in this game, you must form a coordination with the front. Park, don't let them advance easily. Robin, you can just cooperate with Gareth, but pay attention to Adebayer's position. Adebayer, seizing opportunities is your most important task. Wayne, your impact is very important, you must oppress the opponent's defense and try to disconnect them from the midfield. Van Nistelrooy, grabbing points is your specialty, you must concentrate all your efforts. Did you hear clearly? Did you understand? Got it, clear. Forward in the home and away locker rooms, Wenger and Ferguson emphasized their tactics one by one, and finally looked at their disciples with sharp eyes, waved their two big hands at the same time, with a calm smile and wise eyes, all showing a determined attitude. Woo 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 woo. As the two Premier League bosses appeared, a huge roar resounded through the sky. Arthur, welcome here. Alex, I'm happy too. The two old men shook hands, with the arc of their mouths and the confidence in their eyes, and returned to their positions, waiting for G-Bull's appearance. It's so scary at home, too many people. Nana, who was sitting in the family seat, looked at the endless stands, the waves of shouting in unison, and the powerful tone, and also made her palms sweat. Haha, I'm worried about Yuxin, don't worry, that guy will only get stronger with more pressure. Shuo looked at the figure that appeared on the big screen with a firm face. Yes, I believe, brother, he is the best. Yang Guiyang was crazy. He dared to walk around in Lee Yuxin's jersey in Manchester United's territory. Let's start. Enter the field. Enter the field with a loud boom. Bole appeared in the field holding the ball. Manchester United and Arsenal players, with their ball boys, slowly stepped into the field. Beat the Manchester United. Arsenal captured Old Trafford. Today's update. Chapter 117. Bell's Battle. Great Manchester United fans, welcome to the sacred theatre of dreams in the hearts of the Red Devils, Old Trafford. Now let us welcome our warriors into the stadium. First, our number one goalkeeper, who is also the current Premier League's number one goalkeeper, Van der Sar. England's future number one striker, the most talented young striker in history, Wayne Rooney. Now, use your shouts to tell your heroes that your blood is boiling. Today we will face our past, present and future mortal enemy, Arsenal. Tell them your attitude towards them too. Manchester United, the eternal conqueror of the Premier League. Kings Club with Teto's simple and grand opening remarks, the entire Old Trafford Stadium was instantly ignited. When Manchester United players appeared on the big screen, the entire stadium was filled with hysterical cheers and red flags were waving throughout the stadium. Tear them apart, send them back to the Royal Hospital. We will march on their bodies. When the screen swept across the Arsenal players, endless boos instantly resounded through the sky, roaring and issuing various provocations to the Arsenal players. The entire stadium instantly turned into a gladiatorial arena, and Manchester United fans were waiting to give the prey the final blow. Go to hell, Lee, you will be thrown out. Go pray, you will be torn apart, you clown. We will let you return to your mother's arms and cry devil. Go to hell. He is a bastard who blasphemed the Holy Land. However, the most popular was when Lee Yuxin appeared, which aroused all the nerves of Manchester United fans, and used all their voices to attack this daring man. No one dared to go wild at Old Trafford. This is their altar, and they must defend their altar in their own way. Hey, Lee, you have completely angered them. Van Persie tightened his body, a little worried about his brother. Hearing the torrent-like, hysterical condemnation in Old Trafford, Van Persie was still frightened. Even at the Bernabeu, he had never felt such a great power. The interlaced figures and roaring roars gave people a trembling visual impact. It seems so, but believe me, men, they will know that these are useless. Lee Yuxin opened his slightly narrowed eyes, took a deep breath, and drove away the oppression brought by Manchester United fans, saying, magnificent, majestic, roaring, trembling. When Old Trafford showed its most terrifying momentum, Bale immediately felt his insignificance. Whether it was the Bernabeu or the Etched Stadium, at this time, they could not compare with this angry dream theater. The arrogance of the Red Devils had been completely aroused by Bale. However, compared to Van Persie's slightly worried smile, Bale, who was a little nervous in the first competition, had more expectations of playing as a winger and a one-stop service. Seeing Lee Yuxin's encouraging eyes, Bale nodded. From 1997 to 2005, the Premier League gradually swept the world. In the 8 years, except for Manchester United falling behind 3 times, Arsenal and Manchester United fought for the top 2 positions in the standings for the rest of the time. Arsenal has never fallen out of the top 2. So far, in the hearts of most fans, the Premier League is still a feast of Arsenal and Manchester United. This is also the stadium that Lee Yuxin is most eager to conquer. There is no other place that can make Arsenal fans more eager to go crazy than Old Trafford. At least, it is like this now. Under the chairmanship of G. Bole, Henry and Neville chose their respective requirements. Manchester United took the lead in kicking off, while Arsenal chose the direction of the goal. A whistle sounded, and the game officially began. Go forward, Manchester United warriors Wayne, destroy them go. With the shouts of Manchester United fans, Manchester United launched its own offensive wave. After Van Nistelrooy handed the ball to Rooney, Manchester United's formation immediately opened up. Rooney sent the ball to Giggs in the midfield, but he did not rush to Arsenal's backcourt as he did before. Instead, he inserted himself between Silva and Pires, ready to receive the ball. After Giggs picked up the ball, Van Persie rushed to grab it immediately. Giggs immediately sent the ball to O'Shea's feet. O'Shea suddenly started, and after attracting Pires to take a step forward, he carried the opponent and lay down for 2 steps, followed by a diagonal pass to Bale. Speeding up, Giggs suddenly rushed out, and before the ball entered Bale's sight, Giggs rushed past Bale's sight and went straight into Arsenal's ribs. Bale was not slow either. When Giggs suddenly accelerated, Bale also turned around and chased it the first time, trying to stop the opponent. However, Giggs was already 33 years old, but in terms of speed, he could not see it at all. Although Bale tried his best to catch up, he was still one step ahead of him. Not only that, but Giggs's ability to combine with the ball is also getting better with age. Without any adjustment, he just dribbled his feet and shook his body's center of gravity, instantly wiping to the middle. However, Bale was not thrown off by him. When Giggs was shaking, he also judged Giggs's breakthrough route correctly, followed him closely, forced his position, and let Silva come to assist. Giggs pulled the ball under his feet, shook his center of gravity, and changed his body direction many times, trying to completely throw Bale off. However, after several fake moves, he found that the young man next to him was not shaken off by him at all. Instead, he was hit by him several times and almost lost his center of gravity. If the game had not just started and he had enough physical strength, he really couldn't resist the opponent. Giggs stumbled and cut inside with the ball, and suddenly turned his body to one side, using the movement of the center of gravity to pull the ball back, avoiding Bale's entanglement, and quickly passed the ball to the side. Just when Giggs opened up the space and passed the ball, Bale immediately caught the opponent's sight, propped up his right foot, twisted his waist and abdomen, stopped the inertia of leaning forward, and hooked back with all his strength, blocking the sideline in the first time. Snap, ling. Bole whistled to stop the game immediately. Giggs covered his ankle in pain, and next to him was Bale with an innocent expression. When Bale intercepted Giggs' pass, just when the two of them were foot to foot and had no time to avoid, Giggs suddenly jumped up inexplicably, let out a low roar, and fell to the ground in pain, and then Bole's whistle sounded, and Bale immediately knew that he was plotted against by this old fox. Hey, Gareth, be more concealed, this is their home court now. I know, I was fooled by this old guy this time, I didn't touch him. Standing in the human wall, Bale muttered to Van Persie with an unhappy face. Go. Cristiano, we want a jackknife, go for it, go for it. Van Nistelrooy Colo, keep an eye on them, mark the man. The noise was noisy and the players gathered together, venting the clamor. Relying on Giggs' experience, Manchester United won a free kick on the left side of the front of the Arsenal penalty area less than a minute into the game, 21 or 22 meters away from the goal, which was extremely threatening. The atmosphere of the game was mobilized from the beginning with this free kick. Both Manchester United fans and Arsenal fans stared at the field nervously, not daring to miss any details. Oh, my God, I didn't expect Manchester United to have a free kick in an excellent position at the beginning. In the past period of time, Cristiano has contributed a lot of jackknife balls for us. Will there be another surprise this time? The live broadcast staff at the scene cast all the cameras on the young man standing in front of the ball, capturing the slightest expression on his face. Ronaldo stood in front of the ball with his brows lowered, and glanced at the wall of people without any expression. His eyes were piercing, like two lightning bolts passing through the goal. In an instant, he stared at Bale's face, and a slight arc appeared at the corner of his mouth, which was unusually arrogant. Ronaldo did not expect that he would have such a good opportunity at the beginning of the game. This position and this distance were exactly the most comfortable range for him to practice and take penalties. He would be in this position to give the little guy in front of him a good look, so that everyone would know that he was not worse than him and that this game belonged to him. Haha, kid, be careful, don't hurt your waist. Bale naturally knew the meaning of Ronaldo's smile and felt very unhappy. Suddenly, he tilted his body and said a few provocative words to him, looking at him with disdain, and his careless tone was quite mocking. Looking at Bale's loose appearance, Ronaldo straightened his body, wishing to kick the ball at that hateful smile, but Ronaldo also knew that this was the opponent's psychological warfare. He suppressed his dissatisfaction in his heart, snorted coldly, and focused his attention on the penalty area. At this time, Van Nistelrooy and others also inserted themselves near the Arsenal penalty area line, waiting for Ronaldo's penalty kick, ready to take advantage of the chaos to attack. Robin, don't worry, that kid's passing skill is far worse than mine. Wait, we'll rush faster and prepare for their counterattack. Just as Bole put the whistle to his lips, Bale suddenly said something to Van Persie, who was waiting seriously, and deliberately glanced at Ronaldo, then muttered a few words loudly, ignoring Ronaldo's cannibalistic gaze. Ronaldo's face changed drastically, pursed his lips tightly, walked away a few steps, and his eyes quickly fell on the wall of people behind Bell, with unusual determination. With a long beep, as Bell put his arm down, Ronaldo's steps were fast, his body paused, leaned, and his left foot quickly pulled out, but Bell's action was faster than Ronaldo. At the moment when Ronaldo swung his leg, Bell, who was standing at the innermost side of the wall of people, began to jump up. Right there Ronaldo's mind flashed, and he noticed that when Bale jumped up, a beautiful arc was drawn in a flash. The ball seemed to be intentional. Although Bale jumped up first, the ball almost stuck to Bale's hair, and it was as perfect as a stunning beauty. A high arc swept up and flew to the far corner of the goal. As the ball was drawn, Arsenal's penalty area surged instantly. Everyone's emotions also changed with the trajectory of the ball's flight. No one in the stands could sit still. They all followed the ball and leaned out of their bodies, staring. Wenger and Ferguson were no exception. Huh? This angle, a pass going around, went around, what a beautiful arco, no way? Missing words, huh? Oh, how is it possible? How can Cristiano's footwork be like this? Damn, what on earth is this kid thinking? Oh my god, what a pity. Seeing the ball hit the stands, the extremely excited Manchester United fans' faces froze instantly, looking at the breathless face in disbelief. During this period, they have witnessed Ronaldo's increasingly gorgeous free kick performances many times. The distance of this free kick is so threatening. Even if he can't score directly, it is not a problem for Ronaldo to hit it within the goal range or pass it. And this ball still perfectly bypassed ahead of the hateful man, but in the end it was a blank shot. How could this not shock Manchester United fans? They covered their heads and sighed all over the stadium. Oh my god, Gareth didn't get it. Damn it, don't let it go in. I was killed. Portuguese clown, are you defending against air attacks? Haha, do you want me to change your shoes? Tisk tisk, learn a lot from our Gareth during the game. Boy, your pass can only miss. Ha 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 ha. Compared to Manchester United fans, Arsenal fans seemed much more excited. Although they didn't want to admit it, when Ronaldo stood in front of the ball just now, they were really sweating. Entering 2006, Ronaldo seemed to be stimulated by something, as if he had opened his eyes. He was good at breakthroughs, shots, free kicks, corner kicks, etc. They often saw Ronaldo's free kick performances on TV. Now seeing Ronaldo miss, they were naturally very happy. They patted their chests with luck, and all kinds of ridicule and sarcasm were heard. Chapter 118 Passive First Half. Oh damn. What the hell is going on? Why didn't you pass it? What the hell? Manchester United's players looked at the ball that was so high that it couldn't be caught, and it went off the far post and flew towards the stands. They were stunned at first, and then they all grumbled and complained. Ferguson kept chewing gum, but he couldn't help shaking his head. This was definitely not the true level of his beloved disciple. He wanted to beat Gareth so much that he fell for the opponent. Hey, I didn't expect Cristiano to take such an outrageous penalty. Why didn't he pass the ball? If he hit the near corner, it would be relatively easier to hit the goal. Matthew explained with a sigh. Although he was gloating in his heart, he loved his job and had to suppress his joy. Well, Cristiano is too focused on the angle. If the ball is suppressed, Jens may not be able to catch up. But Gareth really jumps high. He can go to the center back. At least the header is no problem. Adams was more amazed at the height of Bale's jump. Just now, he really thought that Ronaldo's ball would be headed out. Although Bale failed to head it, he also interfered with Ronaldo's shot. In this direct dialogue, Bale won a point. Ronaldo angrily shook his long legs. Seeing the complaining eyes of his teammates, he felt a little ashamed and irritated. But when he thought of the smug look of that hateful Gareth before, he was immediately filled with fighting spirit again. I must prove it in front of him no matter what. If he says that my passing is not good, I will speak directly with a goal. It was this thought that made Ronaldo miss the free kick, but Ronaldo, who has a tough character, would not give in. He soon regained his sharp eyes, and the flame of struggle burned more and more in his heart. Gareth, you are very cunning. Van Persie also noticed the change in Ronaldo's leg shape when he took the penalty kick. When he thought of his bad friend's chatterbox, he immediately understood. Haha, Cristiano's anger has not yet been vented. We have to be careful. Try to score first and then put pressure on him. Bale looked at Ronaldo's high-spirited eyes and knew that Ronaldo, the arrogant dragon, was completely aroused and might lose his temper, so he reminded Van Persie. Don't worry, I won't lose to this guy either. Just remember to pass the ball to me. Van Persie also looked at Ronaldo unyieldingly. As a young man with a proud heart, naturally no one would give in to the other. Well, let's get into position quickly. It's up to you. Bale nodded in agreement. Van Persie, who is free from injuries and has a smooth sailing, will not disappoint people. The name of Robin is getting louder and louder now, and it seems that the history of the last life is gradually fading away. As Lehmann handed the ball to Touré, the game started again. Touré took a few steps and sent the ball to Bale on the left. Arsenal's attack soon began. After Bale got the ball, he was about to turn around, but before he could pull the ball, he was entangled by Giggs. Facing Bale, who was thinner than him, Giggs still relied on his experience to lean on Bale, constantly squeezed and bumped, and privately pulled Pires' jersey, making various small movements. However, Bale, who is very fast on his feet, was also not to be outdone. He first stabilized his body, then walked sideways to protect the ball, flicked the ball, shook his body in a large arc, shook off Giggs's pull and flicked the ball inward, then suddenly turned and rose, and the ball was nimbly flicked to the outside and directly passed through the outside lane. When Bale was still entangled with Giggs, pulling and tugging, and was about to break away from Giggs' defense, someone was faster. Ronaldo had appeared in front of Bale like lightning and formed a double team with Giggs in the first time. Before Bale could react, the two fast horses in Manchester United had already joined together. Bale just wanted to change direction again to avoid Ronaldo, who suddenly came up, but Giggs took a step forward and carried Bale's body. Ronaldo took advantage of the situation and poked Bale's ball. Ronaldo took advantage of the situation and planned to go straight into the hinterland of Arsenal, but Bale would not be passed so easily. Suddenly, he leaned to the side and used the force of Giggs's collision to directly keep Ronaldo. Ding ding ding, Bale's whistle sounded again. Bale was called for a foul for the second time. From the beginning of the game, Bale became the focus of competition between Manchester United and Arsenal. The game lasted for 15 or 16 minutes. Whether it was Arsenal or Manchester United, they all attacked mainly from one side. On the Arsenal side, Bale and Pires kept changing positions and pulling to open up gaps. On the Manchester United side, Ronaldo and Giggs's attacks were equally fierce. Pires was left behind them many times. So far in the game, Arsenal's left side has become the focus of everyone's attention. Bale's frequent breakthroughs and cuts, constantly creating opportunities, passing the ball to Van Persie and Adebayor in the front court, forced Manchester United to focus on Bale's defense. Giggs was almost Ronaldo's defensive midfielder. Once Bale started, Ronaldo blocked in front, and Giggs was ready to fill in at any time, not only to prevent Bale from breaking in, but also to prevent Pires and others from inserting from behind. Giggs was running back and forth between the two baselines, both offensive and defensive, and he didn't look like he was 33 years old at all. Although Bale wanted to play the team's offense first, with Ronaldo and Giggs attacking in turns, and Ferdinand and others occasionally inserting from time to time, Bale also had to focus most of his energy on filling in for Pires and Flamini. The game suddenly fell into a tense stage. To be precise, it was Bale and Giggs's anxiety. As for Ronaldo, Ferguson's tactics made him just a sharp knife, just charging, not a weapon Arsenal prepared for the whole team. However, this sharp knife did cause a lot of trouble for Arsenal. In the 18th minute of the game, after Arsenal blocked a free kick from Manchester United, Pires received a pass from the backcourt and turned around to launch a counter-attack, but O'Shea was ready and approached Pires as soon as he turned around. O'Shea carried Pires, put his right knee against his supporting foot, exerted force, and poked with his left foot. Pires could not react in time and lost his center of gravity immediately, and the ball was intercepted by O'Shea. Damn, foul, this is a foul, asshole, are you blind? SH. When Bale and others looked at Bale, O'Shea completed the pass in the first time and sent it accurately behind Bale. See, Ronaldo was like a cunning rabbit. In the time Bale was stunned, he had already surpassed Bale by 2 body lengths. Facing Flamini, who was retreating and looking at him, his feet were shaking like a motor, cutting inside again and again, and forcing towards Arsenal's penalty area. Damn, it's really amazing. Looking at the increasingly agile figure in front of him, Bale became more and more uneasy. It seemed that in this life, it was not only Van Persie who matured ahead of time, but Ronaldo's explosion was even more terrifying. With a dunk, a shake, a pull, and a push, his body squeezed through. In an instant, Ronaldo surpassed Flamini, shook off the opponent, and directly entered Arsenal's penalty area. Cristiano, smash them, give them a fatal blow. The entire Old Trafford has turned into a roaring arena, with waves of cheers and shouts. The stands are full of dancing arms, and with Ronaldo's breakthrough, he is like a tireless machine, venting his passion. Ferguson and Wenger stood up at the first time, and when they saw Ronaldo pass Flamini, they couldn't help but clench their fists, and their brows were also wrinkled together, but one was expecting more tension than tension, and the other was anxious rather than angry. After the unstoppable Ronaldo entered the penalty area, he glanced and found that there was no one in front of him. Senderos had not had time to block him, and his teammates Rooney and Van Nistelrooy had already formed a flanking formation in the middle, and there were also large gaps. Without any hesitation, Ronaldo's right foot had already swung up, and he no longer planned to pass the ball, and faced Lehmann directly. The sound of tap 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 sounded behind Ronaldo. Bale finally approached Ronaldo, striding forward. Bale's long legs had already caught up with Ronaldo's pace. At the moment Ronaldo swung his foot, Bale's big foot stretched out to block. It seemed that they were in sync. When Bale's thigh stretched out, Ronaldo's waist and abdomen tightened without any warning. All his movements paused in an instant. Then, with a dunk, the ball quickly avoided Bale's tackle and exerted his body. With their eyes crossed, Bale noticed Ronaldo's fake shot and real attack. His body paused tenaciously, and his left foot was just across Ronaldo's face. At this time, the ball had already landed on Ronaldo's left foot, less than 10 centimeters away from Bale's left foot. He only needed to poke the ball gently to intercept it. But Bale didn't dare, because Ronaldo had already made a breakthrough. It would be fine if he poked the ball, but if he accidentally touched Ronaldo's body first, it would be a penalty. Moreover, Bale put all his strength on his right foot to tackle the ball, and his body was completely forward. It was extremely difficult to control his left foot accurately. Bale couldn't afford the risk. It's over so cool, let that guy eat grass. Beautiful fake move, that's it, teach that clown a lesson. Watching Ronaldo's series of actions, Manchester United fans went crazy. They were eager to see their own soldiers give their mortal enemy a fatal blow to teach that arrogant and annoying guy a lesson. The noisy sound echoed over the entire stadium, as if Ronaldo's dribbling shot was unstoppable. Twisting waist, turning, falling to the ground, sweeping legs, time seemed to stand still, and in an instant, everyone looked at the two people falling to the ground in disbelief. It was too fast. Bale's whole set of actions was too fast, so fast that Ronaldo had no time to react, so fast that Manchester United fans were angry, and so fast that Arsenal fans were extremely excited. Ronaldo was stunned to see Bale stand up and kick the ball away. He had no time to fight for it, so he sat on the ground with his hands spread out, looking at Ball, with an annoyed face. Oh, God. Foul, he tackled someone first, he tackled someone down first. Penalty, it's a penalty. Red card, send him off quickly. Give us back the goal, damn it, it's ours. Damn bastard, you shameless thief. Oh yeah, you're a Eula so handsome. Gareth, you are the most handsome. I love you, my hero. Gareth, you are our strongest fighter. Portuguese clown, your dive is so ugly. Go eat grass. Cristiano, you can't beat Gareth. The whole Old Trafford was boiling, not only the fans at the scene, all the fans who watched the live broadcast were shouting tit for tat, but most Manchester United fans were venting their anger, while Arsenal fans were cheering excitedly. Damn, how can he move so fast? Ferguson shook his head and cursed in his heart. At the moment when Ronaldo passed the ball, Bale made a magical move and swept the ball away accurately. Great, little guy. Seeing Bale suddenly support himself with his right foot, turn around and fall to the ground, and then make a low tackle to resolve Ronaldo's breakthrough, Wenger, who was extremely happy, clapped his hands and marveled at his beloved disciple. Giggs and others had surrounded Bale and put pressure on him, indicating that Bale had fouled someone first and wanted a penalty kick. The Manchester United fans at the scene also booed loudly and cursed. However, Bale still insisted on his original penalty and only gave Manchester United a throw-in on the left side of Arsenal, which put an end to this wonderful offensive and defensive battle. No matter how dark Ronaldo's face was, he was still in the upper hands in the confrontation with Bale, but he didn't score. However, Manchester United's offensive became more violent because of this setback. Park Sam-Fay, who could not stop running, also began to press on the left, And Ronaldo, who was getting more and more courageous, was like a clockwork, constantly attacking. Knowing that Bale was not easy to deal with, he tended to follow Giggs to break through Pires. Not only that, Rooney's impact and Van Nistelrooy's cunning running also forced Silva and others to frequently block the ball and unable to quickly move forward. Bale and Hulleb were unable to suppress the two wingers for a while because of Manchester United's fierce attack, which also made the players in the backcourt hesitant to pass the ball. Van Persie and Adebayor were also unable to get the support. Arsenal was suddenly suppressed by Manchester United on the field. The offensive scene in the first half began to turn into Manchester United's fierce attack. Defending for a long time will inevitably lead to mistakes. Arsenal's offense must be played out. Arsenal rarely used to be so passive. Seeing Arsenal being surrounded by Manchester United in the half-field and attacked wildly, Matthew was anxious. Well, maybe this is a strategy of Wenger. Looking at the situation on the field where Fengayan broke through, Adams had his own opinion. Chapter 119 Bale's goal becomes famous. In this game, Wenger had to withstand the huge pressure to let Henry and Fabregas take turns, so he expected the game to be very difficult, and Bale's performance really made him happy. Compared with the Welsh predecessor Giggs, Bale was not inferior to the youngsters. Seeing his team being suppressed by Manchester United on the field, Wenger did not seem very anxious, but sat calmly in the coaching seat and watched the game quietly. On the contrary, Ferguson was very impatient, constantly waving his arms towards Arsenal's half, signaling his disciples to press forward. Seeing that his disciples' offensive was getting more and more fierce, Arsenal was suppressed and could only fight sporadic counterattacks. Ferguson also showed a smile on his face and looked at Wenger with confidence. Ferguson understood the plan of his old opponent very well, which was to use defense to delay the consumption of his physical energy and fight back as much as possible. After all, Arsenal had just returned from the expedition to Italy, and the physical crisis was still looming over Arsenal's head. However, Ferguson also had his own plan. As long as they scored a goal first, Arsenal would have to attack in order to hold on to Chelsea. Then, at the end of the game, his team would have a better chance. His team was good at counterattacking Arsenal, so taking the initiative was the focus of his team in this game. Damn it, what happened to the team? Attack and destroy them completely, score, give them a fatal blow. Hold on, we are the strongest team at this time. The fans of both sides began to cheer in a clear way. Arsenal fans were more for their team's defense, while Manchester United fans were much more enthusiastic. With their team's wave of attacks, the shouts were higher and higher. However, Arsenal also had 2 or 3 chances. In the 27th minute of the game, Silva intercepted the ball in the backcourt and passed it to Bale, who was running forward at high speed. When Bale faced the defense of Gary Neville and O'Shea, Bale made a pass to Adebayor. Unfortunately, Adebayor missed the shot incredibly, which also annoyed countless people. Arsenal could not seize the opportunity, and Manchester United players were more relaxed. The offensive was like a dark cloud pressing down on the city, which was suffocating to watch. Wayne shoots. Oh, damn, Lehmann's performance today is really annoying. Van Nissan shoots. Hey, Toure, there's still a chance. Park's supplementary shot. God, it missed. Header. God, Vidic's header was saved. Wave after wave of Tato's shots completely overwhelmed Senk's voice. Senk was like an eggplant hit by frost, withered. It seemed to be in line with Senk's commentary. Arsenal's offense also had no improvement. If at the beginning, Bale and others consciously held back to let Manchester United attack, then Manchester United, who were playing frantically, could not be suppressed and passively retreated. Wenger finally couldn't sit still. He looked at Ferguson, who looked a little satisfied. Wenger knew that his plan had failed. Manchester United was not like Villa and other teams. They had their own domineering team background. They would not make low-level mistakes because of a temporary setback. Realizing that his tactical intention might not be achieved and the situation was out of his imagination, Wenger quickly made a gesture, indicating that Bale and Hulleb should press forward at the right time to suppress Manchester United's arrogant offensive arrogance. But at this time, Manchester United's offensive could no longer be suppressed. In the 39th minute of the game, Manchester United, who had been attacking for nearly 20 minutes, finally reaped their fruits. After receiving Vidic's pass, Giggs still attacked directly from the right, but Bale was already waiting for him. Giggs originally planned to dribble the ball to shake off Bale's defense, but the entanglement with Bale might delay his team's offensive rhythm, so he directly sent the ball to Ronaldo, who had already advanced. Pires had already landed in his position, blocking Ronaldo. Ronaldo, who liked to fight alone, did not delay the opportunity at this time. He looked behind him and saw Bale and Giggs coming. Ronaldo directly knocked the ball horizontally, and then rushed past Pires without stopping. Giggs stopped with his left foot, and before Bale could catch up, he swung his long legs and passed the ball across half the field, directly shifting the focus of Manchester United's attack to the left. At this time, due to Arsenal's timely pressure, the relative space on the court was widened. Giggs's pass accurately fell to the feet of Park Sam-Fei, who could not run to death. Park Ji-sung stopped the ball perfectly and started, directly shaking off Haleb's defense, followed by a 100-meter sprint, directly destroying Arsenal's defense. Ebao quickly stuck to Park Ji-sung, constantly suppressing Park Ji-sung's breakthrough space, and at the same time pulling and fighting from time to time, delaying Manchester United's attack and letting his teammates rush back to defend. However, Park Ji-sung did not rush blindly. Seeing that Sylvester had caught up, he passed the ball to Sylvester, who took a few big steps and quickly reached Arsenal's penalty area. Arsenal's defense suddenly became nervous, and Van Nistelrooy and Rooney's outflanking made Arsenal's defense even more precarious. Go. Pass it, outflanking, grab it, watch them, mark them. The Old Trafford Stadium, which had been a little quiet because the scene had not changed, was suddenly full of people. The instant shouting was like a mountain torrent roaring, and the sound waves were enough to turn a virgin into a rabbit. The tense atmosphere made everyone's blood boil and their hearts surge. Facing Touré's steal, Sylvester deftly rubbed the ball into the penalty area. The crowd in the Arsenal penalty area surged, and everyone's attention was all on the erratic ball. Silva carried Rooney, Senderos held Van Nistelrooy, and the others also rushed to the ball's landing point. Rooney deserves to be called Little Fatty Rooney. Even though Silva kept pushing him, he still stood firm like a rock. With a smooth right foot and a clever turn, Rooney faced the goal directly, but the penalty area was full of chaotic feet, and Silva had blocked his way when he turned around, leaving no space and no opportunity. The little fat man with a harmonious football IQ and weight was not at all flustered. He controlled the ball skillfully and kept cutting inside. Silva did not dare to kick easily, because this was a penalty area and his explosive power was not as good as the opponent. Seeing his opponent making a fuss in his own penalty area, Arsenal's players came to outflank him immediately. Pires and Van Persie had already surrounded him. Everyone's eyes were immediately cast on Rooney, and the little fat man had already started. But just as he was swinging to the left to create space and attract everyone's attention, he suddenly paused and made a light diagonal pass, which went straight through Senderos' back. A ghostly figure appeared, Ronaldo, while Bale was still marking Giggs. Although Flamini was aware of his forward run, his explosiveness could not keep up, and his game state was not as good as his opponent. In just a moment of distraction, Ronaldo was already one step ahead of him. When Flamini caught up, it was too late. Ronaldo had already raised his foot. With a clever push shot, Lehmann, who rushed over in a hurry, watched the ball go in from under his crotch, and then looked back, white waves rolling. Cristiano scored for us with a perfect shot. The unstoppable attack, the tacit cooperation, the ultimate blow. We are ahead, we score, well done, Cristiano. Wow, yes, boys, that's it, kill them, let them cry, oh, we are the best, damn, which bastard threw cheese on my head, so cool, Cristiano, oh god, my phone. Tattoo's commentary completely ignited the atmosphere of Old Trafford, and now it was caught in a huge sea of celebration. The excited Manchester United fans didn't care what they were holding in their hands. Ronaldo's goal had made them lose their thinking. They only knew to celebrate with their arms. Of course, what they threw was not certain. After finally scoring a goal, Ronaldo felt as relieved as a drowning man regaining air. He roared and rushed to the stands of Manchester United fans, waving his arms to celebrate. Rooney, who assisted Ronaldo, jumped high on Ronaldo, constantly waving his arms and dancing the atmosphere on the scene. Ferguson looked at the two best young players in his team with a gratified look on his face, and shook his fists 3 times in a row. His eyebrows were full of confidence. He could just play the next game according to the conventional method. Wenger, who looked worried, held his arms in front of his chest, stared at his somewhat frustrated disciples on the field, and breathed a sigh of relief. The goal just now was the result of his team's slow retreat. In the end, it was because his offense could not contain the opponent. A beautiful transition from defense to offense. This goal is the best reward for Manchester United's crazy attack during this period. You really got it right. Arsenal will lose if they defend for a long time. Alex saw through Arthur's tactics. Adam said with a sigh. Well, Arsenal wants to use dense defense to make Manchester United players impatient, counterattack, reduce running back and forth to slow down the consumption of physical energy, but obviously, Manchester United has always been a team fighting for the championship, and it is at home. Only goals can calm their offensive frenzy. Matthew's tone seemed quite helpless. Damn it, this is only the first half, what are you proud of? Looking at Ronaldo's proud eyes, Bale glared back fiercely, and then ran to his position without knowing how to do it. In fact, he wanted to kick the ball now, but without Henry on the court, Adebayor was a pure center forward, and he couldn't do without him on the left. Beep as Ball whistled, the game resumed. After Van Persie got the ball from Adebayor, he immediately passed it to Bale. He knew the thoughts of his best friend very well. This was his first time at Old Trafford, and after the conflict with Manchester United fans, he wanted to win the game more than anyone else. Shake, shake, shake again. Zio passed again Robin. Robin caught up after who knows how long he had been holding back. Cenk finally broke free from the noise in the theater of dreams, shouting with Arsenal's attack. Defend, 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 hold on to them. Hold on to them. At this moment, Manchester United fans can finally experience the heart-wrenching feeling of Arsenal fans in the first half, and defend the honor of their stadium with Arsenal's increasingly crazy offensive. Bale got the ball again, and Ronaldo, who had been attacked by Bale several times, did not dare to be careless, and approached him as soon as possible. Seeing that it was about to enter the stoppage time, Bale, who was already playing excitedly, rushed to the ball without thinking and rushed up. As Bale accelerated again, Pires also pressed forward as soon as possible, and Flamini and others behind him also raised the defense line, and Van Persie also moved closer to the left, ready to respond at any time. Arsenal's entire offensive line was pulled up at once at the end of the first half, and the speed was also accelerated. Obviously, Bale, the tactical core of Arsenal in this game, was going to counterattack Manchester United at the last moment. Facing Ronaldo's defense, Bale, who was moving at high speed, kept cutting inside when the two were getting closer, and then suddenly dunked, forcibly shook his center of gravity, and pulled his feet, quickly pulled to the outside, preparing to overtake on the outside. However, Ronaldo's body adjustment ability is also excellent. Although his center of gravity was shaken by Bale's instantaneous fake move, he pulled back in the first time and forced his body to get close to Bale to prevent him from passing easily. Bale did not rush up directly as he had imagined, but suddenly paused, pulled back the ball, controlled it in place, turned a corner, and directly shook a gap, allowing Ronaldo to miss, and then blocked the ball in the middle, and then he started at full speed. Pires had already joined the team. After getting the ball, he took advantage of the situation and evaded Rooney's interception. Without stopping, he passed the ball straight over O'Shea's interception and sent it to Hleb on the right. After Hleb got the ball, facing Park Ji-sung's defense, he made a series of fake moves and moved at high speed, quickly rushing to Manchester United's half. Ebao also came up to the side, and Hleb passed it to him. Oh, damn, if it were faster, there would be a chance, there would be a chance. Cenk was still chattering. After Ebao took the ball, he took a few steps, squeezed out Sylvester's defense, and made a cross to Manchester United's penalty area, but Vidic kicked the ball out of the penalty area before Adebayor. The flying ball was caught by Silva, who began to reorganize again. Facing Manchester United's dense defense, almost every teammate had a player in front of him, and Silva didn't know how to pass. Suddenly, a figure ran quickly and entered the arc in front of the penalty area. Silva did not hesitate at all and made a straight pass, quickly seizing the opportunity. Seeing that Ronaldo was following him like a piece of taffy, Bale had to keep circling around. He first switched positions with Pires and pulled to the middle. Then, when Ebao went to the bottom, he also rushed into the penalty area, pretending to switch positions with Van Persie, and suddenly crossed, finally getting rid of Ronaldo's defense. When Bale crossed, Silva had already completed the pass, and Giggs also noticed his pass, subconsciously looked at Bale's running position, and instinctively chased after Bale. With a step, Bale just stepped on the ball, and tried to turn around with his waist and abdomen, but suddenly felt his body tighten, and found that someone had already defended him closely. Giggs stretched his legs vigorously, trying to poke the ball away first, but he was blocked by Bale's tall body. The ball was protected. Knowing that the opponent had seen through his intention and had no chance to kick again, he hurriedly tried to retract his strength and hold the opponent with all his strength, waiting for his teammates to come and grab the ball. But it was too late. When Giggs tried to poke the ball from behind, Bale protected the ball and leaned on the opponent, his thoughts turning rapidly. When Giggs retracted his legs, Bale suddenly squeezed lightly, then exerted force, got rid of Giggs's force, and gently flicked his left foot. His body turned suddenly in the gap to get rid of Giggs, the ball rose, and his left foot followed. With a crisp bang, Bale's half body finally turned around, and the ball was thrown out at the same time. Giggs couldn't block it anymore. He shot a beautiful arc with his left foot. Looking at the flying ball, everyone's eyes widened, looking at it in disbelief, and exclamations and gasps resounded throughout the stadium. Manchester United players looked at the high-arcing ball, and there was nothing they could do. Even if they could jump, the ball had already passed a crossbar, and they watched helplessly as the ball suddenly fell towards the goal. Looking up at the ball falling towards the rounded corner of the goal, Van der Sar hurriedly moved sideways and jumped with all his might. At this moment, he finally understood the helpless feeling of Barths at that time. How the hell is it possible? Ferguson looked at the familiar figure, stood up with a whoosh, held his head in disbelief, and stared with wide eyes in shock. Like a flash of lightning, the graceful arc led everyone's eyes over Van der Sar's fingers. The rapid ball was as powerful as a cannonball, and with a crisp swish, everyone's heart returned to their chest in an instant. Oh my god, GL, incredible, incredible, incredible goal, copy, unrepeatable copy, damn it, what did I say? Yes, what did you see was Thierry's incredible goal against Manchester United 6 years ago. Gareth, God's favourite is unimaginable. Gareth perfectly copied Thierry's goal at Old Trafford. At Old Trafford, we tied Senk, who had some language disorder, finally expressed his emotions clearly. His face flushed red, and he roared almost in worship, which shocked Tato and couldn't help but send him a look of contempt. Dead fat man, you'll be suffocated to death. Glung. Thank you, God, I saw it again, sorry. One update today. Chapter 120 Halftime. The most excited were the Arsenal players on the field. Gareth Bale, who had just slid to his knees in excitement, was just about to stand up when he was lifted up by Van Persie behind him and rammed to Henry on the bench. The three of them hugged each other to celebrate. What a disgusting imitation of a clown. Oh my god, why are you so cruel to hurt me a second time? What a cunning rabbit. Manchester United fans were completely speechless by this goal. They did not see Gareth Bale's celebration clearly, shaking their heads and sighing indignantly. Most of Manchester United's players also put their hands on their waists, shaking their heads, somewhat discouraged. They might not be so depressed if they were scored a goal, but it was a bit hard to accept that they were scored in such an incredible way that copied the classics. Moreover, their team's defense had no problem before. The most important thing was that such a goal was scored by the same opponent. Gary Neville and Giggs, the two brothers in distress, looked at each other. They were worthy of being teammates. They looked at the Arsenal bench with sympathy and felt a little powerless. But Giggs was also a little relieved. After all, Wales had a successor. There was a chaotic click sound. Ferguson chewed his gum and glued it together again. He looked at the player on the field expressionlessly. Ferguson was extremely angry when the opponent equalized the score in the injury time, but he had no way to vent his anger. After all, Giggs had tried his best before that. He could only blame the opponent for scoring this goal in a speechless way. He had to hold it in his heart. It's incredible. Gareth is such an amazing player. He has copied Vieri. I'm looking forward to his future performance. He's an unimaginable player. Adam said meaningfully, and his tone was full of great admiration for Gareth Bale. Haha, I have been very interested in Gareth since the first game. I have not lost his performance in every game, but now it seems that Gareth is still like the starry sky. I still can't know where his end is. He is different from other players. Matthew has begun to worship. This player who has risen like a brilliant flower has completely conquered this old man who has seen countless stars perform. Haha, okay, Matthew, stop sighing. The first half is over. Tell me what you think. Adams interrupted Matthew's sigh when he saw that ball had stopped the first half of the game. After all, the advertising time is limited. Well, the first half was almost a drill of the two teams' half-court offense and defense. Most of the time belonged to Manchester United, and the last 7 or 8 minutes was Arsenal's performance time. From the result, the two teams tied. However, I think Manchester United may have performed more happily. After all, they had more time, and they also played their own tactics in cooperation. Both wings flew together, the midfield controlled, and the middle was outflanked. That goal was what they deserved. Arsenal, that goal was the result of Gareth's performance, and I don't think the entire Arsenal team was in their best condition. Although Gareth scored a goal, most of the time, Gareth's work was busy. The backcourt defense and the frontcourt defense had their own focus, and Robin and others did not share the pressure with Gareth many times. Although Matthew is a die-hard Arsenal fan, as a football commentator, Matthew is quite objective. He commented on the situation in the first half in a concise manner, and looked at Adams expectantly. Well, to be precise, in the first half, Manchester United's tactical execution was very thorough. They tried hard to score a goal first, and then used a counter-attack to suppress Arsenal from behind. Unfortunately, at the last moment, Gareth, who could not be contained, equalized the score with an incredible copying genius. Judging from this result, Alex's tactics did not achieve the ultimate goal. It is still unpredictable what impact their all-out attack on Arsenal in the first half will have on the trend of their own game afterwards. As for Arsenal, they tried to conserve their physical strength for most of the first half, and there is no doubt that they achieved the final result. However, Arsenal's offense could not destroy their opponent step by step as in the past. This is what Arthur needs to consider in the second half. I think Terry or Cesc can be substituted in the second half. Okay, friends, we will bring you the second half of the game later, and let's go to the break first. Adams looked at Matthew's unsatisfied gaze and immediately took over the conversation. After working with him for so long, they still had this tacit understanding. As a partner, he still took care of each other and would not steal the show alone. Of course, he couldn't say too much because he had to consider the interests of advertisers. Hey, why are you talking so much? Seeing Adams put down the reminder headset with a smile on his face, Matthew glared at him unhappily. What's wrong? Didn't you ask me to say it? Adams felt puzzled. Damn it, you're wasting my time. I won't talk to you anymore. I have to watch the replay of Gareth's goal first. It turns out that Matthew was in a hurry to finish the commentary before watching the replay, not to take care of himself. Honey, did you record Gareth's goal for me? What? It's too late and you're not allowed to go home tonight. Martin, show me another shot of Gareth's goal, I beg you. Aston, let's go find those cameramen and copy it. That goal was so wonderful. The first half of the game was over, but Arsenal fans were still talking about Bale's goal. Not only Matthew, but all Arsenal fans were watching that goal again. The unparalleled copy, especially against the same opponent, was like being taken by Bale through time and space. The intertwined touch of time completely shocked their hearts. Well done. Wenger praised someone in the locker room. It was rare for Wenger to praise someone. Obviously, Wenger was very satisfied with Bale's performance. Lee Yuxin also came over and rubbed the little monkey's hair like a big brother. He usually trained with a little monkey. Finally, it was not in vain to train this little monkey, the future Monkey King. Wow, Gareth, you almost made me think I was back 6 years ago. It's wonderful. It seems that Gareth has learned a lot from the captain, haha. Yeah, if the captain hadn't been sitting next to me at the time, I almost thought it was him who scored it again. Gareth, if you score such a beautiful goal, you have to treat us, captain, am I right? Haha, Robin, that's a good idea. Bale looked at Lee Yuxin with a wry smile, and Lee Yuxin said directly like a rich man, Gareth, how much is your salary? I'll pay for it. Bale looked at him gratefully. People in the Arsenal locker room were also talking about this goal with great interest. Okay, kids, focus your attention. You did well on the defensive end in the first half, but you didn't seize your offensive opportunities. In the second half, you must pay attention to this and play according to the normal way. Look here. Do you understand? Seeing that his disciples were getting more and more excited, Wenger quickly interrupted their interest and demonstrated his tactical changes to them. However, the professor was also very pleased when he looked at Bale. Such an important game sent a young player, a left back who should play as a left midfielder, but this little guy did not let him down. I see. Compared with the momentum in the Arsenal locker room, the Manchester United lineup seemed a little quiet. Obviously, Bale's goal put them under considerable psychological pressure, even though they were only tied now. Okay, cheer up. One goal doesn't mean anything. We took the initiative in this game. Don't look like a coward. This is our home court. You can rely on us. You are the focus of this stage. Do you understand? Ferguson's face was red, and his eyes swept over his disciples one by one. He used the hairdryer to blow them awake. The boss is right. One accident can't change anything. In this game, we are the focus. Guys, it's time for them to worry. We are the protagonists. Neville stood up at the right time, echoed his mentor's words, and encouraged his teammates. Well, yes, we suppressed them for most of the first half. That's right, they had difficulty passing the ball at first. Yes, just like the first part of the first half, we have to suppress them and suffocate them. That's it, give them a fatal blow. Manchester United players encouraged and comforted each other, and their morale was raised immediately. You didn't perform your best in the first half, especially Wayne and Van Nistelrooy. In the second half, you didn't put pressure on the passing from the backcourt. In the second half, I want you to be behind them all the time. O'Shea, you have to continue to intercept the midfield. Ryan, fall back appropriately in the second half. Park, you have to be like Cristiano. Haleb is not enough to drag you that far back, just like the goal scored in the first half. Well done, Cristiano. But it's not enough to defeat Gareth. I hope you can play a dream game. You can do it. Gary, you guys have to keep supporting the midfield. You must pay special attention to the mutual cover between Gareth and Van Persie. Did you all hear that clearly? Seeing his disciples regaining their fighting spirit one by one, Ferguson quickly explained to them his tactical changes for the second half, and specifically mentioned Lee Yuxin in front of Ronaldo. Ferguson had a clear view of his beloved apprentice. After entering 2006, Ronaldo exploded rapidly. The outside world mentioned more about his maturity, but it would be better to say that he was catching up with Lee Yuxin. This young man with unparalleled ambition was absolutely unwilling to be left so far behind by one person. Therefore, at this moment, Gareth's song was his most effective stimulant. I understand. As expected, Ronaldo's answer was the most resounding in the Manchester United team. His piercing eyes were filled with 7 points of fighting spirit and 3 points of resentment. At this time, Ronaldo's resentment against Lee Yuxin had reached its peak. He thought that he could be proud of himself by scoring the first goal. Unexpectedly, the annoying Welsh boy turned around and gave him an unimaginable copy, completely shattering the result of his efforts for more than 40 minutes. Wait, Lee, the second half is the time to see the truth. Thinking of Lee Yuxin's smug look in front of him, Ronaldo felt his blood boiling. The fatigue of fighting for every inch of land in the first half no longer restrained him. He was only eager and unwilling. It started. They're coming out, look. Huh? Luckily I didn't pee much today. Hey, kid, lower your head, you're blocking me. Dear audience, the players of Manchester United and Arsenal have come out. The second half of the game is about to start. The two teams tied 1-1 in the first half, and the second half. Fuck you, you're talking too much nonsense. Idiot, we want to watch the game live, ugly. Don't lock the camera. Before the live broadcaster finished his rap, the fans waiting in front of the TV started to curse. With a whistle of goal, the second half of the 33rd round of the 05-06 Premier League, Manchester United's home game against Arsenal, officially began amid great expectations. Chapter 121. It's like this again. Arsenal served the ball, and Adebayor passed it to Van Persie, who advanced to Manchester United's hinterland amid many surprised eyes. Among these surprised eyes was Matthew. He thought that Arsenal had no way to play a smooth attack in the first half, and could not seize the opportunity in the front court. Wenger should withdraw Adebayor, who missed the single shot, and replace him with Henry or Lee Yuxin, but they still underestimated Wenger's stubbornness. This old man, with his arms folded, swayed leisurely, and did not look anxious. Van Persie followed a ball and knocked it back, passing it to Pires, and he moved closer to the left to form a cooperation with Bale, Arsenal's attack was still mainly based on Bale. After Pires got the ball, he subconsciously glanced at Bale, but Ronaldo had already approached Bale, and Gary Neville behind him was also staring at this side. Pires knew that the opponent must be staring at the left road, so he knocked behind him, sent it to Touré's feet, and pointed to the right road. Touré understood what he meant and was about to pass it to Silva, but he found that Van Nistelrooy had come to snatch it from him, and Rooney was also staring at that side. To be safe, he quickly passed a ball to Lehmann to slow down the attack rhythm. Lehmann had just stopped the ball when the fat Rooney came over. Lehmann did not dare to be careless and quickly kicked the ball to Ebou, who came to receive it. After Ebou got the ball, he took a few steps. Rooney was already approaching, and Ebou quickly sent the ball to the front. Haleb carried Park Ji-sung to receive the ball. As soon as the ball was smooth, he turned his body nimbly and quickly broke free from the entanglement, ready to pass the ball. But they underestimated the determination of the Manchester United players to fight for it. Before Haleb could dribble the ball, Park Ji-sung fell to the ground and swept the ball out of the sideline. Ebou sent the ball out of bounds, and Haleb was pressed by Park Ji-sung again. There was no space to break through, so he sent the ball to the middle. Pires did not stop the ball, but passed it to Van Persie. Van Persie's left foot instep was like a magic trick. He turned his body to the right and bypassed O'Shea's entanglement. His left foot instep directly bounced the ball to Bale, preparing to make a 2-on-1 cooperation with Bale. But Manchester United's defense was not so easy to overcome. When Bale was about to step forward to receive the ball, a figure intercepted it before him. Ronaldo remembered what his boss said to pay attention to the tug between Bale and Van Persie. When Van Persie's left foot instep swung, he was already gambling in his heart and started to intercept the ball at the first time. Sure enough, he gambled right. A very beautiful cooperation was ruined by him. After Ronaldo intercepted the ball, there was no one in his eyes. He rushed out like a cheetah and killed directly into the heart of Arsenal. But Bale is also not easy to mess with. Seeing Ronaldo's imposing momentum, he immediately thought of suppressing him. At the first move of Ronaldo, with a muffled bang, Bale's body stuck to the opponent and pulled Ronaldo's take-off down. Ronaldo staggered and felt like he had hit a piece of pig iron. His chest was immediately blocked. He had to move quickly, foot to foot, shoulder to shoulder. The two of them faced each other. After Bale got the ball first, Ronaldo had already entangled him before he could make any moves, holding him tightly. Bale wanted to get rid of him, but he couldn't hold the ball firmly. He squeezed the opponent to protect the ball, but his knees collided several times and he still couldn't squeeze the opponent away. Fortunately, Ronaldo is not the muscular man he will be in the future, but his strength is still better than Bale. Step on him, Gareth Cristiano, man, don't let him pass, tear him apart completely, let him chew the grass, kick him down, kick him down, kick him down, step on, step on, step on. As Bale and Ronaldo confronted each other, both the fans at the scene and the fans of both sides watching the live broadcast shouted and roared with all their strength, trying their best to overwhelm the opponent. The shadows of their feet crossed, and the confrontation lasted for 6 or 7 seconds. Bale was still at a disadvantage physically, so he suddenly exerted force in his waist and abdomen, turned around, and took advantage of Ronaldo's new strength to circle Ronaldo behind him, and then pulled the ball, intending to go directly to the outside and get rid of the opponent. But he underestimated Ronaldo's competitive spirit. Before Bale could pass, Ronaldo directly kicked the ball to the bottom without any hesitation. Bang! Bale, who was doing the action, felt that the ankle of his supporting foot was swept by an iron rod. The numbness and pain spread from the left ankle to the whole body. He immediately lost his center of gravity and fell heavily, screaming. Ronaldo did not go to see Bale's situation. After leaving the ball and the man behind, he took the ball and turned around and ran away before Bale got up. Beep, beep, but Bale's whistle sounded at the first time. Oh, damn, this is a quick tackle partiality. You are partial to that, liar, go to hell. Why don't you go to the opera house to whistle, you nigh? I will kill you, coward. Is this all you can do? You will go to hell, butcher, let me go. I want to kill that guy, don't get in the way. I will kill gods when I meet them. Seeing that their team's counter-attack opportunity was destroyed by Bale, Manchester United fans immediately refused to accept it and cursed. Arsenal fans were even more intense. Seeing Bale being knocked down, he covered his injured part in pain. They all ran away and threw all the debris in their hands. Some of the more aggressive fans had already rushed with the police and wanted to rush into the stadium. "Oh no, I stole the ball first." Ronaldo couldn't calm down. He held his head and widened his eyes in disbelief. Because Bull gave him a red card without hesitation, Ronaldo, who touched the ball first, couldn't accept it. Bull had to give it, although Ronaldo touched the person first, and when Ronaldo tackled, his 2 feet were directly raised, showing the soles of his shoes. It was at home, and a red card was absolutely unavoidable. Since Goodison Park, although the FA did not deliberately take extra care of Bale's legs, the referee would pay special attention to the bad fouls against Bale's feet. After all, because of Bale's injury, the British football environment, including the referee team, has been questioned. Another reason is that the Arsenal players have rushed over and huddled with the Manchester United players. "Portuguese kid, you have no professional ethics. The referee definitely did it on purpose. He should be given a red card. He went after people." "Okay, Cristiano, calm down. The game is still going on." The Arsenal players were noisy, but the Manchester United players were much calmer. Neville just pulled the chattering Ronaldo away. After all, Bull had already made the penalty in the first time. There was no point in arguing, and the referee could not change his penalty. Little monkey, seeing Bale fall to the grass in pain, 4 exclamations suddenly sounded, and Lee Yuxin jumped up at that time. Looking at the court again, he found that Bale had not stood up yet, and he was even more confused. "Son of a bitch, huh? Lee, don't worry, Bale has been helped out of the court, it should be fine," patted his chest, and the extremely nervous Henry finally breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing Bale leave the court with the help of 2 team doctors, he also helped to comfort Lee Yuxin. Back, hey, I knew the Portuguese idiot, don't blame me, couldn't beat Gareth, so handsome. We are not afraid of Apollo's shameless backstab." When Bale stepped onto the court again, Arsenal fans immediately cheered enthusiastically as if they had been injected with chicken blood. "Gareth, how do you feel?" Taking advantage of a dead ball opportunity, Van Persie slipped to Bale's side, and saw that he was still stepping on his feet, and asked with some concern. "Don't worry, Robin, it hurts a little, but it's nothing serious." Bale patted Van Persie's shoulder and smiled to indicate that he was fine. "That's good, I'll teach that kid a lesson later." Van Persie nodded, and glared at Rooney not far away. With 1 man less, Manchester United went on full defense. Arsenal pressed forward. Ferguson was calm as always, chewing gum constantly. He just stood up and clapped his hands, then turned back to the bench, whispered to Scholes, who was doing warm-up exercises, and immediately made a substitution gesture to the 4th official. Ferguson also saw Arsenal's exhausted defense and weak offensive line, and there was no reason to miss such a great opportunity. Moreover, Manchester United was 10 points behind Chelsea with 1 game less, and there was another direct match against Chelsea. Ferguson also wanted to replicate the amazing reversal against Newcastle in the 1995-1996 season and win the Premier League Championship in one fell swoop. At the same time, Arsenal also made a substitution gesture, removing Silva and replacing him with Fabregas, and at the same time removing Adebayor and Bale, replacing them with the absolute core Henry and Lee Yuxin. In the last 25 minutes, Wenger also let go. Undoubtedly, the time when Henry and Fabregas played will be the most intense period of confrontation, and the physical and mental consumption will be the greatest. Although Wenger did not want to do this, Chelsea had already won this round. Wenger, who was eager to achieve extraordinary success, still stubbornly chose the most difficult path. With a beep, the game continued. Arsenal's strongest trident was finally formed. At the same time, Manchester United also replaced their midfield commander Scholes, plus the previously young and powerful Evra and Saha, and the two sides began a real fight. "It's a bit slow, Arthur, but fortunately, Arsenal finally put out the strongest lineup in the front court. Arsenal can't say that they can beat Manchester United in one fell swoop." Seeing Henry and Fabregas on the court, Matthew finally let go of his heart. The game will be very tense. Scholes has been affected by eye disease this season, and his ability to take the ball in advance at high speed has declined a lot. However, his overall view and midfield coordination are exactly what Manchester United lacks now, and Arsenal's backcourt has no replacement at all. In the next game, I am more optimistic about Manchester United's draw. Chapter 122 end. At this time, Wenger and Ferguson were also standing on the sidelines, pacing back and forth nervously, watching the anxious scene on the field, frowning, and calming down as the situation on the field changed. The midfield became the focus of the two teams. Whether it was Scholes or Fabregas, the purpose of the two people on the field was the same: to strengthen the control of the midfield. Therefore, the game changed from a duel between Lee and the midfielder to a dialogue between the two. Fabregas is young and imaginative, with strong impact, while Scholes is mature and experienced, and has a better control of the overall situation. The two people had a direct dialogue and were evenly matched. Wow, precise pass, Wayne, grabbed it, Saha, beautiful lead, shot, God, it was off? How is this possible? Woo. The whole audience sighed for a long time, and Manchester United fans covered their heads and looked at Saha, who fell in the penalty area. In the 77th minute of the game, Scholes made a long pass from the backcourt to the front of Arsenal's penalty area. Rooney headed the ball and sent it into the penalty area. Saha, who came out from the side, got the ball before Senderos took the ball and dribbled past the opponent. Facing Lehmann's attack, he shot the ball, but it missed the far corner. Ferguson was ready to jump up, but in the end he still accepted the control of the earth in frustration, but still kicked it unconvinced. Oh, what a pity, 9 points for grabbing the ball, 10 points for leading the ball, but unfortunately only 1 point for shooting. Too bad, the Frenchman had a chance to receive the heroes' cheers at Old Trafford. The Frenchman had a chance to win the game, but it's a pity that he is not Cantona. Commentators from all over the scene felt sorry for Manchester United's goal. Press down, press down. Wenger yelled loudly. Arsenal's defense line didn't have enough physical strength to keep going back and forth. Wenger reminded them to slow down the pace and control the situation as much as possible. Suddenly, he stretched out his right hand and swung his ring finger, middle finger, and index finger back and forth. After Arsenal luckily escaped, the players also realized that their attack was too high, leaving too much space for the opponent in the backcourt. They quickly slowed down the game and began to patiently pass the ball and cut, looking for opportunities through penetration and cooperation. Manchester United's counterattack continued, but as the game entered the final stage, Manchester United's players also had insufficient physical strength, and the pace of the game slowed down relatively. Oh, the pace of the game is a bit slow now, and both sides seem to accept this outcome. Both sides are seeking stability. After all, the other side has the ability to seize the opportunity of a fatal blow. They will not take risks and are hesitating. I'm afraid no one is willing to give up, and for such a world-class team, they always want to complete the most fatal blow at any time. Confidence and ambition are essential for them. Seeing that the situation on the field is no longer as violent and sparky as before, but has entered a calm stage, commentators from all over the world have given their opinions. Matthew, I feel more and more nervous. At this stage, every moment of the game is full of expectations. Adams does not believe that the game will end in a draw in this back-and-forth tug-of-war. After watching the Premier League for so long, he feels that both teams are now brewing the final blow and are ready to pounce on each other at any time. Well, both teams have learned to be patient, especially the Arsenal players, Zio, Cesc, and even Robin. They have mastered the ability to read the game very well, like a killer. Manchester United is similar. They are a mature team. They have the ability to change the game at any time and integrate the game into their own system. Matthew also stared at the situation on the field and muttered. In the calm situation, various changes began to be bred, and the slightest changes eventually became one, and began to explode and sweep out. In the 86th minute of the game, Fabregas dribbled the ball in the backcourt and passed the ball to Touré behind him when facing Scholes' defense. After Touré got the ball, he did not stop the ball and directly passed it back to Fabregas. Fabregas turned along with the rolling ball, pulled his feet, and quickly started his body, firmly pressing Scholes behind him and continued to dribble the ball. Henry's appearance gave Lee Yuxin a great range of activities. Coupled with a tacit understanding with Van Persie, Lee Yuxin could freely move in Arsenal's frontcourt, and no longer needed to be fixed in a certain place for Arsenal's wing attack. Fabregas faced the Manchester United defense that intercepted him layer by layer, and passed the ball to the right, and then pulled it to the left. Lee Yuxin had already acted as a fulcrum in the front. He received the ball almost without stopping. After attracting Geng's attention, he knocked it with the outside of his foot and knocked it to his right. Understanding what he meant, Fabregas calmly rushed to the original position of Pires, and Pires returned to his left. Pulling along the trend, Fabregas easily received the ball. Lee Yuxin, Fabregas, and Pires changed positions with each other. In an instant, A vacuum appeared in Manchester United's defence line, which was Fabregas's position. There was a clear road ahead, and Fabregas broke into the penalty area like lightning. Fabregas's instant start and dribbling speed were definitely at the top of the Premier League. When Gary Neville blocked Fabregas, he had already entered Manchester United's penalty area and was about to break through Manchester United's defence. With his body moving at high speed, Fabregas made a penetrating cross without even looking up. Henry returned to the middle. At this time, no one dared to face Henry one-on-one in the penalty area. When Henry received the ball and faced Ferdinand, Giggs above and Scholes on the side immediately blocked him and attacked from three sides. However, Henry not only broke through, but his easy pass was also terrible. When the three people moved, Henry, who had received the ball, also made his own choice. Behind him, Arsenal's back penetration was everywhere. Lee Yuxin inserted from the right side, like a cannonball, into Manchester United's penalty area. The yellow shadow flashed, and everyone behind him couldn't catch up at all. He watched Lee Yuxin appear in front of Sylvester's slow figure and take the ball. Lee Yuxin dribbled the ball and passed with his long legs. He was full of strength. The flustered Vidic's movements and strength had no effect on Lee Yuxin. With a momentum, Lee Yuxin directly stretched out of position, facing Van der Sar, and with a snap, he instantly completed the kick. A beat slower. From the beginning, Manchester United's defence was a beat slower, and every link of the defence was a passive remedy. They lost the initiative and could only pray that the opponent would foul and give themselves a chance. However, this Arsenal was not the Arsenal that Lee Yuxin knew in his previous life. They had undergone earth-shaking changes, not to mention that Lee Yuxin was the initiator of this earth-shaking change. No, I don't know who shouted. The ball passed Van der Sar, but did not roll towards the goal. Everyone's body and mind were trembling with the rolling of the ball. The Manchester United penalty area was in chaos. The only calm place was the small penalty area. The sound of swish, an unusual baptism, a foot, the foot that disappeared throughout the game. It was still Van Persie, breaking the silence. It was him, or it was him. Robin, our Robin man, who once again completed the fatal blow to Manchester United. Lee, or it was Lee's pass. The three overtakings were too beautiful. Thanks to Henry for the ball. Don't doubt it, our front trident is the strongest offensive combination in Cesk's launch. Hoo-hoo, God, fans, dear, tonight, let us not sleep not only slaughtering pigs, but also expressing emotions. Cenk has been completely crazy, holding on to kicking his own Tato desperately, giving him a hot kiss, and shouting out the last two sentences, regardless of Tato who has turned his head away and is nauseated to vomit blood. Robin. Arsenal fans held up the posters of Robin Man they designed, shoulder to shoulder, waving their arms, shouting, the sound waves higher and higher, and turned the tables amid the boos of Manchester United fans. Huali, my brother, great, thank you, I'll treat you. Van Persie was stunned for a moment, raised his head, got up from the ground, took a look at the ball rolling in the net, roared, shook off his teammates who were pulling his jersey from behind, rushed to Zioja excitedly, jumped over Lee Yuxin and promised. Including this time, there was also the League Cup. Van Persie scored twice against Manchester United, both of which were selfless assists from Lee Yuxin. Van Persie, who has always adhered to the three major policies of eat him, drink him, and hide him for Lee Yuxin, is still very caring. Haha, I have to treat you. Without my pass, you wouldn't be so lucky. You have food but don't eat it, idiot. Lee Yuxin will come closer and talk. Haha, what you said, the listener shall have a share. Hoo-hoo, Robin, we heard it. Flower Paradise, do you want to go? Go fuck you, you bastards ha-ha-ha. Hearing Fabregas's shout, the other Arsenal players surrounding Lee Yuxin and Van Persie echoed loudly, causing Van Persie to curse. Great, Arthur, in the next game, we will have a chance to surpass them. Huh? What a relief, what a relief. Wenger and Pat high-fived to celebrate. Pat spoke with longing, and Wenger took a rare deep breath, showing his nervousness clearly. Compared to Wenger's relief, Ferguson's face sank the moment Van Persie scored. He looked at the dejected players with a dark face, and finally shook his head helplessly. He calmly made a gesture of pressing forward and sat back in his seat. The 3 quota places have been used up. Even if Ferguson is so calculating, there is nothing he can do. Including the extra time, There are only 6 or 7 minutes. What's more, the momentum is completely on Arsenal's side, and Arsenal's will to win is far greater than that of Manchester United. Oh, Robin, it's still Robin. Manchester United will be defeated by Robin this season. The League Cup, plus this game is about to end, and the League Championship is getting further and further away. I think Alex will be kept awake by Robin tonight. Adam said half-jokingly. This is the offense that Arsenal should have. Shaw's continuous position changes in the midfield, inserting into the front court, a series of runs, disrupting the opponent's defense, and finally Thierry or Robin scored. This is Arsenal's most effective way of offense, and it is also the most pleasing way, although Robin fell a little ugly at the last moment. And in the final stage, Manchester United had physical difficulties and could not keep up with Arsenal's offensive rhythm, allowing Arsenal to play, which is a pity. Matthew shook his head and sighed, but the smile in the corner of his eyes could not be hidden. Well, Manchester United will definitely attack with all their strength at the last moment, and maybe there is still a chance. Adams couldn't stand Matthew's cocky look and couldn't help but criticize him. Indeed, Alex's resilience has penetrated into the Manchester United team. I don't think anyone can say that they can beat Manchester United until the last minute. How could Matthew, who has been following the history of the Premier League throughout, forget the great feat of Manchester United's magical treble? He could not help but agree with Adam's statement. How could the Manchester United players be willing to let Arsenal take away the victory at Old Trafford like this? After the game resumed, they immediately launched a wave of attack like a dark cloud covering the sun. Go. There's only one United champion. Champion away, away, away in you Reds boom 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 boom. At the last moment, Manchester United fans burst out with all their passion, the old and new team songs sang endlessly, and the whole stadium turned into a roaring beast, with voices sweeping, footsteps stomping, and even the garbage thrown on the ground was shaken up. The momentum was as terrifying as a volcanic eruption. Terrible, Sister Sakaya. Looking around, there are intertwining figures and incessant rumbling noises in his ears. Yang Guiyang is a little nervous and his palms are already sweating. This is an instinctive physical reaction affected by the environment. Yet, the roar of more than 70,000 people is unimaginable. Sakaya also felt the airwaves around him and sighed. Yet, but next season, we can go to the new stadium, and then we can see Zio play there. Then there will be more than 60,000 people cheering for Lee, and it will be closer to the stadium. The effect will be no worse than here. Haha, it's exciting just thinking about it. Shuo nodded in agreement, but soon put on a longing look, stood up and looked at the other three women. Okay, Shuo, don't think about it, drink milk tea. Nana pressed the eager Shuo and handed her a drink. Oh good boy. The game soon entered the 4th minute of stoppage time. Ferguson and several substitutes stood nervously on the sidelines, watching Manchester United's final attack. Ding 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 as Ronaldo's cross was headed out of the baseline by Touré. Ball finally blew 2 short and 1 long whistle. Leave when Ferguson turned around. Boos rang out all over the sky, and some radical Manchester United fans even shouted for him to be fired. Ferguson's face instantly froze into ice, but he quickly suppressed his anger and walked towards the away coaching bench. Indeed, in the 2005-2006 season, Ferguson encountered the biggest crisis of trust since entering the 21st century, and was even booed by the home fans for his resignation, but this tough Scottish old man and his team withstood all the pressure and rebounded completely. In the end, he also stepped onto the pinnacle of the coaching bench, overshadowing all his peers, not just the Premier League. Man, they are all rats in oil pots, aren't they? I'm not as fragile as you are lucky. Facing Wenger's comfort, Ferguson directly expressed toughness with a hint of dissatisfaction. Haha, maybe. Wenger does not think that his current achievements are the result of luck. Although he let Vieira go and promoted a large number of young people, this group of young people did not disappoint his hopes and made a perfect transition. My players will not be so fragile. We will be back next season. Ferguson hugged Wenger, patted his back, and turned back to the locker room. Yes, they are indeed improving very quickly. Looking at the strong and unyielding figure, Wenger nodded involuntarily. For some reason, he suddenly thought of his own team. If they also experienced many failures, how would they grow? What are you thinking about, Arthur? Let's go and prepare for the press conference. Oh? Yes. Wenger's strange thoughts were suddenly pulled back by Pat. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 123, War of Words. This is my seat, don't grab it. Ah, you stepped on my foot. How chaotic it was. Wenger, Lee Yuxin and others were still waiting. When Ferguson showed up with Rooney and Giggs, the fluorescent lights on the scene interlaced, and reporters from all over the country immediately rushed forward, hoping to get as many questions as possible from Manchester United. The scene was instantly chaotic. This was Manchester United's home ground, and it was the tragic losing side. It can't be said that these reporters were adding insult to injury. It can only be said that this world is too cruel, and readers are more gossipy and nosy. They want to see enough explosive and angry content. The market determines everything. Stop pushing, stop pushing. Make way, please make way. Ladies first, don't you understand? Sir, you are so ungentlemanly. Sorry, beautiful lady, I am more concerned about my career. Oh, you stepped on me. Be quiet, please be quiet, otherwise we will take some measures. I told you to be quiet, but you still pushed. Let me go, let me go. I am a reporter, I didn't push, someone pushed me down, I am wronged. My shoes fell off. Stop pushing, for real, look, someone was taken out. Oh my god, it's too rude, I'd better be quiet. Now it's a mess. Finally, the security personnel of Manchester United carried a BBC radio reporter out. The reporters saw leather shoe left at the scene and finally restored order. It's not the reporter's fault. It's so crazy. The main reason is that there are too many contents in this game. There are too many questions that the reporters want to ask, and there is not enough time. Alex, you lost all 3 games against Arsenal this season, including a final. Why? Does it represent the gap between your two teams? The Guardian reporter asked a question, but it was more of a question. Really? This is the result you got from watching the game. I won't answer any speculative questions. Please watch the game first. Next one. Ferguson was not someone to be trifled with. He didn't give the reporter any face. He pointed his finger and gave the Daily Mail reporter the opportunity to ask questions. Oh, Mr. Alex, you can't do this. The Guardian reporter didn't expect Ferguson to be so tough. He secretly blamed himself for being the first to stand out and being a cannon fodder. But thinking about the previous reporter's exit, he protested a little and sat down helplessly. Alex, in this game, Manchester United overwhelmed Arsenal on the field. Why did Manchester United still lose the game? Is it the same reason as the previous 2 games? Well, we haven't won any of the 3 games. I'm disappointed, but that's how the game is. Even if we are fully prepared, we can't predict the future. I'm really shocked and angry about the 3 losses, but I still see the positive side of the game. In the first game, we were defeated by Arsenal's smooth attack. In the second game we played just as well as Arsenal. And in the third game, as you can see, we had the upper hand in all aspects. Our team is making progress. What a pity. Ferguson was quite helpless. He and his players had prepared very well for this game, and they had the upper hands in the game statistics as well, suppressing Arsenal by 10 percentage points in ball possession and having 8 more shots than their opponent, but they just lacked in luck. You said you were well prepared, but the Van Nistelrooy we saw today was not the king of the penalty area in the past. He was doing nothing. Why? I don't want to talk about individual players. The game as a whole. What do you think of Cristiano's foul on Gareth? Confrontation is a necessity of the game. The referee had already made a penalty at that time. What about Cristiano? If he hadn't been red-carded twice, maybe these 2 games would not be like this, and the results of the games would be different. He is an excellent kid. He paid a lot for this game. You can see how much he is involved in the game. I think he is no worse than Ziolai, but luck is not on his side, nor on our side. At the end of the game, will those voices at Old Trafford affect you? At the end, seeing that the time was about to run out, the Mirror reporter quickly asked an extremely sensitive topic, but the question was slightly tactful. No, it has no impact. I never thought that anyone could take control of this team instead of me, and our current results are better than our team building. I can't understand the actions of those fans. In the past, Chelsea, Liverpool, Real Madrid, Juventus, I don't know if they pay attention to Arsenal and their games. My team is good enough, I don't need to explain anything to them. Our performance on the field is enough to honor their ticket price, and I am the coach of this club, I know what I should know." When this question was mentioned, Ferguson's eyebrows jumped obviously, and he answered decisively, speaking very quickly, but the stool seemed flat, which showed the anger in Ferguson's heart. Finally, he said the last sentence coldly, and his sharp eyes swept across the audience, showing his disdain for the negative news that these reporters were about to publish, and fully revealed his autocratic and decisive side. Those reporters surrounded Ferguson and bombarded him with questions, but the old sir was also quite tough. No matter how tricky and spicy the questions were, I would only say one sentence. If I was happy, I would say a few more. In the end, he even threw down a provocative sentence. "Sir, do you also think there is a problem with your team? Do you think there is a problem with the team that beat Chelsea and Liverpool and made the most powerful team in Europe shrink to half the field? Do you also think that this group of young people has not grown up to the requirements? This is the most outstanding group of young people I have ever seen. Is Manchester United only satisfied with a third place in the league? The championship is what we pursue. In 2006, we have the most points in all major leagues. Will being defeated by Arsenal in a row and not scoring when we have the upper hand affect the team's self-confidence and resilience? On the contrary, the past confrontation with Arsenal is a benchmark for our growth. Before the next game, I will go to church to seek God's fairness. Is it because Manchester United's ability to seize opportunities is too poor and they are not mature enough? If you have watched our previous games, you will find that we are different from Liverpool and other teams. Is it shirking responsibility to blame the failure on luck? No, on the contrary, it is to make us understand our own responsibilities and motivate us to fulfill our responsibilities. With great ability comes great responsibility. I like this sentence very much. The old Sir Alex was engaged in a verbal battle, and the reporters were sharp and tricky, and the traps were insidious. The following interview was not the time for Wenger and Lee Yuxin and others, but completely turned into a confrontation between Ferguson and those troublemakers and reporters, and they would not give in. It was not until the Manchester United officials reminded that the time for the interview was up that the reporters realized that they had put all their energy on Ferguson, and they didn't even know when Rooney would leave the field. The only one left was Giggs, who was a bit shy at best, but a bit sultry at worst. Ferguson consumed the time of all the reporters, and also let Lee Yuxin once again experience the power of these uncrowned kings. No matter how many honors you have, they don't care who you are for the sake of sales. Seeing Ferguson's performance, Lee Yuxin somewhat understood why he dominated the Premier League. He thought, we cannot verify such a hypothesis, whether the top figures in any field have many faces, or whether the higher the achievement, the more unpredictable their way of doing things. When it comes to the complexity of personality, the most well-known in Chinese history is Cao. If Ferguson is compared to Cao, I don't know whether Manchester United fans will sneer or even get angry, but if you compare them carefully, you will find that the two do have some commonalities in their inner qualities. In the entire 21-year history of the Premier League, the most brilliant, heavy and classic parts are almost all written by Ferguson, and from the end of the Eastern Han Dynasty to the initial establishment of the three-way division of the world, this is the most bizarre, magnificent and subtle part, where Cao went missing. The so-called hero, in the midst of troubled times, rises from the ground and redefines the core content of the troubled times with his own strength. This is the most similar point between Ferguson and Cao in the macro sense. People who respect history will not use the value orientation of honoring Liu and despising Cao in the romance novels as a basis for judgment. The first male protagonist in the history of the Three Kingdoms has never been Liu Bei or Zhu Zhilang, but only Cao. A capable minister in a peaceful era, a treacherous hero in a chaotic era. People often remember the treacherous hero side, but looking at his life, it seems that there is indeed no better summary than these two words: cunning but honest, cold but warm, vindictive but magnanimous. Such a complex and multifaceted personality, each of which is presented without any sense of affectation. Everything just changes according to the situation and the time, and it has always been who else but me. Between taking the world as one's own responsibility and selfishness, heroes have always sought a balance in the ultimate sense, and in the face of this ultimate goal, the means are no longer important. Ferguson did just that, and he never slacked off for 27 years. People often say that Sir Alex knows how to keep up with the times, in contrast to Wenger, But the tenacity he gave to Manchester United never allows the slightest change or infringement. This old man with a strong Scottish accent is not sure whether his disciples understand what he is saying, but every time we see Manchester United appear on the field, even if you are not a supporter of the Red Devils, you can easily feel Ferguson's presence, not chewing gum on the sidelines, but integrating into every move of the enemy. Whether the moves are appropriate or not is another matter, but that is exactly the King's House soldiers and tiger and leopard cavalry under Ferguson's command, which have never existed elsewhere and cannot be learned. In the question of whether to kill Wenger or Victoria, Ferguson chose to take 2 bullets. In the question of dealing with a mortal enemy, Ferguson wanted to pull Liverpool down. In the 1999 Champions League final, football is really damn. Ferguson has never been a perfect spokesperson. He is a commonplace in using foul language. He is good at creating controversy and topics. Love him deeply, hate him to the point of gnashing one's teeth. However, no matter how much he is praised or cursed, it will only be a footnote to his heroic qualities. Now that the dust has settled, he has left behind not only a series of numbers and records, not only a series of classic moments, but also a vivid image full of joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness, cuteness, and playfulness. Some people say that he can't defeat time after all. However, if it weren't for time that has settled all this, where can we appreciate the charm of this thousand faces? Cunning? Of course, it is hard to find a more cunning coach than Ferguson in the world of football. Facing the media and other coaches, he would answer questions with false answers and used to intimidate from time to time, which made it difficult for you to see what he was up to. However, he was also very frank. For example, after the 1-6 defeat to Manchester City, he admitted that it was the worst moment of his life. During that period, he even watched the game videos repeatedly late at night. Cold? Ask Beckham after the flying boot incident. However, when Beckham returned to Old Trafford in the future, it was a scene full of warmth and warmth. Today, Beckham tells people that Ferguson is like his father. This is a father who will take revenge, whether it is Liverpool, Arsenal, Chelsea, or Manchester City now, but for his children, this father's tolerance sometimes even reaches the level of doting. Is there anyone who knows how to protect his players and his team better than Ferguson? Turning a blind eye or telling lies with open eyes is just a common method. He would rather push himself to the forefront. False reputation is like dirt, and results are always the hard truth. He must know how many pairs of critical eyes are watching him every time he rushes to the fourth official, but if cursing can really save the crisis, what does a fine from the English Football Association count for? People often say that Ferguson has a lingering hooligan spirit. In fact, a hooligan is still a hero, but the truth will be revealed after the autumn. There is only a fine line between them. Moreover, football has never been a gentleman's sport. Even in Britain, where gentlemanly manners are most important, the fans like to see Roy Keane's iron-blooded and fierce fight for every inch of land in addition to scoring. Ferguson has keenly grasped the psychology of fans from the beginning. It is such a mysterious old man with 1,000 faces. For 27 years, he has always been unique and free to say that when he retired, almost everyone hoped that he could add 5 minutes of extra time. Ferguson once said this about Wenger: "Maybe one day, we may watch the sunset together." If a touching picture has already emerged in your mind, you may have been fooled. This real and fake old Sir Alex may be teasing you. Chapter 124: Leisure and Gifts. At home, Yang Guiyang poured a glass of milk for Li Yuxin and said, "Brother, you beat Manchester United 3 times, that's amazing." The former Premier League overlord is now miserable. Yang Guiyang brought another plate of bread and said, "German bread is the king of bread in the world. Sister Nana prepared it for you." Yang Guiyang is obsessed with data again. Bread is an indispensable staple food for 3 meals a day in Germany. Both the quality and quantity of bread are among the best in the world. Germany has more than 300 varieties of bread. According to statistics from the German Bread Professional Association, bakeries in Germany have registered 3,117 kinds of bread. German bakers are very proud of their bread and even applied for UNESCO's Intangible Cultural Heritage in 2012. Unlike the soft bread we like, German bread is baked golden and crispy on the outside, and soft but chewy on the inside. The average German eats 172 kilograms of bread every year, which is 1 slice of bread and 4 small rolls a day. Nearly half of Germans buy fresh bread in special bakeries. German bakeries are also a sight in Germany. There are bakeries of all sizes in every street and region. The aroma of bread in the air is the best sign of a bakery. German bread advocates minimalism. 90% of the ingredients are only flour, yeast, salt and water. Therefore, Germans believe that bread is a nutritious and most healthy natural food, rich in vitamin B group and mineral groups such as calcium, iron and iodine. One of the keys to the deliciousness of German bread is patience. Give the bread time, and it will naturally become delicious. Let the mixed dough stand for at least 1 hour, preferably overnight. This is the secret of the delicious German bread. The old German baking rule is no patience, no good bread, ungeduld keine guten Bier, Chen. Of course, the temperature and humidity used when baking bread cannot be ignored. Not only us, but Germans also love to eat white bread, but don't underestimate the calories in white bread. 4 slices of toast contain 260 calories, which is equivalent to 50 grams of chocolate. White bread has many advantages, including vitamin B group, minerals and fiber. If you want healthy and low-fat bread, you should pay attention. Whole wheat bread is definitely a healthy fighter among breads. The vitamins and fiber contained in whole wheat bread are twice that of white bread, and the mineral content is 3 times that of white bread. This bread is black bread, which is very suitable for players. Li Yuxin picked up the bread and was eating. Suddenly someone knocked on the door. Yang Guiyang saw that it was Mendez, who had not seen him for a long time. Mendez greeted Yang Guiyang and hurried to Li Yuxin. "Li, I'm sorry, I need comfort. Cristiano, you are really great for coming now." The cunning Mendez knew that he was Ronaldo's agent after all and had to comfort him, but he knew Li Yuxin's character, so he still had to control it. After all, he was an outside agent, and there were still many agents thinking about future stars like Li Yuxin. "Nothing, Jorge. After all, you are the underground godfather of Portugal," Li Yuxin said after eating a piece of bread and drinking a mouthful of milk. Yang Guiyang also brought a glass of water to Mendez. After thanking him, Mendez said, "By the way, Real Madrid, Barcelona, Mr. Moratti of Inter Milan, and Mr. Abramovich of Chelsea have all found me." Li Yuxin said, "Reject them all. I only belong to Arsenal." Mendez nodded. Indeed, even if it is a transfer, now is not the time for Li Yuxin to transfer. However, there is one more thing. Noticing Li Yuxin's puzzled expression, Mendez smiled and took out 2 documents from the bag behind him and pushed them in front of Li Yuxin. "Adidas, Nike, which one do you like?" Li Yuxin's heart jumped suddenly, and he stared at the 2 documents in front of him. Adidas Endorsement Agreement. Nike Endorsement Agreement. The endorsement agreements of 2 world-class sports brands appeared in front of Li Yuxin at the same time. Li Yuxin was a little shocked. Both Adidas and Nike are well-known brands all over the world. Adidas has signed big-name stars such as Zidane, Kaká, Schweinsteiger, Robin, Messi, Beckham, Cech, Gerrard, Lampard, etc. Nike also has world-class stars such as Rooney, Tevez, Cristiano Ronaldo, Ibrahimovic, Fabregas, Cannavaro, Rio Ferdinand, etc. All the stars who can be favored by them are very prestigious in the world football. Now, 2 heavyweight sponsors in the sports world have offered sponsorship contracts to Li Yuxin at the same time. How can this not surprise Li Yuxin, who is not mentally prepared? After the 3 top agents all found Li Yuxin, 2 top sponsors also favored Li Yuxin. 2 top sponsors, let Li Yuxin choose. This is not a treatment that ordinary players can enjoy. Mendez looked at Li Yuxin with a smile. He was very satisfied with Li Yuxin's reaction. The more surprised Li Yuxin was, the more it showed that his work was effective. "This is the second gift I prepared for you," Mendez said proudly. "Originally, I was going to give you this gift in a few days. However, since you have doubts, there is no need for me to keep it from you. Li, you are not an ordinary player. There are huge business opportunities in you. You don't have to worry about how I make money. You and I are together, and that is a typical strong combination of money-making efficiency, comparable to the most efficient money printing machine in the world. Now, making money is just the beginning. Compared with the future benefits, this is nothing," Mendez said proudly. He picked up the document from Adidas and Nike. "After all, Thomas is a man who has seen the world, but he still doesn't understand your value. 600,000 euros, a 10-year contract, is she kidding? Paul is a little better than Thomas, but not by much. 750,000 euros, 10 years, this is far from reflecting your value." Li Yuxin was a little speechless. 750,000 euros, 10 years, This is equivalent to a big contract worth 7.5 million euros. In Mendez's eyes, it was discarded like a worn-out shoe, as if it were a rubbish contract. Lee, do you know why I didn't take out these agreements at the beginning? Lee Yuxin shook his head. It's shameful, it's really shameful, Mendez said with great pain, as if he had lost face. Lee Yuxin had nothing to say. He was already quite satisfied with the contract with Nike, and Nike's 7.5 million euros contract was shameful in Mendez's eyes. What else could he say? Because time is too tight, I just briefly recommended your information to them. What I have now is just the preliminary agreement they provided. If you can give me a few more days, after my detailed introduction, the value of the contract will definitely be doubled. So, I originally planned to give you this second gift in a few days, Mendez said with high morale. His eyes sparkled like diamonds, and he looked quite imposing. When it comes to projects involving money-making, this seemingly inconspicuous fat man immediately becomes a different person. Cunning and shrewd, this is the real gold medal agent. How much do you think you can negotiate in the end? Lee Yuxin asked tentatively. 2 million, 10 years, Mendez answered without thinking. This is a fat contract of 20 million euros. How much is it converted into RMB? Lee Yuxin was a little confused. But this seems to be a bit difficult, Mendez smiled a little embarrassedly. Lee Yuxin rolled his eyes helplessly. What are you talking about when you are not sure? Isn't this deliberately teasing people? As if sensing the dissatisfaction in Lee Yuxin's heart, Mendez immediately explained again. Before the official signing, the final amount is difficult to predict. However, I personally feel that signing a super contract with an annual sponsorship of 1.5 million euros until 2017 should not be a problem. Lee, play well. The better you perform, the more room for negotiation I have. Well, okay, Jorge, everyone is here, let's have dinner together later, okay? Mendez nodded. After dinner and further communication, Mendez said goodbye. This gold medal agent would immediately turn into a frequent flyer when the transfer period is approaching. He has been very busy during this period, and almost every day is spent in a hurry. If it were not for Lee Yuxin's contract, he would not have specially arranged half a day to rush to London. Of course, Chelsea also has his agent. Before parting, Mendez told Lee Yuxin. In the Champions League final, he will go to Paris to cheer for Lee Yuxin. In addition, before the summer transfer window officially opens, he will also come to London to discuss the arrangements for this transfer period with Lee Yuxin. Mendez will also help Lee Yuxin with his sponsorship contract, at the latest 1 month, at the fastest 1 week. Lee Yuxin just needs to play football with peace of mind, and he doesn't have to worry about other things. Chapter 125: A Crucial Battle. After a few days of rest, Arsenal's crucial battle is coming. Highbury, Arsenal fans, this is the Highbury where you are honored and glorious. What are you waiting for? This is the hall where you can cheer and shout as much as you want. Roar for our warriors to enter the stadium. Glorious team, Arsenal heroic team, Arsenal invincible team, Arsenal dream team, Arsenal the only team, Arsenal with Senk's hysterical opening remarks. Highbury, which can accommodate more than 40,000 people, went completely crazy. Jerseys, slogans, songs, and shouts were everywhere. Great, guys, the atmosphere today is no less than a heavyweight game, exciting, so cool. Seeing such a hot scene on the scene, Diaby, who has not played many games this season, seemed particularly excited and expectant, with his big eyes shining. Hey, calm down, men, we have a mission today, we have to wait for the highest position. Lee Yuxin pulled Diaby and signaled him not to be too excited. Well, perform well. After today, no one will be able to catch up with us. They will also remember you, Abu Diaby. Bergkamp looked at Diaby and 3 or 4 other young men with encouragement. Lee Yuxin was no longer needed. Now at Highbury, except for Henry, the one wearing the most dancing jerseys is our genius in their hearts. Who? Our heroes are coming in. Come on and see who they are. The goalkeeper is our Spanish boy, Almunia. The right back is our Jedro. The 2 central defenders are Toure and our long-lost steel fortress, Campbell. The left back is our future rock, Gareth Bale. The right midfielder is our Swedish magic winger Ljungberg, and the central defenders are also our young warriors, Song and Diaby. Then our right midfielder is our invincible genius, the one that all enemies cannot resist, Lee Lung. Looking our genius with thanks Lee. It was like a powder keg was ignited, the whole Highbury exploded, the cheers of the mountain torrents and tsunamis echoed over the whole of North London, and the huge and weird number 95 jersey drowned everything. Lee, be with me, let me orgasm, I am your slave. Even crazier were those die-hard female fans of Li Wuxin, each holding their own photos of themselves posing and waving them constantly, trying to attract Li Wuxin's attention through this method, which also became a scene at Highbury after the game. Damn, this guy Lee is really popular, but I'm not bad either. Looking at those beautiful photos of the big body, big breasts, almond eyes, and delicate beauty on the big screen, Van Persie muttered with jealousy, and finally added a sentence. Haha, come on, although your popularity is almost the same as Lee's because of the 2 lore goals, in terms of this kind of influence, I guess our captain is not as influential as Lee in the hearts of those female fans, so I have to blame him. Fabregas raised his head coolly. Okay, I'm married, and you're still a youngster. Van Persie attacked him maliciously. Robin, jealousy is the original sin. Since Van Persie devoted himself to being a good husband, his status among the 3 coaches of Arsenal has plummeted. Every time a female fan comes over, Fabregas and Li Wuxin are the first choice to ask for gifts. Fabregas and Li Wuxin often show off in front of Van Persie. Look, that guy is here too. Ebba was listening to their boasting, and suddenly saw a special person appear on the big screen, Chelsea's head coach, the magic bird, Mourinho. It seems that Jose is anxious. Haha, although Arsenal's opponent in this game is Portsmouth, I think Jose is much more nervous than Redknapp. After all, Redknapp is still an Arsenal fan. At this time, all the live cameras were focused on Mourinho sitting in the Arsenal VIP seat. No one thought that he would appear here at this time. Matthew was also surprised and said half-jokingly, "Look, there is another one, Ericsson. Our most expensive head coach is here. It's really rare." It seems that he and Jose had a good talk. Although Adams was also surprised by Mourinho's appearance, he was more surprised by the appearance of England's head coach Ericsson. Hoo-hoo, it seems that our head coach has finally started his work. What else can he do besides drinking coffee and playing golf? Matthew immediately said ironically when he saw Ericsson appear. During this period, Lee Yuxin's sudden appearance broke countless records, and he was regarded as the first young talent in football. He attracted great praise from the British media and commentators, who all believed that Lee Yuxin was a rare talent in football. The calls for his selection for this year's World Cup overwhelmed everyone else. However, Ericsson and the English Football Association were indifferent and did not make any statement, which made the world football world laugh at England's selection of players. This has aroused the public outrage of countless English fans and forced the English Football Association to change the glass every day. At this moment, Ericsson's appearance is undoubtedly a compromise of the English Football Association, but paying attention to Lee Yuxin so late on the scene cannot completely calm the fans' anger at Lee Yuxin's unfair treatment. Matthew is an out-and-out fan who hates the English Football Association. Matthew, you should be more open-minded. Maybe this time our wish will come true. You know, Lee will never let me down. Although it is a bit cruel to Portsmouth fans, I have to say that they can't stop Lee in this game. We will welcome Lee, and England's future will be extremely bright. Adams also has infinite expectations for Lee Yuxin's selection for England, not only in work, but also in personal feelings. Maybe his love for Lee Yuxin is not so thorough, but the memory of witnessing England's championship at the age of 10 makes him unforgettable. He is a die-hard fan of England. Oh my God, look, who have we met? Our dear England head coach has finally appeared. Although our most welcome guest and the least welcome fan are sitting together, please applaud them, because today our most welcome guest has got what he wants, and our least welcome fan will also get a glass of bitter wine. Today is a festival, and all our wishes will come true. When the big screen cut to the picture of Mourinho and Ericsson whispering, Cenk once again expressed his feelings and ignited the atmosphere on the scene. Papa. Damn Portuguese. When Wenger saw Ericsson appear, his face, which was smiling and greeting Redknapp, suddenly darkened and he cursed in his heart. As a coach who is best at training young people, Wenger knows very well what the national team and the World Cup mean to a young man who has no experience and has never experienced anything before. The huge glory, fame, and self-affirmation that come overnight are too tempting for an 18-year-old who has not yet finished a season. Although Lee Yuxin's performance so far has allowed Wenger to break all his past concerns, he is impeccable in all aspects of competition and has a mature and stable mentality. Although there are some off-field news, he has become the most serious and devout player as soon as he returns to the club. His club performance can already be compared with the greatest players in history. His maturity has made Wenger not worry at all. It is precisely because of Lee Yuxin's self-maturity that Wenger is more worried. The temptation of the World Cup is the most fatal. Even great superstars like Platini, Di Stefano, and Puskas have not been able to resist the temptation of the World Cup. The title of King of Football has also made countless football heroes bow down. Wenger is very clear about Lee Yuxin's innate ambition. The World Cup will definitely be the holy land he wants to conquer, especially for talented players of this age group. Self-proof and self-expression will be their first choice. Wenger also secretly blamed himself for being too arrogant. He sent Bergkamp and Adebayor to the front court. He thought that he could let his main players take a break when playing against weak teams. Unexpectedly, he was used by the cunning Mourinho. If this game is lost, it will be even more difficult to catch up with Chelsea. Little guy, perform well, that guy is not so easy to talk to. As one of the big men in England, Campbell has also called for the recruitment of Lee Yuxin many times in the team in the past, but he was ignored many times. The appearance of Eriksen this time has made Campbell have a lot of expectations. After all, this World Cup may be the last one in his life, and Lee Yuxin's extraordinary talent has completely conquered him. Coupled with his teammate Ashley Cole, he has already imagined the scene of England's left wing killing. That's a must. Just wait and see. I will definitely win this game. Lee Yuxin was also full of confidence, both on and off the court. With Riani's whistle, the game officially began. Arsenal still used the 442 formation, and so did Portsmouth. Their starting lineup: Kelly, Prisk, Primus, Stefanovic, Matthew, Taylor, O'Neill, Sean, Davis, Mendes, Alessandro, Lualua, Muwari. Arsenal took the lead, and Bergkamp passed the ball to Lee Yuxin's feet. This was Wenger's pre-match deployment. Since the two central defenders were Diaby and Song, their creativity and experience were not enough to control the overall situation, so Wenger let Lee Yuxin and Bergkamp be the hubs of the front court, and then used the impact and back insertion of others to open up the situation. After Lee Yuxin got the ball, he rushed forward immediately without waiting for Portsmouth to stabilize, taking advantage of the opponent's unstable position, and his feet were as fast as the wind, ready to directly break in alone. However, Lualua was indeed guarding the inside, staring at Lee Yuxin and not letting him cut inside. Lee Yuxin saw that Lualua was close to him, so he first dribbled, shaking the opponent's defense, then pulled back, staggered the space, turned his body sideways, and directly swung the ball to the inside again with his feet, and easily squeezed it, and directly passed by him. The series of actions were not dragged at all, and he directly got rid of the opponent's defense. So handsome, Lee is in good shape today. See, Eriksen, this is our Lee's strength. Lee Yuxin's clean breakthrough immediately won applause from the audience. At this time, the game had just started, and Arsenal's attack was spread out. Bergkamp had already rushed forward to respond, and Diaby was not slow at all, and followed closely to the sideline of the penalty area. After Lee Yuxin passed Lualua, O'Neill also entered his sight. Lee Yuxin's speed was not at its best at this time, but his dribbling rhythm was perfect. He paused and changed his center of gravity twice in an instant, creating space for a breakthrough. Then he pulled and misjudged, and deceived the opponent again, taking the first step. In this way, O'Neill, who was much thinner than Lee Yuxin, could not compete with Lee Yuxin when he was scrambling for the road. He stumbled and was thrown off by Lee Yuxin. However, O'Neill touched the ball when he was fighting for the ball. Lee Yuxin happened to dribble the ball at this time, and accidentally dribbled the ball too far, which was directly intercepted by Sean Davis, and Arsenal's attack stopped. After Portsmouth got the ball, they were not in a hurry to attack. Now any team that played crazy attacks against Arsenal would be courting death. Arsenal's gorgeous and precise penetration was enough to tear open the opponent's defense at any gap. Therefore, for Portsmouth, sealing themselves tightly was their way of survival, and then using the opponent's offensive mistakes to threaten the opponent. Their realistic goal at this time was that Portsmouth chose to defend and counterattack. As one side gained strength while the other lost, they naturally gave possession of the ball to Arsenal. The game soon entered Arsenal's rhythm. Although Henry and others were missing, the group of energetic young people had unlimited motivation, fighting for every ball, and the desire to score was unlimited. Go, Arsenal go forward, look, I sprints with the Arsenal fans' voices. Arsenal's attack did not stop at all. In the 6th minute of the game, Lee Yuxin kicked the ball from the left and passed it to the middle. Adebayer's close-range shot was resolved by Kelly. In the 10th minute, Ljungberg and Bergkamp played a wall kick, but Ljungberg's shot was blocked by the opponent's Primus. In the 13th minute, Lee Yuxin's free kick also went out of bounds. Arsenal's attack was only blooming but not bearing fruit. Under the training of Lale, Portsmouth was very resilient. Except for the mistake made by Lee Yuxin in the opening cross, they did not give Arsenal too many opportunities, and the opportunities created by Arsenal were repeatedly destroyed by the opponent. The cooperation between Lee Yuxin and Bergkamp will always be watched by the opponent. Diaby and Adebayor do not have the tacit understanding between Lee Yuxin and Fabregas and Van Persie. They cannot play the perfect cooperation to tear the opponent's defense line. Ljungberg is in poor condition, Portsmouth has troops in the middle, and there is no chance for the backcourt players to press forward, which forces Lee Yuxin to break through repeatedly to find opportunities. His figure is everywhere. Unfortunately, no matter who plays against Arsenal now, Lee Yuxin is a subject, and Lale has done enough homework. Prisk and Sean Davis are the main players, plus Lualu and O'Neal, who basically do not attack. No matter where Lee Yuxin receives the ball, there are people delaying his rhythm, and the people behind him will get into position. This method of only defending and not attacking, and dense defense, has a miraculous effect on Arsenal, which lacks excellent passes and Lee Yuxin's breakthrough is ineffective. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.